Hi, Dan.
Hi, Christina.
DANNN.
Hey, Leah.
DANNN.
Hey, Ray.
There he is.
Hey, Sid.
Dan, we missed you.
Missed you too.
OMG, Dan, I missed your face.
I missed you
Hey,
too,
Dan.
Hector.
I was having Dan
Okay.
withdrawals.
I was having chat withdrawals.
We
be
missed you.
honest.
He's finally back.
You talk about
Dan time is
extreme.
best time.
Thank you, Hector.
Hey,
Hey, Malls. I think we're live on the other places too. Yes, we are. Hey,
you
Layla,
okay?
Kaisha, and Emmy on YouTube. Hey, Millie,
hello, Danny
Marshmallow,
boy, I hope you rested well.
Rose, and Maya on Twitch.
People have been asking Parker and Dean where you're at. Did you enjoy your break?
What have they said? What?
Hi. Dan the man is back. Dan, boy, do you have a lot to talk about, LMAO.
I know.
Did you have a good week?
It was okay.
That they have no idea, lol.
Yeah, I don't know why people would
I've
think
been
they
wondering
would.
where you been. Yay, hey, Dan. Time to see how MAGA defends Trump's stance on Gaza. Skibbity.
Well,
Danathy.
the
We are so
thing
bad.
about it is, I've actually realized something over my break. The problem is that MAGA doesn't actually care about hypocrisy. MAGA doesn't care about actually making their own lives better. MAGA just enjoys owning the libs. Their entire life is dedicated to hate. Now, there are people that voted for Trump that I imagine are regretting their vote, which I wouldn't say are MAGA. They're just people that voted for Trump for various reasons.
Genuinely,
But
no.
Thank you so much. But the people that are MAGA do not care. They're going to justify. So Trump recently said about the tariffs, there will be some short-term pain, but it'll be worth it. They're going to justify it. They were screaming about, oh, Joe Biden doesn't care about the record inflation. And now Trump wants to raise prices. They don't mind. They don't care. The reality is, people that consider themselves MAGA, so Trump supporters rather than Trump voters, these people don't care. They're in a cult. Nothing Trump does will change their mind. So when someone said, how are they going to justify Gaza? Well, they never cared about Gaza. The people that cared about Gaza were the leftists, right? The MAGAs would pretend to care. They'd say, oh, well, no new wars under Trump, and Trump's going to end all the wars. They don't care. They're open to imperialism. Yes, invade Canada, invade Panama, invade Gaza. They don't care. And I'd love to hear if any MAGA wants to disagree with that, if you want to dispute that. Because as of right now, the only promise that Donald Trump has kept is the mass deportations, which, by the way, if you support, you're not only economically illiterate, but like morally bankrupt. Every single other promise he has backtracked on, thrown out the window, not to mention the danger of the stuff that he didn't even promise and he's just doing. Just out of nowhere, just pulling out of his ass. You know what? 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Our greatest allies. He bragged in his first term about the USMCA, right? He negotiated a multinational trade agreement, and now he's going back on it, implementing 25% tariffs. Canada is our biggest ally. These are our two biggest trading partners. And for what? What is the reason? When they asked him, hey, so what concessions would you like? No concessions. And then he says something so economically illiterate. He says, Canada and Mexico are ripping us off, particularly Canada, because we're in a trade deficit. I don't know if y'all know this, but a trade deficit is actually not a bad thing. A trade deficit means that our country is doing better than the other country. It doesn't mean that he says in the same breath, oh, we have a trade deficit and that's increasing the debt. That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. All right, we're going to go to our first guest. If you're MAGA, come up and defend yourself. Otherwise, be ashamed of yourself. I'm in a trade deficit with my grocery store. He says words the MAGA hears and has a negative sounding word and go, yeah, welcome. The Deg, you sound like you're deep in the cult. Request up. Hold on. You know what? I don't wait for requests anymore. I'm requesting people up. Post a dumb comment, come up and defend yourself. Use your words. Impeach the Mavericks GM. Hi, welcome up.
A little snowflake.
Wow, that's an interesting way to start the conversation. So you said you were trying to bring up Joe Biden about like revealing information. You want to talk about that?
Which part do you want me to bring up? The part that he bragged about firing the prosecutor and his son's business dealings when he was involved with his son's business dealings? The part where he pardoned his whole family for being criminals?
Mm-hmm.
But he forgot one thing. He forgot to pardon himself. His ass is grass. We're going to be lawnmowers.
What? Did you download that speech? Where it sounds like it was pre-prepared. Okay, so Donald Trump. Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Donald Trump pardoned people that assaulted police officers. Is that okay with you?
Donald Trump just banned.
Donald Trump pardoned. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask the question again. Donald Trump pardoned people that assaulted police officers. Is that okay with you? Hunter Biden's crime was filling out an ATF form wrong. Donald Trump pardoned people that assaulted police officers. So I need a yes or no. Is that okay with you?
Sure. They didn't commit crimes.
Oh, assaulting a police officer is not a crime?
Oh, like the immigrants did up in New York? The illegal immigrants?
We can talk about that in a second. Oh, I'm sorry. We can talk about that in a second. Is assaulting a police officer a crime?
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
Thank you, Dan. Is assaulting and that's a runner. We got a runner, chat. That's one. That MAGA has no leg to stand on anymore. This is actually, it's really, I don't know how these debates are going to go anymore, right? Maybe I can talk to like Jill Stein voters about how they threw Palestinians under the bus for their own moral superiority. Maybe I could talk to like moderate Democrats / Republicans that were conned and think like, oh, you know what? I probably should have. How am I going to talk to MAGA? There's no defense to anything that Donald Trump has done. None. I think this is the end of the line. We can't do debates with these people, right? Off a singular piece of pushback. Hey, he pardoned people that assaulted police officers. Can you defend that? He runs away. Let's go to the next one. Cops love Trump. Get over it. Oh, wait. Nope. I'm requesting. Request up. Let's talk about it. I sent you a request. You're not saving the chat. Come on. Let's hear it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hi, welcome up.
Hello?
Yeah, are you in the club?
Oh, I just wanted to say that you are a great person. I love what you do. I support your content.
Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome up.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So, what did you want to ask?
Let's.
You want to start from where the last gentleman left off?
Sure. Yeah, we can start there. Are you okay with Donald Trump pardoning people that assaulted police officers?
Yeah, after they served a 4-year sentence, I'm fine with it.
Oh, so you are the person that determines sentencing guidelines? Like you're okay. 4 years is enough. You assault a police officer. 4 years is enough based on your vibes.
Yep.
Okay. Now, do you think he would have pardoned them, he would have pardoned them sooner if he had won the 2020 election? Like if they had overturned it?
That's a hypothetical. We got to talk about what happened, not what could have happened. So go ahead.
Okay, copy. So I personally don't think pardons should be made available to people who assaulted police officers. I back the blue. I respect the police. It's clear you don't. But we could talk about any other topic you'd like. I genuinely think this president is indefensible on every single action. So wherever you want to go, I'm willing to talk about it.
Well, everything that he's done in the last 2.5 weeks, Biden has not done in 4 years, and neither did Obama. So what is the issues that you have with what he did?
Okay. You know why Biden and Obama didn't do these things? Because they're incomprehensible. Why would Biden and Obama threaten 25% tariffs on our largest trading partners, our allies? Why would they do that? And then back down immediately when the stock market starts to react?
Okay, well, the stock market's got nothing to do with it. Stock market goes up 500,000 points all the time, up and down. When it goes down,
no. The stock market reacted to the tariff announcement. And if you don't think so, then you genuinely don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, sure. Okay, fine. But the fact is that now's the time to buy stocks. But no, the 25% tariff was never meant to be put in. It was used as a negotiating tool to get those people to the table. And it worked.
What did we get?
Because what did you get? You got people actually at the border that weren't there, even though Obama or Biden said that they were supposed to be there, but they never showed up, and the money didn't show up from the other side. Canada didn't send people down, and then he actually came on camera. Canada actually came on camera and said we've secured the 1.5 billion, I think it was, for the border in order to stop the fentanyl. Somebody mentioned that, well, they stopped 20 pounds. You know what? That's enough to wipe out a state.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you real quick. Where is your evidence that the 10,000 troops didn't show up?
That would be CNBC.
CNBC. Okay, so CNBC. We're gonna pull that up right now. CNBC. 10,000.
سويتوا كل شيء مزبوط بس حكموني.
Thank you so much, whoever sent that. CNBC. All right, so President Donald Trump paused for a month new 25% tariffs on goods entering the United States from Mexico. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum agreed to immediately send 10,000 soldiers to a country's border to prevent the trafficking of fentanyl and other drugs. The announcement came 2 days after Trump slapped 25% tariffs on goods, as well as 10% on goods from China. Yeah, where does it say here that these
should be on there? I found it on there.
Can you tell me the name of the article? Because that's not what I'm saying.
No, I read a lot of articles. I couldn't pinpoint it that close. You can go on to something else if you want.
Well, I mean, you can take a couple minutes and pull up the name for me. I'd really appreciate it because maybe I'm wrong.
No, I'm being honest with you. I know I read it there, but I don't remember what article it was.
I'm not doubting.
So no, I'm not either. So you know what? Leave it. I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
Okay. So the other things that you mentioned that you said, the things Trump has been doing in the past 2 weeks, Biden and Obama never did. Yeah. Why would Biden and Obama threaten to take over Gaza and ethnically cleanse the region? Why would they do that?
They never did.
Yeah. You're saying that you were bragging, saying that Trump is doing things that Biden and Obama never did in their.
That's correct.
Yeah. Why would Obama or Biden do that? Isn't that a bad thing?
No.
Oh, it's not a bad thing. You think we should take over Gaza?
No. Let me tell you what they're going to do because I think it's being misread. When I watched it last night, I watched it a couple of times. Yes, he's going to take over Gaza, but for the security of the region. They've been fighting for 2,000 years. Nobody wants to talk about that. They just talk, well, they've been doing it for 70 years. 2,000 years they've been trying to take Israel out. That's a fact. You can look that up, and I won't tell you where because I'm not going to do your homework. But the fact is that Trump was trying to come up with a way to solve the problem once or forever. And you know what? It probably won't. But he wants to get rid of Hamas or let Israel take Hamas out of the picture. You have to take them out. It's like taking out the mustache man. You got to take them out because they'll never be happy. Level the playing field, level that country out, put up some homes that those Palestinian people deserve to be in and give them a peaceful place to live in. If you go to Israel, all the nations surrounding Israel go into and out of Israel every day. They go in to visit, they go in, it's just the way it is over there. But unfortunately, and I don't know why, they all hate each other. But when they get into Israel, they tend to find peace. I don't know how it works. Don't ask me. I don't know. But the fact is that if you take the Palestinians who deserve to have a place to live and give it back to them and give them a government.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Give it back to them is not what he proposed. He's proposing removing
No. He was giving them the option to go wherever they wanted to go. He said that includes the Palestinians. They can go back in. Re-listen to the broadcast because he said that. He said they can go back in. Anybody who wants to go back in can go back in if they want to. But he wants to give them a safe place to live. Because a lot of people said, well, they don't want to leave. Well, you want to live under a rock.
We'll watch it together. Hold on. We'll watch it together. We're going to watch it together. Okay, so was it an interview?
No, it was during a press conference last night that he had with Bibi. I don't know where it was. It might have been toward the end.
All right, here we go.
I also strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades and so bad for the people anywhere near it, and especially those who live there, and frankly, who's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time. Being in its presence just has not been good, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there and lived a miserable existence there. Instead, we should go to other countries of interest with humanitarian hearts, and there are many of them that want to do this, and build various domains that will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza, ending the death and destruction and, frankly, bad luck. This can be paid for by neighboring countries of great wealth. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12. It could be numerous sites, or it could be one large site. But the people will be able to live in comfort and peace, and we'll make sure something really spectacular is done. They're going to have peace. They're not going to be shot at and killed and destroyed like this civilization of wonderful people has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site.
Do you agree with that? We'll keep watching the clip. Do you agree the only reason Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is because there's no other alternative and not because it's their home?
I don't know. I have to talk to a Palestinian to find out what their personal view is on it. You know what? It's their strip of land. Let them have it. Let them have it.
All right.
And they, I don't think they have the capability to build it themselves. Maybe they do. If they do, that's great. But like he said, get all the countries around there to chip in, pay for this so it doesn't come out of our pocket, because we're going to be giving them the security.
You're misinterpreting what he's saying. He is not offering to rebuild Gaza for Palestinians.
Listen, if you get anything else out of that besides Palestinians going back, then you're fooling yourself.
Okay, let me finish the clip. Let me finish the clip.
Go ahead, finish it.
Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. I'm hopeful that this ceasefire could be the beginning of a larger and more enduring peace that will end the bloodshed and killing once and for all.
What does "can't go back" mean to you?
Go back to the way it was. Go back to the killing. Go ahead, keep going.
With the same goal in mind, my administration has been moving quickly to restore trust in the alliance and rebuild American strength throughout the region. And we've really done that. We're a respected nation again. A lot's happened in the last couple of weeks. We are actually a very respected nation again.
Yeah, Trump likes to rant.
Ramble.
Go ahead.
That's the word you're looking for.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So
was that all of it?
That was the clip I found. Do you want to watch more of it? What are we missing?
What? Well, you seem to want to hear the word Palestinians could go back, and that's exactly what I heard. But I think it's someplace in there because I heard him say it. But he's definitely referring to the Palestinians going back.
Well, he specifically said they can't go back.
Not the way it is. They can't go back the way it is.
Okay, so Trump's plan is for the U.S. to take over Gaza and to remove the Palestinians that are there right now.
Fix it, and then they can go back in and live if they want, and they probably will. And they can. And he said they'll have to choose a government that they want to be governed by. You know, after all 2,000 years, a century, we got to do something different than what's been going on. And you know, I don't know if it'll work because, like I said, they want to wipe Israel off the map. That's a fact. We know that. If you were around in 48, you knew that. So, I mean, you know, come on.
Okay, so you would rather.
I know you'll hear it if you listen to the whole thing. You will hear that word mentioned. So,
What word exactly?
no, yeah, I was around since 53. Somebody just made a comment.
Hold on, I'll pull up the transcript. That way we can just control F. What word are we looking for?
You want to hear the word Palestinian.
What?
You're telling me. That's what you're saying to me. You want to know that he's saying the Palestinians can go back.
I want to know whether or not he's planning on the United States taking over Gaza and removing Palestinians, because that is the proposal.
Israel's going to take Hamas out. They got to. They have to be, just like taking out the mustache man. They got to go.
Hold on. Are you just ignoring what I said and what Trump said? The United States will take over Gaza.
Okay.
Yeah. And they will remove the Palestinians that are there.
Right.
Yeah. That's
build
good.
it back up. Why isn't it good? Somebody's got to build that part of the nation back up. And what's the last piece of it is that we're going to end up having a base there. Just like we have in Japan, just like we have in Europe, so across half of the world, we have bases in every country after World War II to secure the areas that the bases are in. It's going to be no difference in Gaza. If we got a base in Gaza, once it's rebuilt and those people go back to live there, do you really think people are going to mess around with the United States base being there? I don't think so.
I really didn't think that I'd be having to argue against imperialism in 2025, but I guess here we are. So why can't we just negotiate? He was supposed to be this amazing deal maker.
I know.
Why can't we negotiate some kind of two-state solution where there's a ceasefire? We're already in the process of a ceasefire. Why are we now taking over Gaza? That's what I want to know.
Dan, it's the only way it'll work because it hasn't worked in the past. So they have to do something different. Yeah, I agree with you. We shouldn't be over there, but it's the only way they're going to get it to work. If they rebuild it, they get rid of Hamas and they rebuild it, they're just going to end up in the same pile of shit that they've been in.
Like it worked in Afghanistan or like it worked in Iraq? When has the U.S.'s involvement in the Middle East, when has the U.S.'s involvement in the Middle East led to long-standing prosperity? Let's be real
Never
here.
has.
Why are we? If this was proposed, but
Dan, listen.
Be intellectually honest with me. If this was proposed by Joe Biden, you'd be screaming at the top of your lungs about U.S. troops on the ground in the Middle East.
No, I wouldn't. No,
you wouldn't.
I would give Biden a break. No, I wouldn't. I'm being honest with you. If Biden even could think about something like that, it wouldn't bother me at all. But Biden wasn't able to think about anything. But the fact is that something has to change. We have the opportunity to change that. Okay. I don't know why we did things the way we've done in the past, but with Trump, we're going to be doing it different. And that's what's different about Trump. He's not, he never came in, he ran as a Republican because he had to. But if you notice, all the Democrats or all the Republicans that are behind him, that are in his cabinet, most of them were Democrats. They know what the Democrats are trying to do.
I don't know why you would say that. There's two. It's Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, and they're not even in the cabinet yet. I don't know why you would say that. That's still not true. In fact, most of the people that are in his cabinet are not just Republicans. They are so far to the right that Republicans are scared of them. They're actual neo-Nazis.
But that's why I like Trump, because when he came down that staircase, wait a minute, listen me up now. When he came down that staircase in 2016, no, I'm laughing over that. When he came down that staircase. Yeah, I'll leave it a minute. When he came down that staircase in 2016, there wasn't a Democrat that liked him, and half of the Republicans couldn't stand him. And that's why I said, I'm voting for that guy because he's got a different way of thinking about it because what we've been doing sucks.
I need you to understand that if Hitler came down that staircase, the same thing would have happened. Would you have voted for him for that reason?
No.
All the Democrats hate Hitler.
No.
Why not?
No.
You need to understand that just because people in power hate somebody doesn't mean that that's the person to vote for. It could be they're like, oh shit, he's a fascist, he's bad for this country, and we had 4 years of him. Excuse me, we had 8 years because he was also trying to steal an election over the past 4 years. We had 8 years of watching his actions and determining that. And if you weren't in such a cult, you would have determined, oh shit, maybe they were right to hate him. The idea that, Tulsi Gabbard, the actual Russian asset, and RFK, who has worms for brains, flipped over to Republican means that now Trump is the good option. The fact that the Republican Party had to fall in line because every time they didn't, they got voted out by the cult members does not mean he's doing something right. Okay? Might does not make right.
77
million people
votes,
are wrong. Yes, that's correct. 77 million people are wrong.
Listen,
that's right.
Dan, listen. I got to give it to you. This is your live. You can think what you want. You can say what you want. I'm just telling you my opinion about the whole thing. I really think that the Democrats are really barking up the wrong tree, and they're.
You did get kicked by the Dino vote. Thank you, Sav. Thank you, Miles. Thank you, Bonds. I have a clip I really need to quickly play that was sent by Sonia. Sonia, thank you for the $1.
In a presidency made up of days full of so many headlines
on this one, sorry.
Well, I said it, and he said it very well. It's a campaign of pressure to see if we can get something done. He doesn't want to do what some people think will automatically.
All right, here we go.
Follow up on what you were saying about the Gazans leaving Gaza, going to other countries. One, where exactly are you suggesting that they should go? And two, are you saying they should return after it's rebuilt? And if not, who do you envision living there?
I envision a world, people living there, the world's people. I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable. And I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world.
Who was that last guest? Are you still watching? I really hope you are.
Will be there, and they'll live there. Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will live there. But they've tried the other, and they've tried it for decades and decades and decades. It's not going to work. It didn't work. It will never work. And you have to learn from history. History has, you just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed that live there now can live in peace in a much better situation because they're living in hell. And those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestinians mostly we're talking about. And I have a feeling that despite them saying no, I have a feeling that the king in Jordan and that the general president, but that the general in Egypt will open their hearts and will give us the kind of land that we need to get this done. And people can live in harmony and in peace.
Okie dokie. We're going to go to our next guest shortly. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also trying to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen, and we're going to go to our next guest now. Hello, you tabbed out?
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, so I want to ask you, if the only way to ban abortion would be to bring back human suffering, would you do that?
To bring back what?
If the only way to ban abortion was to bring back human suffering, would you do that?
Bring back human suffering?
Yeah, would you ban abortion?
Where did human suffering go? I'm a little confused here. Did we put an end to human suffering? Carter? Hello? Okay. I'll give him a second to recompose that question, I suppose. So chat, I think we were away for almost a week. Maybe it was a week, and he's gone. Maybe it was a week. I will say that this is the longest I've been away from you guys since we started doing these lives back in August, and I kind of went through withdrawals. I really missed all of you, and I'm happy to be back. Carter's a runner. He's gone. We're going to the next guest.
Obama.
Thank you, Coffee. Oh, I missed some gifts before because I was tabbed out. Hold on. Miles Vaughn, Sav, thank you. And then I also missed oh, it was Sav that sent the Traveling USA. Thank you so much, Sav. All right, here we go. Next guest. Thank you, Claudine. Also, Twitch and YouTube. I forget you guys exist a lot, but I do see you now. I love you guys. Oh, announcement. I think we're officially a YouTube partner, which I didn't even think was possible that quickly, but here we are. I got to start posting stuff on YouTube. Thank you so much, Lorenzo. All right, guest not connecting. We're going to go to the next guest. Too many commercials on Twitch. Is there? I don't even see the Twitch stream. I just see the Twitch chat. Hope your health is improving, Dan. I guess. Ads on both. Hi, welcome up.
Hello. Hey, I have one question. Cause my friends are all Trump supporters, and there's one thing that they think is like mad important, and think is the reason why they hate Biden, and it's because of the pullout in Afghanistan during Biden's term. I don't know what to say to them. Like I don't understand how I can make them like believe that it wasn't like that bad of Biden. You know what I mean?
I got you. So,
all right, thank you.
First of all, that pullout strategy was negotiated by Donald Trump. He negotiated directly with the Taliban, released 5,000 Taliban fighters, and those fighters freed the ISIS-K fighter that did the terrorist attack that killed 13 service members. So
okay,
yeah.
Thank you so much. That's all I had to ask.
No problem. Now
I don't know how to leave.
No, I got you. Hold on, I got a couple more points.
Okay,
another point is that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are different people. Kamala Harris was the one running, so bringing that up is kind of silly. That's number two. Number three, Donald Trump continued to kick the can down the road because he didn't have the balls to go through with his plan himself, and he wanted the next administration to have to deal with it.
Okay.
So yeah, if they don't get any of that and they're still upset about the Afghanistan pullout, then tell them that their mother should have pulled out. So.
All right. Thank you so much.
Father. Well, you know what? It's 2025. All right, we're going to the next guest. New Twitch subscriber. Thank you, new Twitch subscriber. You know what? Hell yeah. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing good. So, quick question. So, I have a few friends that are also Trump supporters, and they believe like the Elon Musk takeover that's going on right now is just a scam for everybody that's in political party right now for a uh, money laundering, and I don't understand the whole thing. Like, to me, that's like a direct line of breach of contract. Like, how can a regular citizen be involved with our governmental entities at all?
Oh, not breach of contract. You mean conflict of interest?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think the idea that Donald Trump has the richest man on earth fucking nosing around in the payment systems for our federal employees, for our citizens, it genuinely is horrifying. I think if this were the case like 10 years ago, both Democrats and Republicans would be aligned on how bad this was. But because Trump can do no wrong, people are just going along with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Um, really quick, Chad, I just need to fix my sources on Twitch. The patience meter should come up there. I kind of screwed up the layout on Twitch and YouTube. I'm sorry, guys. I'll fix it later. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Oh wait, the meter's not that low. Hold on, I got y'all. That was just the holdover from last time. Does anyone remember the last live? I was not okay. All right. I just spent $8 more for eggs. Well, eggs going up now is like a nuanced economic situation, whereas eggs going up under Biden was strictly because Joe Biden pressed the egg raise button.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hi, how are you doing? So no, I actually had a question because I've been on a few lives with right wingers, and specifically on the topic of tariffs. I've noticed that a lot of the times that now that we currently discuss tariffs, it's usually used as a economic like tool to try to make countries bend to our will. But if like we remember in the beginning of the campaign for Trump, it
Thanks,
was
Obama.
solely
Thanks,
based
Obama.
off of sorry. It was solely based off of bringing jobs back into America, and I feel like we just forgot about that argument, and we kind of give it past some Republicans, which I think is so wild. Like I heard it in my class today. That, I don't know. I just wanted to know what you thought about it.
Yeah. So the reality is that argument never made sense because so many of these jobs were never coming back, regardless
Absolutely.
of the tariffs we implement. So they're now having to pivot to a different argument, which essentially, by the way, the argument that we would do targeted tariffs towards certain countries rather than industries is essentially arguing for sanctions rather than tariffs. But the reason they have to pivot is because it's clear. Like it'll be so clear when the jobs don't come back that that they couldn't go with that reason. Now that he's in office, they'd have to pivot to something else. So that's why they're going with we want them to do what we want. And in this case, they're doing things that they were already pledged to do, but it still gives Trump this W for his sheep.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I
Yeah,
just
no
wanted
problem.
to hear enjoy the vids. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Quick update. So for those that were wondering where I was, so we got banned on, was it Tuesday or Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday. We got banned for 3 days, but I was already planning on being away over the weekend because I was going to a big Yu-Gi-Oh tournament for my day job. And but now I'm back, and I really want to start posting a lot more on YouTube. I talked to an editor like 2 weeks ago, and I said I will get back to them in an hour, and it's been 2 weeks. But I will. No, it was a Yu-Gi-Oh Championship Series. But I will do my best to post a lot more content because I know that I can't be live enough to be there for you guys, but at least if there's some videos, it'd be cool. Because I got so many freaking messages from people who missed the lives, and I mean, I don't. The biggest common denominator was like, your lives keep me sane, and I find that interesting because I think my lives are driving me insane. I think I'm slowly losing my grip on my own sanity, but if it's helping you guys, then I will do my best to be live as consistent as before, and also posting more videos. So we're gonna go to our next guest. Go Lexav.
How you doing, Dan?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I am a friendly. I just wanted to pop in and say almost 800 people in here, 83,000 likes, 30 taps each. We get to 100K. But I also wanted to say, on a serious note, you're doing a great job, as always. But to anybody else who comes on to like Debate Talk, goes into whether it's, Trump lives, anything like that, I feel like we treat him very lightly. A lot, not you specifically, Dan, but a lot of people who go in here treat him like, oh, can you believe he said this? Can you believe he said that? I think especially now with what he's just said about Gaza, we need to treat it more seriously. And I know you do treat it very seriously, but this is for all the other friendlies out there who sometimes go into these Debate Talk lives as like, oh my God, can you believe he said this? Can you believe he said that? I think it's 2 weeks in, and the things he's done so far, unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, nothing he says or does is going to surprise me. But the question, I need them to start either owning the position or conceding. I just can't let them slide on, well, we'll see what happens. No, hold on. Are you okay with the United States taking over Gaza? And if they are, then that's horrifying. And if they're not, then why is Trump doing it? Why is he not doing what he promised for you guys, which was lowering grocery prices? So yeah, and I recognize now, this is the past couple weeks, I recognize now that we're gonna get much fewer debate requests because it's hard. Realizing. It's hard for somebody to concede. It really is, but I just can't. I can't let people continue to live in their delusion. Either they're gonna wake up or they're gonna own the fact that they're a bad person.
Exactly. Yeah, and I will say that's a big reason why I do love your lives specifically. You, Santana, you guys push it. You guys push the issue, and you don't let people run away. And if they do, we got some funny little dono sounds for when they do run away. So no, but everybody, 30 likes each. We get to 100. Oh, we're already at 100.
Oh, we're there. Thank you so much.
Huge. All right. Well, Dan, have a great rest of your night, my friend.
You as well. Good night. Okay. Somebody argued with me that Doge was going to make up for the lack of tariffs. Listen, the moment Doge starts touching military spending, we'll talk. But as of right now, oh my God. Okay, so nobody has really asked me why Trump is a bad leader yet, even though that's the caption. Are we going to ever talk about the fact that, I'll just pull it up. Hold on. Obviously people are talking about this, but this is something that if this plane crash happened under Biden, we would be talking about it for 4 full years. We'd be talking about it for 4 full years. Like the Afghanistan pullout that they talked about for 4 full years. The idea that we're not going to see the effects of just firing key people is insanity. First of all, a major commercial plane crash in 2025 is unheard of, and it's, number one, very sad. I think there's 65 people died, and number two, what makes it sadder is how preventable it was. The fact that Trump's first initial reaction was to 67. The first initial reaction was to blame DEI is really something. This is part of the reason I call him a bad leader. He will simply never take responsibility for anything. He will always try to brush it off on something else. You didn't do something in your first term. It was the deep state. You didn't do something in your second term. It was the Democrats. Like, no matter what, he's never at fault. Nothing. The buck stops with. You know the phrase, "the buck stops with me." That doesn't apply to him because he's a man baby. So, yeah, this is not just going to affect the airline industry. This is going to affect every aspect of our lives. We have the FDA, which is potentially on Doge's chopping block, right? The FDA and funding going towards research for recalls and stuff like that. We're going to see more food recalls. We're going to see more foodborne illness. This is going to go through the Health and Human Services, especially for RFK. Like, this is stuff that is going to affect our lives in more than just the major ways, right? Ignoring major wars, ignoring major tax policy. This is stuff that is just going to reduce all of our quality of lives, except for the top 1%, over the coming decade, maybe, depending on how widespread it is. Except we won't see the recalls because he doesn't want it communicated to the public. Oh, yeah, that's another thing, too. Yeah, I mean, the reality is the Trump agenda right now is the opposite of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Then you have a hype train on Twitch. Thank you guys for the hype train on Twitch. I don't know what that means, but I love you guys. Elon said we should get rid of every single regulation they get in the way of business. Yeah, so the reality is, listen, if you're a Trump supporter, right, and you're welcome with sacrificing your health and well-being to pad the pockets of the top 1%, then just be open about it, right? Just throw their boots and let us know. Because trying to say that it's about grocery prices or trying to say that it's about no new wars, it's bullshit. You know it's bullshit. This is not going to lower anybody's prices. This is just going to make the rich richer.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, sorry. I am a friendly, so I'm not here to debate. But because you were talking about the plain instances and everything, first of all, I love everything that you do. I love you and Parker and Dean and Harry, Chris, all of them, Santana, Isaiah. But speaking of the plain issue, my mom, so I live, just for reference, I live in New Jersey. My mom, she's a very big Trump supporter. And her and my stepbrother went to Vegas, and I told them, I said, be careful on the plane, call me when you get there, all that stuff. And she made a joke, and she was like, oh, what do you think? A Black Hawk's going to crash into me? And I was like, Mom, that's not funny. It's not a joking matter right now. It's you have to admit what he did, and firing all those people was not a good fucking idea. And she literally looked at me. She was like, I literally have no idea what you're talking about. And I was like, how do you not know what I'm talking about? It's literally everywhere right now. It's all over the internet. And so I don't know. I just you were talking about the plane crashes and everything. And I just don't know how to, I don't know, I guess get to her, because I'm the only person in my household that voted for Kamala. I live with my mom, my brother who didn't vote, and my uncle, and they're all very right wing. But I just thought that was a very interesting concept. And I texted my best friend too, and she's like, I literally have no idea what to say to that.
Yeah, it's really something. I think I said it at the start of the live, but we're getting to the point where the cult is actually, it's being tested. It's not being tested in that they're leaving the cult or anything. It's that the stuff is so blatant that they genuinely need to, the cognitive dissonance is so horrifying that they just live in a delusion. The idea that, okay, we haven't had a major commercial airline crash in 30 years, and Trump comes in, immediately guts the FAA and the TSA, and then all of a sudden we have a major airline crash where we were already short-staffed, and now we're even more short-staffed, and they just ignore it. They don't care at all.
Exactly.
They're still talking about Hillary Clinton and Benghazi, where 4 Americans died, 67 Americans died, and they don't even care.
Exactly.
Under Trump.
So that's why I agree with what you said, why they were where you said they literally have nothing to stand on anymore, because my mom was like, I don't even know what you're talking about. And I was like, he literally fired head of TSA. He wants, actually, I said this probably was not the nicest thing to say, and I'll admit that, but I said, I thought we were never supposed to forget why TSA was implemented in the first place, and she just stared at me. And I was like, there's a reason that we weren't supposed to forget, but I guess it took them 23 years to forget.
No, I think they forgot when they voted for Donald Trump, honestly. So back in 2016, I think
But
that's when they.
anyway, just wanted to come up and throw that out there. I'm still trying to figure. I take so much information from all of your guys' lives, and I use it to like go up against my closed-minded family and everything. So I very much respect what you guys are doing. Keep doing what you're doing. Everybody, double tap the live. Support Dan. Support all of them. Anyway, I don't know how to get off of here. I'm so sorry.
I'll take care of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Fernando, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Hi Dan, I love your lives. I'm incredibly interested in making similar content, lives and videos. Any recommendations and or tips? Just be prepared for a lot of like online harassment. It's actually one of the only things that doesn't bother me about everything, but it's something that I know that like regular humans would weigh on you guys. So I would say before you want to do any kind of political content, just be ready for what's going to come in the in your inbox. Okay. What was I doing here? All right, we're going to go to our next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. We're live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. For anyone that has sent a gift or a sub or Venmo or PayPal, I really appreciate every single one of you. But the only thing I ask for from the people watching is if you could do me a favor and drop a follow. Right next to my name at the top, there should be either an orange heart or a gray heart.
Vote.
Thank you so much, Kyle. But if there's a red oval that says follow, just press that, please. All right, we're going to go to the next guest.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thank you so much for the naughty
going?
chicken. Hey, what's up?
I have a stupid question. But are you caught up at all with like the Hassan Piker and Ethan Klein drama? Like the whole content nuke thing?
I did see. I think I saw clips from that video. But basically,
Yeah.
I got the gist.
I was
Yeah.
just like, are you like a Hassan Piker fan or anything?
I haven't watched him in maybe 10 years, so I don't know. But
Oh, damn. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna get my thoughts. I guess I think Ethan Klein is like, I don't know. He's very pro-Israel, and he's basically just like pointing out that Hassan Piker isn't pro-Israel. That's basically all he was saying, and that like, I don't know. It's like he's just some like stupid claims. I don't know. But have you all heard about? Oh, sorry.
yeah, I was just gonna say from
Have you
what
heard
I
about?
saw, I think they're probably both wrong about some things. I think I'm still upset at Hassan for comparing the Houthi terrorists to Luffy. I'm really not a fan of that comparison as a big One Piece fan. But yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. He himself says that you shouldn't just like, kind of like meat ride everything a content creator says or does. Like you should be able to you should have the ability to talk speak out when they do things that aren't, acceptable. So I think sometimes it's hold on, I'm having some network connection issues. Sorry.
You're fine.
It's like lagging. Sorry. I'll come back later.
All right. Thank you. This is just influencer gossip. It is. Unfortunately, I am a bit of a chismoso, so I do kind of like the gossip, but I don't know. The Ethan Hassan thing's not doing it for me. All right, go to the next guest.
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Hey, would you be able to give me like 10 seconds?
Oh.
Up on my phone.
Yeah. Are we talking about President Musk? I mean, we were talking a little bit about it, but we haven't touched on everything yet.
Well, I guess my headphones despawn, so let me know if I have audio issues, if it echoes at all. Free to kick me off.
Okay, no, right now you're good.
I definitely. How's it going, man?
Going all right. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Man, you got 701 people on. So what exactly specifically do you want to talk about regarding Donald Trump? Do you want to talk about some of the individual policies that he passed, him specifically being a bad leader, or
Well, yeah, I just think that that there's not a single thing that he's done so far that is justifiable or defensible.
what do you
Um,
think? My apologies. I don't mean to interrupt you.
no,
What do you think about the CBP One app, the ending?
I think all it does is it whatever the opposite of streamlining is, it just makes it a little bit harder for people to seek asylum, but it doesn't change the amount of people that can seek asylum, so it's kind of irrelevant.
That's
It's just
one of
like
the
de-technologifying the process.
I mean, the issue with that is they only ask one specific question on the CBP One app. Is, for example, are you fleeing for persecution? It made it very easy for people to be able to come into the country. And obviously, at the end of the day, we want to have a good stream of immigration. But the fact is, it gave people a court date about 7 to 8 years in the future, gave them temporary protective status, and depending on what state they lived in, they got EBT cards, food stamps. So, I mean, that was just my issue with it. Is
So
we're not even looking at making them actual citizens. Continue.
So let's put aside the fact that I think there are more questions than that. Whatever questions are asked, whether it's 1, whether it's 10, they're the exact same questions that are asked when someone seeks asylum in person. It's the same exact thing. It does not make the process less stringent. It just is a technological advancement that we were using and now we're not.
Well, think about it this way as well. What would incentivize people to click no? Are you fleeing for persecution? Typically, most of the time, it is economic reasons, and we don't allow that as a country. So when the people do come over due to economic reasons, and they have an easy access where they don't really have to go through a port of entry, and now all of a sudden they fill out the CBP One app, and they just click yes, and now all of a sudden they do have a court date 7 to 8 years in the future. The one thing is about 83%, I think correct me if I'm wrong, according to Homeland Security, about 83% of them actually do get a court removal of order to be removed from the country. What do you think about deportation?
I think mass deportation of people that are already living in the country is a really bad idea.
I think we might find more common ground than I think. For example, I definitely think, like, for example, when we talk about who we should actually focus on first, it should definitely be the people who are actual criminal threats. And we saw the Homeland Security numbers of how many people actually came into the country. Now, regarding that, do you think that Trump will do a better job than Kamala?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Okay, continue.
Welcome in, Pickles Raiders. Thank you all so much for joining. Just give me 1 second. I want to move that right there. So Donald Trump only had 2 policies. Well, he was only proposing 2 policies, quote unquote, relating to immigration when he was running for president. Number 1 was mass deportations, which it sounds like you aren't exactly a fan of, just like me. And number 2 is building the wall, which doesn't solve the problem of the loose asylum-seeking process, doesn't stop the problem of visa overstays, or and doesn't stop the problem of people just going underneath or over the wall. It's actually a very, very dumb solution to our immigration problem. Now, Kamala Harris, on the other hand, supported the bipartisan border bill that was proposed by Senator Lankford, which would have not only made the asylum-seeking process more restrictive, welcome in, Pickles Raiders, not only made the asylum-seeking process more restrictive, but it would have also provided funds to adjudicate these claims faster. So rather than people waiting years for their court date, it would be less than 6 months. So this is all stuff that would reduce the major issue right now, which is people taking advantage of the asylum-seeking process. And if you are worried about the people coming over the border, that bill also provided funds for hiring additional people to guard the border. So all of that legislation is really what we need. We haven't had comprehensive immigration legislation in 4 decades. But Donald Trump just wants to mass deport people that are working, paying taxes, and trying to live their lives. That's why I think Kamala would do a better job, because she actually planned on focusing on legislation to resolve the issue rather than just, the stuff that gets clicks.
And for sure, yeah, we could talk about Donald Trump specifically in Congress and how he can't get stuff passed. But specifically, when we do talk about the bipartisan border bill, I think it is knowledgeable to at least admit that in the first bill that they did present, they did, how much was it? $65 billion for Ukraine.
Irrelevant,
I don't know
because
what
when they separated the bill, that Ukraine funding passed on its own, so totally irrelevant.
But yeah, still, it still did allow about 5,000.
Well, I think you're covering your mic.
Yeah, that's the issue with my phone is I don't know if my microphone's clogged. That's why I got to use headphones. Sometimes it'll cut out. So appreciate you. But pretty much what I was saying before is the issue with that is since we've already let in about 10 million people into the country and we're giving them benefits, the issue with that is that when you allow 5,000 encounters at the border, when we haven't even started deportations yet, yes, you're setting a cap on something that should be capped. But the issue is there's a lot more stuff in that physical bill that has nothing to do with, the bipartisan border bill.
Do you know what an encounter is?
I think, real quick, one last point. I think you did make a good point talking about that. I think everybody can stand for actually hiring more asylum claim judges so people can get through faster. But the issue is I think we just should have had better priorities. But yeah, repeat the question.
Yeah, so you're saying that it caps it at 5,000 encounters. So an encounter isn't letting someone in. An encounter includes turnaways. An encounter includes people that aren't being let in. So, and right now it's unlimited. And worse so is that it's continuing to be unlimited because Donald Trump doesn't care about legislation. He just wants to be cruel and mass deport people. Like the argument against, that cap isn't big enough, let's have no cap, is ludicrous.
Well, the issue with the bill, like I mentioned before, is they first allocated the introduction saying, hey, we're going to fund Ukraine. And the bill's 247 pages. There's so much other stuff in the bill that allocates towards not just, hey, let's increase defense spending on the border.
This is irrelevant, though, because they separated it into a standalone bill and it still got blocked. All of that other stuff got passed on its own. So, this is not
only the Ukraine part. The Ukraine part got put into a second bill. The other stuff included inside the bill as well, like the 5,000 people encounters at the border, it was still in the bipartisan border bill.
Wait, yeah, that's a good thing. Hold on. Do you think that...
No, because we got to focus on the people who already came into the country that we have to remove, because we have a court order of removal to be able to take them outside the country.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to walk you through this for a second. Right now, there is no border bill being proposed by Republicans, Trump, anything. Okay? There's no border bill. Okay? So what the cap is now is unlimited. An unlimited amount of people can be encountered at the border. This would have made it so that if the average of people being encountered at the border was 5,000 a day, it gave the president the power to shut down the border for X period of time. Whereas right now, the president does not have that power without Title 42, which has expired. So even if you don't like that provision because it's not strict enough, it's still better than no provision.
But also, when we reinstated Remain in Mexico, I think people should have to wait for asylum over in the country of origin. And for example, the 5,000 daily encounters, it's not accounting for the 10 million people you already let inside the country. It's almost like putting a Band-Aid on the problem. Hey, we're going to still allow this amount of people to be encountered at the border. I think we should hold it. I really think that we should deport these people first.
You're covering your mic. Okay. So Remain in Mexico was majorly not for people from Mexico. It was from migrants from other countries. So the idea that they should just remain across the border and be subject to the violence that exists there is asinine. First of all, it affects like 70. It has affected 70,000 migrants. Very, very small number in the grand scheme of things. Second of all, those that did remain in Mexico were subject to cartels, not only like robbing them but raping them, and it was a horrible thing. Not to mention the fact that the Mexican government said we don't want to do that anymore. So I don't know why people even bring up Remain in Mexico. It's like negligible in the grand scheme of things, and it doesn't hurt us to keep them here while they wait. It really doesn't. I don't know why it's this big fear that, oh no, they might pay some taxes. So anyway, let's put that aside. You're saying that the 5,000 cap on encounters is just a Band-Aid, right? Donald Trump has no band-aid. It's an open wound under Donald Trump.
Well, no, because he actually fixed the problem by reinstating Remain in Mexico. He ended the CBP One app, which made it so easy to be able to claim asylum real quick. And let me ask you a quick question. What do you think about the Biden administration in 2023? Man, that made me jump. I'm not finna lie. That just popped up and started yelling. But what do you think about in 2023 when the Biden administration ended the contract with Bode Technologies to end DNA testing at the...
I don't have any opinion on that.
I mean, I think it's a major problem for our country, especially when we look at the Homeland Security numbers of about 320,000 kids.
Okay, so what you just said is a complete lie. I'm sorry that you got it from Twitter. It's this very, very common talking point. That's just
you can look at homelandsecurity.gov.
Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. The 320,000 children. The 320,000 children you're referring to, 291,000 of them just didn't get their court order. They're not lost.
Would you be able to repeat it? It cut out.
Yeah. So 291,000 of those 300,000 children that you're talking about didn't receive their court date. They're not lost. They're being spun as lost by Republicans because they like to fearmonger and trick people like you, but they're not lost at all. They just didn't get their court date.
No, and the point that I'm trying to make is when you look at these actual numbers...
No, I need you to reply to what I just said. Do you acknowledge that the number you just said was false?
No, because it's not false.
Okay,
Let me tell
I'll pull
you
it up
why.
for you.
For example, the DNA testing program, since we don't DNA
Hold
test
on,
them,
I'll pull it
we
up
don't
for you.
actually know if they're a part of the family. So yes, quote unquote, we don't physically know if they're with the responsible family. So it is an actual number, but just because they haven't shown up to court yet doesn't mean that we know that they are a part of the family.
Okay, so you lost the kick vote, but I have to show you this before. So this is from the Department of Homeland Security. This was the exact document that you're referring to. All right. As of May 2024, ICE had not served NTA's notices to appear on more than 291,000 UCs, unaccompanied children, who therefore do not yet have an immigration court date. 291,000 is the vast majority of that 300,000 number. That is not missing children.
Well, quote unquote, when we don't have DNA testing, we don't know if they're with a trafficker, if they're somewhere else.
These are unaccompanied children.
They haven't shown up to court, so we don't know where they are.
They're with their sponsors that we vet.
No, but we don't do DNA testing on the kid. That's my whole point.
What is DNA testing on the kid gonna do? It means they're in the system, so we can't lose them?
An actual family member. So that when you do go to court and you do get a silent process, then at the end of the day, then you verify that this is actually the relationship.
UC stands for unaccompanied child. Okay. The child is unaccompanied. That means they do not have company with them. They are alone. So when they come here, right, they are assigned to a sponsor. Okay. And that's where they wait for their court date. You understand?
Actually, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
You know what? I actually that you said UC, unaccompanied.
Yeah.
I didn't know what that stood for. So I'll just be straight up honest. Yeah, that kind of went over my head.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
You know what? I appreciate you, man. All love and respect. You have a nice day.
You too. At least we got there in the end. Welcome in Pickles Raiders. Welcome in unofficial Parker Raiders. Justice for Parker. And I love pickles. Whatever else, whoever else is here. I don't know. I missed some, but I appreciate all of you for being here. And if you're here for the first time, we're live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. Also, try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. We're going to try to post... What is this Pickles thing? Pickles is another creator. Pickles GG. Pickles GGS. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. We're gonna try to post more on YouTube. We're working on it, but we've been gone for like a week. This is the longest I've not been live, so I'm a little bit out of it. But we're getting back into the groove of things. Love you all, and we're gonna go to the next guest now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, I didn't think I was gonna get on, to be honest.
Well, welcome in.
All right, I need your help a little bit. I feel like I'm running down a rabbit hole here, and I'm losing my mind a little bit.
Okay.
Do you know what ID.me is?
Sounds so familiar.
It's like the IRS uses it, and I think like government services and stuff use it.
Okay. Yes.
For like federal employees and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, do you know who the CEO of ID.me is? Probably not. He's some nobody, right? His name's Blake Hall.
Okay.
And I've just been going insane a little bit because he has some really weird and strange connections to Elon Musk. And he's literally writing articles in support of like Elon Musk and all this Doge stuff. And he has a lot of really high access to government employees and the people that use things to get permission to certain databases. He has pictures with Elon Musk. He's been hanging out with him for a while. He's literally like writing articles, dick sucking Elon, when they both have such huge like government contracts and government securities together. I just would recommend, if you've never looked up his Twitter before, it's really weird. It's him. There's a bunch of other people who are like, I think Trump might be invested in ID.me. I don't remember. And there's like someone who won The Apprentice. Or not won The Apprentice, fuck. It was someone who had worked with Trump too that owns the company. It's just a lot of really weird little stuff. If you ever get a chance to look at his Twitter, it's just weird.
Okay. I will keep that in mind. I mean, the whole Elon Musk situation is super nefarious in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I only knew about this because, well, I can't share too much. Luckily, I'm trying to do this a little anonymously. My girlfriend works for like a law firm, and she runs like a weird charitable LLC for this client that knows him personally and Blake Hall, and they have pictures with Elon Musk together, and they run around doing a lot of really weird stuff because Nevada has a lot of weird tax loopholes.
All right.
Yeah, just check it out.
Appreciate you for coming up.
All right, peace out. You have a good one, man. Keep up the good work.
You too. And what's your opinion on the Elon Musk situation? I mean, it's so frustrating. I don't even know how to talk about it. The richest man on earth now has access to the payment systems of the United States of America, payments that go out to American citizens, and he's unelected. What do we even say here? It's like supervillain shit, and we're in it. Okay. Go on to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, thank you for having me up. I just want to ask you, have you ever heard of the bill? It's HB 6001 in Tennessee. HB 6001. It's where if you're an elected official and you disagree with Donald Trump, you can face up to a Class E felony.
Oh, yes, I did see this. It's if you disagree with him on any kind of immigration policy.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is, if that's not headed towards a dictatorship, I don't know what is.
Yep. A lot of these red states are really getting very brazen with their bills. Very scary.
I just didn't know, like, if anybody had seen that and heard about that. That's all.
Yeah, I saw it over the weekend. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Dan, are you going to be on late tonight? I don't know. We'll see. I kind of wanted to have some coffee before I started the live, but I was running late because of the allergy tests. Oh, okay. Hold on. Story time, real quick. We might lose some viewers, but maybe we'll gain some. So I went to an allergist today. Okay, and I haven't been taking Zyrtec for 5 days because of this test that we're gonna do. And so I've kind of been miserable because I am allergic to cats and I have 2 cats. But it's okay because we did it. And basically, they laid me on my stomach, right? Took my shirt off, laid me on my stomach, and then they pricked me with 60 different like allergens all along my back. And then, for the ones that came up negative, they then injected my arms with that allergen to make sure that I'm negative of those things. So here's what we found out. What we already know is that I'm allergic to cats. Okay, it was my biggest allergy. It was a +4, and I think +3 is like regular, and then +1 is like mild. So it was a +4 on cats. Okay, it was a +3 on dogs. I haven't really interacted with many dogs, but I guess I'm allergic to dogs. It was also a +3 on Virginia live oak. And a +3 on, I think it was dust mites. Oh, +2 on dust mites. Yeah, and also +2 on guinea pig. I've never touched a guinea pig, but now we know. +1 on cows. Good to know, but not beef, but cows. Mold, pollen. So the only pollen is the live oak and box elder is +2, and then I think that's it. We have dust mites at a +2, cat at a +4, dog at a +3, and then the guinea pig and cattle, which are kind of irrelevant. Food allergies? I don't think I have any food allergies. So the question becomes whether we do allergy shots for the cat allergy. Well, there's a ton of live oak in Florida. Yeah, there is. There's my neighbor has a freaking oak tree that rains yellow jizz all over everybody. Do it. It's worth it. Well, right now, I'm doing okay with just the Zyrtec. And I do have them on the allergy reducing food, the Live Clear, the Purina Live Clear. But I will decide by my follow up. My follow up's in 3 months. I'll make a decision. You probably need to live in a seasonal state. I wish I could live like Trump supporters and live in a state of delusion. I would highly recommend allergy shots. It makes more of a difference than you would think. Okay. What's it do to you? So basically, allergy shots they start injecting me with allergens, and start to increase until like I build up a resistance to it. I vote Dan does a cat giveaway at 100K. I'll do a cat giveaway right now. I'm tired of these guys. Oh, we have other news. Hold on. I'm sorry. We'll get to our next guest in a second. Okay, so y'all know the feral cat that I feed outside, a Walker? I think he's deaf. I'm embarrassed that it took me like over a year to realize it. I'm pretty sure he's deaf. By the way, meditation will cure all of your allergies. No word of a lie. Not just ignoring you. No, I tested it yesterday. Oh no, he's not dead. He's not dead. What tipped unofficial? What was the tip off? Oh, it's just like I always found it weird that he can get snuck up on so easily. Like my neighbor's pit bull snuck up on him, and like if this was the cat, this was Walker, and I'm the pit bull. That's when Walker realized it, and he just jumped in the air. And I also saw on the camera like an opossum sneak up on him. So it's always been a little weird that he had such a lack of awareness. But then I started noticing that like when I open and close the door, he doesn't notice. It's not until I am in his line of sight. So yesterday I like tested it, and I clapped and just no movement at all, not even in his ears. The only thing he noticed was when I stomped my foot because he probably felt the reverberations. but any other sound I made, he didn't notice at all. So, maybe cat FIV, like HIV, but in cats, can affect their hearing. Yeah, I mean, I guess I wouldn't be surprised. On the plus side, did you hear what Nancy Mace said? Yes. So Nancy Mace is just openly saying slurs on the House floor now. That's just okay now. Something that I think we don't talk about enough is how bad a Trump victory is just for like societal norms. Like people are just so brazen with their bigotry. She said the F slur. No, she said TRA slur. I don't want to say it. Do you give your ferals vaccines? I haven't been able to catch Walker, but now that I know he's deaf, I can strategize a way to catch him. Is the cat white? No, it's black. For trans people, yeah. They're cheap on Amazon. Wait, what's cheap on Amazon?
Don't boo.
The vaccines? Unless something got filtered. Thank you for the level up sorts, Brian. All right, go to the next guest. I can help you with the TNR trap neuter return. Okay, yeah. Feel free to message me about that. Thank you. What's your opinion on the trans sports ban? Did they do a trans sports ban? Trump bans trans athletes in women's sports. Is that even possible for the federal government to do? I thought that was a state issue. Oh, about an hour ago. That's why I hadn't heard about it. Although I guess Trump is more of a ask for forgiveness rather than permission kind of guy. Not that he'd ever ask for forgiveness, but you know what I mean. With this executive order, the war on women's sports is over. The war. The order offers some clarity. For example, it authorizes the education department to penalize schools that allow transgender athletes to compete, citing noncompliance with Title IX, which prohibits sexual discrimination in schools. Any school found in violation could potentially be ineligible for federal funding. Targeting 0.0008% of people in the executive order is wild. Yeah, for real. What federal funding? He's getting rid of that too. The WNBA and the NBA should switch in protest.
I hate to see you.
Hi, welcome up. Idnar? Hello? Bueller? Bueller? Thank you, Odd Dragon. I appreciate that. Okay. So my thoughts on the trans sports ban. I think that the fact that the Republican Party spent $215 million in the last election to demonize like 0.5% of the population is fucking wild. I think it's become so clear that many, maybe most of the people that voted for Trump just wanted an excuse to be openly bigoted. They claimed that it was about grocery prices, but now that tariffs will raise grocery prices, now that egg prices are up and all this stuff, they don't care. They claimed that it was about, oh, well, there was no new wars under Trump. He's going to be the peaceful president. But now that Trump is threatening wars with Gaza, with Canada, with Panama. They don't care. They wanted stricter border enforcement, but there's still no bill to make the border stronger. It's just mass deportations. What else? What else did they claim that they were voting for? Oh, they said he would be a better leader, better negotiator. We've seen how well that's gone. They wanted to make America healthy again, but these cuts to the FDA will likely lead to more food recalls, more foodborne illness. And they don't care. They don't care about any of this stuff. They wanted to drain the swamp, and we have an unelected official, the richest man on earth, essentially the swamp king, nosing around in the government systems, the payments that would go out to American citizens. It's yeah, nothing he's done, except for the mass deportations, has been a fulfillment of his promises. Although I guess this transports ban is another one of his promises. So you know what? He did fulfill that one. Just so we're clear, if this was a big issue for you, you're just a bigot. The idea, like the people that cared about this stuff, I swear to God, if you ask them name name two female athletes, because they'll hit Caitlin Clark. Name two female athletes, they wouldn't be able to do it. The reality is, a lot of these people just voted to confirm their biases. They voted to be able to have an excuse to be bigoted against minorities like immigrants, trans people, and it's really unfortunate because there's a lot of good people on the left who try to give people the benefit of the doubt, and I mean it makes sense because like being on the left, you're for you're the more empathetic party. You're for helping minorities. You're for helping people that are marginalized, right? So you want to give people the benefit of the doubt, but fuck, man, it just becomes so clear when Trump like does the opposite of everything that they asked for. No wars, he does wars. Lower grocery prices, he raises grocery prices. Like when Trump does the opposite and they're all fine with it, just say it with your chest, man. You didn't like brown people. You didn't like trans people. Just say it. All right, y'all. Should I change the caption? We're at a guess. Change it to MAGA's a cult. It's so weird how they flip flop with him. I mean, they're in a cult, right? There's nothing. There's no other way to put it. Yes, to make it trigger them. MAGA all too scared debate happening everywhere. Well, because there's nothing to. The only people that are willing to debate right now are like the full-fledged white supremacists and neo-Nazis, right? Because they're the ones that are winning. Like this is their victory lap. But actual people that voted for like grocery prices, they can't debate. What are they going to debate? Well, the tariffs are actually a good thing. We're happy to pay more. What do you call an individual or political group who demoralizes a government and its citizens? Terrorist? MAGA can't keep up with all the stuff he's doing. They're waiting on the latest patch. Did you see the Proud Boys lost their trademark? No, I didn't. Bro, are we cooked since they couldn't subpoena Alonia? I don't know. I heard the Treasury Department uses COBOL, and the young ones Elon brought can't understand. There's a lot of cultists that run their own lives. Aren't they trying to impeach him? Yeah, I think Al Green is drafting articles of impeachment in relation to the plan to invade Gaza. Lost trademark to a black church. Dan, what are your thoughts on NATO's ability to intervene in a member country? You mean... Sorry about that. What is that, Article 5? Have you seen the Tech Billionaires Please video? No, I haven't. Isn't the government supposed to keep Trump in check? When does that start? No, Moogly, unfortunately, and which is why we were sounding the alarm so much before the election. Unfortunately, this time, Trump is filling his cabinet and his government with loyalists. Republicans have the House, Republicans have the Senate, Republicans have the Supreme Court. So any idea that the government is going to prevent Trump from doing anything is ill-founded. Common sense Republicans no longer exist. Anyone in the executive branch that that would have fought against Trump's basest instincts have been removed. Did you see God push Mitch McConnell down some stairs? Like mass civil disobedience? Yeah, I mean, at that point, that's where we're getting. 2 years, midterm victories will be so important. Yeah, we just got to make sure we get there and that the... We need to make sure Trump and his ilk don't subvert the midterms in some way. Because, like, we're at the point where... they can propose something that's, like, not technically voter fraud, but basically voter fraud. Like, so something along the lines of, like, if a district is, if a district votes more than 70% for one party, then there will be, like, multiple investigations into that district or something like that, which will predominantly affect large blue districts and small red districts. Like, some shit like that. You know, because the way they pass laws, it's always so sneaky. Gerrymandering on levels of unseen proportion. Well, the plus side about gerrymandering is it doesn't affect Senate races or presidential races, but it will affect the House races. Do you think Republicans might turn on Trump? I have no evidence to believe that they will. Do you have a line where you may look to leave the country? The line that I've set already, but that line might change because Trump just pulls stuff out of his ass now. Like, there's just new things. Like, tomorrow he could be like, all right, we're banning wheelchairs. Wheelchairs are no longer allowed. Like, we can't prepare for what he proposes on a daily basis. But the line that I've set is that if they're I can't remember if it's out of committee yet, but there's a bill to replace income tax with tariffs. That would be the end of this country as we know it. And if that bill passed, I wouldn't want to be here for the end of the middle and lower class. We would essentially see the greatest income inequality of any first world country on earth. I actually don't even think at that point we would be a first world country. It would be an oligarchy, and it would be just, there would be no more social safety net. The only thing being funded would be wars, essentially, and senators' paychecks. And rather than the bulk of the taxes being paid by the people that can afford it, it would be spread out to everybody through tariffs. Really would be horrifying, and it would be the fastest way to destroy this country. So if that passes, I don't think I want to stick around to watch what happens. Where will you go? I don't know.
How you doing, man? Long time.
Hi, how you doing?
Great. So what don't you like about Trump, I guess?
Where do I begin? I mean, the man just pulls new horrible shit out of his ass every day. So now he wants to take over Gaza. You cool with that?
I don't know what the other solutions, like all the alternatives seem pretty bad.
I like the idea of a two-state solution where Palestinians have the right to their land, and
And who governs them?
And who governs them would hold new Palestinian elections. Hopefully.
Who will give them the right to vote, even?
Well, I mean, they originally voted for Hamas. Now, obviously, Hamas hasn't had elections since they won, but the reality is it
So
wouldn't
why
be
would
our.
it change
It's
ever?
not our determination of what they do once they have their own country.
So you are pro like an Afghanistan-like state, another Afghanistan-like state in the Middle East, just because we don't want to meddle in other people's business, I guess. You are
we
okay with
meddled
the
in
theocratic
Afghanistan. Wait, hold on. How are you using Afghanistan as an example? We meddled in Afghanistan. And look
You
what
didn't have
20
a
years.
much better
20 years in
thing
Afghanistan,
there,
what do we
really.
get? 20 years, what do we get?
What do you think that Afghanistan was like before you meddled within it?
You tell me.
Not much better.
Not much better. Yes, exactly. Not much better. So 20 years of dead Afghanistanians or Afghanis? Dead United States citizens. And for what?
Okay, Gaza is pretty small. And if you're not getting those people to have the right to vote, they are not going to have the right to vote. So you're basically saying, yeah, I don't want to get involved. I want to keep having them being oppressed by their own governments, both the PA and Hamas. And let's see where it goes. It will not go anywhere.
Yeah. So prior to yesterday, or whenever Trump made this announcement, nobody was saying that the United States should take over Gaza. You guys just fall in line with whatever Trump says and try to reverse engineer justification for it. This is not the only solution. There's a ceasefire on the table that's currently being worked through. They're already in phase 1 of the ceasefire of 3 phases. If we can negotiate...
Because the ceasefire says that Hamas need to get down from power.
No, it doesn't.
So what exactly do you think is going to happen as soon as the ceasefire is done? They're just going to repeat.
Ideally,
Again and again and again and again.
ideally, we negotiate a 2-state solution.
With the T organization.
What?
With the T organization being the actual government.
Well, listen. What you're saying is, we should, if we're going to intervene, don't just remove Hamas, remove everybody. Then I disagree.
Like the whole plan is to remove civilians and Hamas. So if you actually take the civilians out, Hamas remains because they are fanatics, then suddenly the whole job becomes much, much easier.
Wait a second.
Because then you don't need to carry so much about civilian casualties, right?
Wait a second. Can you tell me the process for removing civilians from Palestine? They're home, by the way, but leaving Hamas. Walk me
Hamas
through
is
that.
going to stay just
Walk me
because
through.
they're
No.
fanatics.
Walk me through it. You're the general who's in charge of this. Walk me through this process.
Okay, in the same manner that Israel got people into the humanitarian corridor, okay, and actually shielded, by the way, from Hamas trying to shoot at Palestinians. Not a lot of people care about that. So in the same way, you can let them go to whatever, to Egypt, to another country via ships, it doesn't matter. They already proved they have the capabilities to allow people to move from one place to another.
Okay. So, are we going to have signups, like voluntary signups for them to leave?
I believe it's a great idea. And I believe it too, by the way. I don't know if you... The problem is that not a lot of people actually talk with people in Gaza. So they are only getting what Hamas puts out. But I really hope that you try to reach for someone that actually lives in Gaza.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because a lot of
I don't know where
experts-
you just made that up, right? You just made up the fact that Palestinians are for the United States taking over Palestine. Just completely. put it
I
out your ass?
can give you the contact that I have.
Yeah.
You tell me.
Is it from Twitter?
You have the conversation yourself. I'm not here to speak in his name, but I can give you the contact. Please speak to him and let me know.
It's one guy.
It's one guy in Gaza, yes. Currently lives.
Yeah, I don't care about what one guy thinks. That's such a strange thing to bring up. Oh, I know one guy in Gaza who's okay with Trump taking over.
I don't think that, like, this is the problem, because you're not going to actually hear them out. They don't have a democracy. Like, there is no genuine Palestinian voices to begin with, because there is no freedom of journalism in Gaza. So, like, the whole idea is, okay, let's get the Palestinians to vote whether they want to do this or no. But wait, they are a dictatorship. They cannot vote for anything. Oh, wait, they have an oppressive government that doesn't allow freedom of the press. Okay, so how can you possibly get, like, what they think about it before you get them to do it? Like, you can't get honest opinions from Gazans right now, and people don't want to look at it.
Interesting. What state do you live in?
I do not live in the States.
Where do you live?
I live in Israel. By the way, this is not my first time on you.
Interesting. Carmine, thank you for the $5. This is the guy that was arguing Doge was gonna fix the lack of tariffs. Oh, it was this guy?
Tell me where I'm wrong, man.
Tracy, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. Tell you where you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong because okay. Do you think that Palestinians have the right to Gaza and the West Bank?
I believe they kind of lost this right.
There it is.
But I was very poor.
There it is. That's why you're wrong.
Two-state solution. Just FYI.
You were what?
Very poor two-state solution before the 7th of October.
Okay, so on October 7th, you decided, nope. Just
I just think that trying to be neighbors with people that want to unalive you is not such a great idea.
So do you think that Palestinians want to unalive you?
A lot of them do.
A lot of them do. Okay. Interesting.
And the entirety of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict can be summed up by Israel's inability to understand who of the Palestinians wants to unalive them and which doesn't.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that Hamas were the ones that perpetrated the attack, and Hamas are the problem. I don't know why you're comfortable with innocent civilians being removed from their homes just because...
I'm much more comfortable with this than allowing Hamas to keep using them as human shields. I find it in like 10,000 times more morally correct.
Well, they wouldn't have to keep using them as human shields if Israel stopped bombing.
But then Hamas will just attack Israel again, so then you are putting myself at risk. You understand how it works? Like there is no right choice here, because either we leave Hamas be, and then they're just going to attack again because they're fanatics, they're a group, right? So we leave them to be, they just attack again. So we can't really do that. We need to take them out, but we can't take them out because they are hiding behind civilians.
Now,
so how do you end that?
What
like,
if? Hear me out. What if? Hear me out.
Yeah.
Instead of just going back to normal, what if we actually have a two-state solution so Palestinians have the right to govern over that land?
So I really want you, first of all, just tell me, how do you envision it? Because Hamas is on one side, the PA is on the other side. Is it a one-state solution, like between themselves? Like, is it a one state that is both the West Bank and Gaza? Is it a three-state solution when you have the West Bank as a one part, Gaza as the other part? And what tells you that Hamas is ever going to accept a two-state solution to begin with? Like, they literally refused it quite a few times, and they literally said quite recently that if they ever get a two-state solution, it's just going to be a stepping stone for them to take the entirety of Israel. And they've said that on camera. Like, you can see the actual interview.
Yeah, let's watch the interview. Hamas.
Stepping stone to state solution. You should probably find it. Or the time that they said that they are going to repeat the October 7th again and again and again, a million times.
Well, I mean, you recognize that I already said Hamas is the problem, right? So I don't even know why.
I know, but I'm trying to to tell you why I think like those are contradicting. Because you can't have a two-state solution while Hamas is still in power, but you can't remove Hamas from power unless you're using a military ways. Like it cannot be done diplomatically because they are not going to concede ever. They are a T group. They are not fanatics. You can't have a discussion with them, right? You can't reason with them. So that's the problem. That's the whole problem. So if you remove them somehow, separate them from the civilians in Gaza, then it becomes much easier. And I really hope that after that, okay, we can actually have a two-state solution. But I simply don't see how it happens before that.
Well, I think it just makes more sense to try rather than just take over. Why wouldn't we try to negotiate a
Well,
solution?
people tried for 75 years, right?
The problem is we've never pushed back against Israel, right?
Of course they did.
No.
How do you think also?
No, wait. Were there any? Why didn't we sanction them? Why didn't we punish Israel for the illegal settlements in the West Bank?
You did. Biden did even.
What?
Even Biden did.
You're saying Biden did?
Even Biden did.
Biden pushed back against Israel?
So you heard about the... Yes.
Oh. And why did we keep funding Israel then?
A lot of people bank accounts frozen. What do you mean?
Okay. But the illegal settlements in the West Bank are still there.
We can have like this entire discussion, but sure. So why is Israel very, very adamant on not getting out of there? What is the...
I think because they want all of that land. Or at least when I say they, excuse me, just so we're clear, I don't mean like Israeli citizens. I don't know what the regular people want, but the government, the right-wing government headed by Netanyahu, just wants that land.
Okay, and there is no security like reasons for it, right? Absolutely zero.
The idea that you can just invade neighboring nations for security reasons is a little bit misguided, I would say.
Neighboring regions. So wait, didn't Israel take it from the Jordanians in 1967? They're in a war.
I'm sorry. I thought you said before October 7th. I'm sorry. I thought you said before October 7th you were for the Palestinians having the right to Gaza and the West Bank.
I was for a two-state solution. That literally means concession. On
But
both
now
sides.
you're trying to say that the West Bank is already a part of Israel.
I'm telling you how Israel got it. And then I want to tell you why Israel cannot really go out of there. Right? So we establish what is going on. So Gaza became the biggest terrorist base on earth after Israel pulled out. If we take the West Bank and its proximity to Tel Aviv and other places, that means that suddenly, you know, the thing with the how much time it takes a rocket to get to each part of Israel. Have you ever seen this map? That you have like part of Israel that have like 10 seconds, part of Israel that have a minute, part of Israel that have 5 minutes. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Okay, so there is a map for it. I hope that you look for it, right? And right now, when it comes to Gaza, so the Gaza envelope, they have like 15 seconds to hide. And if they don't, they are screwed, right? In Tel Aviv, it's something like 1 minute and a half. And if they are shooting at Haifa, somehow, it takes like 4 minutes. But if you remove Israel from the West Bank and the West Bank turn out to be just another Gaza, then suddenly Tel Aviv is no longer a 1 minute between like the rocket fire. It's 10 seconds.
So are you justifying Israel taking over the West Bank?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's bad. That's ethnic cleansing.
That's bad I literally gave you the reason. Please tell me why I'm incorrect in
because it's their land. It's another country.
Yeah, I'm not going to just let them, hey, if you want to shoot me, please shoot me. Like, it doesn't make any sense, man. Like there needs to be some kind of okay, you cannot do it. Like you understand? And they don't want to do it. Like they don't want to agree to some kind of terms where they are not able to attack Israel. If
Thank
you
you,
don't want to
Alexander.
have this discussion, like I get you, man, but this is the reasons, man.
Yeah, you're saying that you would rather completely eliminate an entire ethnic group if it makes you feel safer. I get it.
That's absolutely not what I'm saying. But I'm
Oh,
saying like every
that sounds like
other every other thing was tried, and everybody is very adamant on trying to keep
every other thing was not
Hamas
tried. Where is the
with
two-state
the
solution?
innocent
Where is the
civilians
pullback
together.
of the illegal settlements? Every other thing was not tried. Israel's not acting in good faith.
If you just let Israel remove itself from the West Bank, you're just going to end up with another Gaza. But guys, this is literally what happened in Gaza. Israel took all the people out, and suddenly we got the biggest military base on earth. The West Bank is like 20 times bigger and much closer to big metropolises such as Tel Aviv.
Thank you, Alexandra, and thank you, Kelsey, for the $10. Tiny Diny for OHAD, since I can't gift you on TikTok. LOL. Thank you for what you do. Thank you so much, Kelsey. Chad, I might need some coffee. I can't with this. What was I gonna say? When has Israel ever removed itself? In his delusions, I guess. And a shot of whiskey. Hey, Tic Tac, do you want to do news? Why doesn't Israel give up some land? Because they could never give up land. Otherwise, they might end up with a solution to the problem. Ultimately, see, this is the only way that anyone on the Palestinian side is going to accept a two-state solution is the only way anyone on the other side is going to accept a two-state solution is if Israel acts in good faith. And the only way they're acting in good faith is if they pull back their illegal settlements, and they're choosing not to do that. It's a conscious decision. Greater Israel was always the goal, yeah.
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you, Danger, for the sub. They want continued expansion? Yeah. Okay. We are going to... I think I'm going to bring up Tic Tac for some news. I'm going to get some... I'm going to get this coffee started. Damn, it's already 8 p.m.
Hey man, what's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. It's all bad. I don't know. Like I've got one piece of good news, and I'll
Okay.
start with that. The Proud Boys just lost the rights to their logo and their name. Now the best part is they lost it to the black church that they vandalized in 2019. If they want to sell any merchandise with the logo or the name Proud Boys on it, they have to get strict permission from the black church that they vandalized in 20. So that's a win. That's a small win, but we gotta, it's the little things in life, right?
Okay.
Everything else is kind of fucked. Let's see, where do we start? So
Here,
we're all aware.
I'm gonna step away, but I'm gonna raise the volume. I'll hear you.
Okay, cool. We're all aware that what Elon Musk is doing. We have, it looks like 41 senators, Democratic senators, who are doing a 40-hour sit-in? Let me double check that. So that way they can prevent the appointing of Russell Vought Why they're specifically targeting Russell Vought, fuck Russell Vought, but they should have done this for all the other ones. 35 plus Dems are actually sitting in to freeze the appointing of Russell Vought. They should have done this for every single one of them. That's just my opinion, though. Let's see what else we have. I just lost my page. Donald Trump just put out an offer to all the CIA agents. He wants to fire all CIA agents. He's given them the same makeover bullshit that Elon Musk gave to other departments. He's offering them a 7-month buyout offer. Guy, this isn't good news at all. Donald Trump's doing away with the Department of Education. He's trying to do an executive order. Now, he can't do that unless this is all going to have to go through Congress. But he's trying to push the limits on executive orders to see if he can do away with the Department of Education and give everything back to the states. Essentially, what that would do is take all the money in the Department of Education and divvy it up amongst the states and allowing them to just give the money out to the schools as they wish. But, historically, we've seen what states do when they're in charge of education. Doesn't always end well, especially for marginalized communities. Speaking of marginalized communities, Donald Trump is also doing an executive order banning transgender individuals from women's sports. And then he's directing the Department of Justice to enforce it. It's fucking wild. It's wild. Like, we're literally denying the existence of an entire community within our country. Pam Bondi is expected to move quickly on the assert control of the Justice Department. This is coming from CNN. We all know Pam Bondi. She was Donald Trump's personal lawyer. Now she's in charge of all the lawyers. The Attorney General is who the United States government uses to enforce the laws and policies and civil rights of its citizens. And he just gave it to his personal attorney. This is not good. Children's Hospital in Los Angeles has confirmed they're pausing gender-affirming care for transgender patients because they do receive funding from the federal government. To not lose that funding, they're going to have to go with Donald Trump's new policies. Google just came out and they said also the reason why they're doing away with their DEI is because of the funding that they get from the federal government. And Donald Trump's threatened to stop any kind of funding from them if they still have DEI. Told you. I warned you guys. I warned you it was all bad news. But that's what we have for today. What do you think?
It's really frustrating that so many of these things that should be in the purview of the states can essentially be taken out of the purview of the states through threatening to withhold federal funding. I feel like it's a way to circumvent the Constitution, which grants powers that aren't outlined in the Constitution to the states. And for people who are for states' rights, they should be really upset, but of course, they're not.
Yeah, I think he's doing the same thing with FEMA. He's going to use the whole, all states they experience emergencies, right? From red states to blue states.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is he's every time a blue state experiences a natural disaster, it's going to come with a laundry list of things. And I'm just predicting that laundry list of things is going to be specifically attacking voters' rights and gerrymandering within their state. But they're going to be required to pass laws and such if they're going to get any kind of federal aid.
Oh, I could definitely see voter ID laws being passed or being forced to be passed for that reason. Yeah.
Yep, that's what he's going to do. I mean, this is all planned. This is not to be an alarmist, but this is a fucking coup. I don't know how else to put it. This is a coup. This is a non-violent coup, but so was the March on Rome. So how do How do you justify this, Trumpers? I don't get it. Come up here and explain it, actually. Dan has some questions for you guys. Get up here.
Thank you so much for your help, TikTok.
Yeah, no problem, man. I hope you guys have a great day. Be safe and just be kind to people, especially our transgender friends. They're gonna need it. They're gonna need the extra kindness right about now. So you guys be safe. Take care, man.
Bye. Musk is data mining the federal payment system. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the future of these lives. First of all, we're still on the 75-day extension for the TikTok ban, right? We haven't actually solved the problem. Just remind me if that's the case. I'm pretty sure that's the case. If we get to a point where, you know, TikTok is definitely staying around or anything like that, this weekend, when I was at that Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, I did take a good step towards selling off some of my inventory to, I'm squarely back in denial, selling back some of my inventory so that I can try to focus on doing these lives as a full-time situation rather than now where I'm splitting my time with my day job. If we do get to a point where we can do that, I kind of want to do like news in the morning and then debates at night. I think that could be cool. What's your day job? Right now I'm a collectibles reseller, but I'm slowly transitioning out of it. Because I don't think I can give these lives the attention they deserve while trying to work both. Now in reality, when I first started doing these lives, I didn't plan on this at all. I was planning on just going live and talking about the fake elector plot until Kamala won the election and then riding off into the sunset, but here we are. What do you think about stockpiling maxis in case they get unbanned? I don't see them getting unbanned. I thought you worked at the post office. No, I just go there to drop off packages. But you play Yu-Gi-Oh too? No, I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in like over 10 years. Upside of Trump win, we get to keep Dan. Well, chat had already bullied me into staying. But you know what? I was excited because this is what it was. When we were all talking about like the idea of Kamala winning the elections, like the question was, "Hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do after the election? Do you have a plan?" And I said, "Well, no, we have concept of a plan, right?" But the things I would say were things like, "Oh, well, we'll probably do politics like twice a week, but then we'll do other stuff. Maybe I'll play video games. You know, maybe we're planning on doing that the Kamala voter dating show. We were gonna do a bunch of different content, but like now it feels almost like a disservice to not try to focus on what's going on right now because of how MAGA rehab, also Edison hat format are a thing. Maxi not getting unbanned. Yeah. Like shit's just too important to not talk about what's going on. It's frustrating because I really wanted to play Super Mario Sunshine on live. We weren't expecting the whole coup thing. Well, some of us were. I love how the concepts are being put into place. Do you play Pokemon? No, I do sell Pokemon cards. I love the sound of a news section of the live in the morning. Yeah, it would also help me because I don't like learning about things while I'm debating, which has been happening lately. Do it plays Mario Sunshine. We need positive vibes. Yeah, I mean that's true too. Aren't you in Florida? YCS Orlando was last weekend. That's where I was. I was thinking about posting a little video on my No Politics account. Kamala voted dating. Is Dan the Bachelor? I might be a contestant, but there's going to be a bunch of other ones. I added a good news only thread to news. Oh, thank the Lord. You were in my neck of the woods? Oh, was I? I had a thought about buying a Tesla, but there's no way I will support. Oh, I forgot my coffee. Hold on. Nobody go anywhere. I'll be right back. Okay. Can I stop leaving? He said nobody go anywhere. So yeah, I be the host of The Bachelor, but once it comes down to the winner, tell him psych and that you win. No, please, I need you all to myself. Yeah, I mean, okay, so there are some things. I was thinking about this over my. I'm sorry, there's like 800 of you in here, and I bet only like 100 of you care about my Yap session. But the other 700, I appreciate you guys. There's nobody in the box. If MAGA was here, I'd debate them. But over the past weekend, Anna, thank you so much for the $20. Appreciate you. I'm the one who commented about the trap neuter return, so I'll message you about that after the live. Thank you so much, Anna. I really appreciate that. You should stream Master Duel / Dueling Book here and there. I played Master Duel very briefly and found out all the new like Gladiator Beast cards that came out. Need a break from MAGA sometimes. Yeah, that's true. Okay, really quick. Well, not really quick. I guess I'll yap for as long as it takes. So I was thinking about where my head is at right now. Over we had basically a week off. It's the longest time I've had off of these lives to like really actually think about things. Maybe change your background topic. Yeah, I think we're gonna once I get my coffee, we're gonna change it to like MAGA as a cult or something like that. It felt like a month. So there are certain things that I think I'm. The One Piece flag is above. There's certain things that I think I am more equipped to do. I think I can make people laugh, and I think I'm kind of good at debating. But in terms of like analyzing news, in terms of determining the best course of action for pushing back against what's happening, I am grossly under-equipped. And so I don't know if I'm thinking about just specializing where I can maybe do what I do best. Another thing that I think maybe we can do is we talked about this before, trying to win back the like young men who voted for Trump. And I mean, I already need to start going to the gym, so I don't know if like that's something to focus on maybe when we do the podcast, but there's just so many things that I don't know, because once I try to do it all, I'm really, my mental health takes a huge hit. Like y'all saw me last week. I was not doing well. How many executive orders help the middle class? None. You feeling better? Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better. I'm still tired, but now it's not from like mental fatigue. It's more just from actual physical fatigue. Do you think we still need to try to win the women who voted for Trump back? I don't know. The thing is, the women that voted for Trump, they weren't. I don't know how many of them were persuaded by like vibes, like young men were. Young men were essentially persuaded just by the vibes of their media environment. We lost Fetterman, yeah. Like women who voted for Trump, some of them got scammed, right? And they'll come back. The ones that got scammed will come back once they see grocery prices don't go down. That's the case for every demographic. Every demographic that shifted, to the right, a lot of that is from just getting scammed about grocery prices. The correlation causation effect with Biden is in office, inflation's high, so it must be Biden's fault, that kind of stuff. So those women will come back, just like they did from 2016 to 2018. They voted for Trump the first time, and then he didn't do anything that he promised, and then they went out and voted in 2018, and Trump. I think Democrats received 9 million more votes in 2018 than Republicans. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know that there's anything specific to get those women, because then there's those women who will become back, and then the other women that voted for Trump, they're a lost cause, right? The ones that you've seen them come up, and they just the conspiracy theorists, just totally they want fewer rights. Yeah. However, young men, I think most of them talk in circles. Yeah, most of them I think are genuinely just media captured, and so they're too aligned to white supremacy. Yes, a lot of them are. And me being a former young man, maybe can reach out to these young men. I don't know. But yeah, I'm just thinking about where I can like I'm kind of funny. I'm kind of good at debating, but man, like trying to actually keep up with all of the news, process all of the news, and determine like what the course of action is. I can't do it. Like I'm not equipped for it. At least not right now. Bring me up, please. Are you requesting? Gen Z is more conservative than millennials. Yes, and that's a problem. Hi, welcome up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
So, I think I have a bad connection, but
Okay. Well, what did you want to say? Okay, guys, connection's cooked. Thank you for the heart me's. Thank you, Miles, so much. Probably a slur. Well, yeah. So I don't know. I guess that was the original concept of a Dan idea was to try to. I mean, the meme was like the Joe Rogan of the left, right? And Destiny already abdicated that potential, I guess, is what I'll say. But you do know that Joe Rogan isn't a Republican, right? Austin, I hate to break it to you, but the Joe Rogan of 2016 is dead and gone. Yes, he doesn't call himself a Republican, but if he will actively have the rightest of right wingers on his live and not push back against them, and then not only vote for Donald Trump, but endorse Donald Trump, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, he's not a Republican, just like I'm not a Democrat. If we're really going to use that word, who cares? Joe Rogan is a problem, and that's all that matters. Austin, wait, hold on. Are you requesting? Because the truth is, Democratic Party has shifted so far left that normal Democrats look like the right. Yeah, so I'm curious what you mean by so far left. Is it the universal health care that we don't have? Is it the free paid family leave that we don't have? Is it the free state universities that we don't have? When did we move far to the left? I'm waiting. Austin, can you tell us why we're far to the left? Because I think it's the talking about issues that nobody cares about. You know what's funny, Austin? Hold on, I'm pulling you up. We don't talk about issues no one cares about. You guys do. You know how many times Kamala Harris brought up, I know what issue you're referring to, by the way. You're probably referring to trans issues. Kamala Harris didn't talk about trans issues. You guys did. Hi, welcome up. What are the issues you're talking about?
There's so many things, Dan.
Let's hear it.
So look at this. Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen this? So since Donald Trump's been in,
No. Hold on. Kamala Harris was running for president. Name one thing that was too far left for you.
for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, well, all that they kept on pushing this trans agenda, and I have nothing against trans
give me one example of Kamala Harris putting in a trans agenda. I'll wait. One example.
What do you mean? One example? They spoke about it continuously the entire election cycle.
Oh, continuously? Then you should be able to pull up one example of Kamala Harris speaking about the trans agenda during the election cycle. One example.
She even fought for it in California in prisons. That's why.
I didn't know I didn't know California was the United States of America, right? She was a senator of California at the time. She can do whatever she wants as senator to represent her constituents. When she ran for president, it was not in her platform. You guys only can talk about it because you can't get trans people out of your heads. Oh my God, it scares you so much.
Trying to convince people that transgenderism is the biggest issue and that not securing a border is good for the country was the most
Austin,
asinine.
I'm going to ask you one more time. Give me one example of her talking about it during this election cycle. You're not going to be able to because she didn't. You guys are in your own world. You're in a delusion where the Democrats are the ones talking about trans issues. It's the Republicans. $215 million spent scamming rubes like you into voting against your best interest.
You could say it wasn't Kamala, but you could talk about all of her constituents, the pronoun people.
Her
the ones
constituent.
talking-
Oh, we're talking about Twitter now. Okay, so you voted for a fascist because of Twitter. Twitter made you mad. The Twitter trans people scared you. Okay, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, every Democrat in the Democratic Party are not talking about trans issues as a major issue. That's the Republicans talking about it.
The fact, you know how silly it is? The American people, regular Americans, right? I consider myself an independent. You can call me a right wing if you want. But the point is, when regular Americans see that Democrats cannot say that a woman's a woman and a man is a man, it sounds so stupid that they can't even side with
Why
the-
is that a question? That's the problem. You guys are asking that question because it bothers you so much that trans people exist. When you know what we're worried about? You know what we're worried about? We're worried about lowering prices for everyday Americans. Okay? We're worried about healthcare. We're worried about preventing another pandemic. You guys are worried about bathrooms.
What did you guys lower? You lowered nothing. Nothing got lowered under you guys.
Austin, I hate to break it to you. You just don't understand anything about what's been happening over the past 4 years. The Biden administration got inflation down to pre-pandemic levels. Our economy was the envy of the world. No matter what, every single administration is going to have to deal with the after effects of COVID because it was a once in a century pandemic. Every single country would trade their economy for ours in a heartbeat because of the work that the Biden and Harris administration did to get us back on track. Now, if you want to talk about how they would lower further, Kamala had plans for that. Donald Trump's plans are to raise grocery prices. But you guys don't care about important issues like groceries. You don't care about important issues. You care about trans women.
You know what's so funny to me? You say that Donald Trump's going to raise your grocery prices. You're obviously talking about tariffs, and it's so funny because you think that tariffs somehow have a different response than just imposing taxes on millionaires and raising taxes generally. They do the same thing. Either way, billionaires pay more money. So what you're talking about, you like when billionaires pay taxes, but when they have to pay tariffs, then you have a real problem with it. But that doesn't make any sense. They're both paying something.
Yeah, the difference is small businesses also pay those tariffs, not billionaires. I know that you guys only care about billionaires. You can't stop throating their boot. But we don't want regular Americans paying the brunt of the tax burden, which is what 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico does. It makes it so you and me have to pay more for our goods, whereas billionaires can just keep getting their tax cuts from their billionaire simps like yourself, voting for Donald Trump, who only cares about the top 1%. Thank you, Alexander.
Thanks, Obama.
You know that the tariffs were a negotiating tool, right? And you now see that Mexico and Canada both back down.
Oh, what did we get? Can you tell me what we got?
Yes, you got 10,000 troops from
We
Mexico.
already committed from Biden.
You got a $1.3 billion border plan with the Canadians.
Already committed from the Biden administration.
Not accurate. That is an absolute
No?
lie. Okay. That's an absolute lie.
Okay.
That is not accurate.
Okay,
man.
so if I pull up that all of these were already commitments from the Biden administration, are you going to admit that the negotiating tactic didn't work and actually Donald Trump folded like a chair because the stock market crashed?
If what you're saying is accurate, then why did Donald Trump extend the tariffs, right? He pushed them back further when they did these things. So if nothing got changed, why would Donald Trump have pushed back the tariffs?
Oh, great question. What happened was the stock market reacted to his asinine 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and it crashed. And so that he wouldn't look like a fool, he needed some kind of concession. And he knew idiots like yourself would be like, oh, he said it was a W, so it must be a W. That's why he extended the tariffs. That's the reason.
The president of Mexico literally came out saying exactly what you did in response to these tariffs. He was bluffing. He was saying these things as a negotiating tool to get what he wanted, and it worked.
What he wanted was something we already had from under the Biden administration.
We did not have that. We had the worst border in history, Dan. I don't know why you Democrats keep saying
Wait, what
that
is the worst border in history? What does that even mean? The worst border in history?
In history under Joe Biden.
Oh,
Barack
okay.
Obama is a million times better than Kamala
First of all, it's not even true. Let's say it was. What is what Mexico already proposing to Biden? How is that going to make it any better? It's the same thing, the same 10,000 people.
No, it's not, Dan.
Okay,
It's not.
so when I pull up that
If they proposed it, if Joe Biden proposed it, okay, Why did it never happen, Dan? And why is it happening now? Because you have a leader who's actually leading now, not a sleepy guy.
You want to know
who
why?
gets
You want to know why? You want to know why? Because it was
Why, Dan?
it was happening. You guys just don't pay
Oh, it never
attention.
happened.
You guys just don't pay attention. The thing is, the border doesn't actually matter to you because it doesn't affect you. Okay, you just regurgitate whatever Trump tells you. So those 10,000 troops, she could just say, "Oh, you know what? Actually, there's 1 million now," and it'll all be the same to you because already the border doesn't affect you as an American citizen, other than your xenophobia.
I didn't get my information from Trump, Dan. I got it from the president herself of Mexico. She said this. These are promises they're making. And can we talk about the tariffs for a second? I want to know what it is about tariffs that scares Democrats so much. They'd rather pay taxes than utilize tariffs to generate revenue.
Oh, I'll tell you. Oh, this is a slam dunk. This is so easy. Tariffs affect all Americans, mostly the middle class. Taxes, when raised on billionaires, affect billionaires. We don't lick their boots like you do, so we would rather billionaires pay more. You would rather middle class pay more. Does that make sense? Do you want me to say it slower?
Did you have a problem paying taxes last year? Did you have a problem paying taxes last year?
Did I have a problem paying taxes?
Yeah, did you have a problem with the tax code last year or the year before that?
What do you mean by problem? Can you elaborate?
Did you see a problem with that tax code? Did it bother you?
Yes, I think billionaires should pay more, yes.
Okay, so you think billionaires should pay more, but you didn't feel bad about the tax rate that middle-income Americans had to pay because it was not a lot. It's ridiculous to think that Trump did not increase taxes on the middle class, nothing of the sort.
83%. 83% of the benefits went to the top 1%. Why are you comfortable taking crumbs from Donald Trump? He's like, look, here, take your dollar. I'm going to give $1,000 for every dollar that you get to the top 1%. And you're like, thank you for the dollar, Mr. Trump. Rather than you just saying, hey, can you just give us the dollar and not bankrupt our children and our children's children with the national debt? He added $8 trillion to the debt that your progeny are going to be paying. We pay that. Okay, so you're afraid this inflation has affected all of us, right? You know what would have caused less inflation? If the United States had maybe a surplus like we did under Bill Clinton. But instead, Donald Trump increased the deficit, which forced us, when an emergency like COVID happened, forced us to print money, which causes inflation. All of this is a snowball from the fact that the billionaires aren't paying more. The billionaires get tax cuts, you get your little dollar, your little crumbs, and you get scammed in the long run.
Dan, do you know that when you impose tariffs, you're taxing the billionaires? But I don't seem to think that you understand that. They're paying more. Do you not
We pay more than the middle class buys more than billionaires. Okay? I need you to understand something. The middle class,
they buy it from billionaires.
the
They're
middle
ones who
class,
create the products.
the middle class spends more money than billionaires. Okay? So when you have tariffs, which are on goods, you're taking the tax burden from the top 1% and you're spreading it. You're spreading it to everybody. Why not? If you had a brain with ridges, why not just tax the people that can afford it rather than spreading it to everybody? Wouldn't that make more sense?
Dan, what tariff bothers you the most? What are you so worried about? What is the tariff that bothers you so significantly?
The specific tariff?
Yeah, what bothers you so much? What do you think is going to be so hindered? What products do you think that Americans buy that is going to be so hindered?
Okay,
for you?
so it's not even a specific product. It is the materials that United States American companies use to make products here. Those materials are going to go up, which is going to make all of our goods go up. Cars, chips. There's so many materials. You guys don't even know. You're just thinking like, oh, maple syrup's going to go up, right? Like the amount of stuff that we import, even if we produce the thing in our country, is staggering.
I've got a question for you. I've got a serious question, Dan. Okay. Let's say we impose a 25% tariff on Canada, right? Okay, who do you think is more hurt by that? The Canadians whose 50% of their economy results is based off exporting United States goods? Or the United States, who has multiple people in countries that they can get the same product from, and Americans can choose where they buy it? Canada's gonna they're either gonna do what Donald Trump says, they're not gonna be
I love your question. Who does it hurt more? Why do we hurt either? Why would we want to hurt either?
Because they are not keeping their promises. They're intentionally not securing their border because the incompetent Justin Trudeau, who most of the country does not like, is incompetent.
Not screening the border. Okay, so 1% of the fentanyl that comes in is from the northern border. All right, or so like a negligible number. I don't know where. Just because Trump says it doesn't mean it's true. There are allies. Okay, there's no reason to start a trade war with our ally. You just said it. You gave away the ball game. You said, which one does it hurt more? How about we just don't hurt either? How about instead of looking as trade as a zero-sum game, right?
I know you're used to Joe Biden giving every country exactly what they want, feeding your tax dollars to foreign countries. But now you finally have a president who puts his foot down, and it bothers you that we're getting exactly what we want.
We're getting exactly what Biden was already committed. I'm going to ask you again because you keep dodging the question. If I show you that Trump only received things that Biden had already gotten, are you going to agree, oh shit, we actually got nothing?
I mean, you could probably find it on donlemon.com or some other Democrat source saying that Joe Biden is the reason why everything happens between for Donald Trump, but that's obviously just false. I would love to actually, yeah, I would love for you to find it. I know, and it's funny. You Democrats like to call people tinfoil hats and conspiracies. Well, the truth is, almost all those conspiracies that used to be conspiracies have been found to be true, and that's the funny part. That's the funny part.
Name
man.
one.
Give me one, and I'll tell you.
You just said almost all the conspiracies have been found to be true. Name one.
Man.
What about like the 2020 election?
Well, I mean, there was some evidence for that.
Nope, there wasn't.
Well, there wasn't evidence because you just believe what every Democrat tells you. I mean, of course.
Okay. All right. Show me the evidence. Let's hear it. You said it was confirmed to be true.
No, that's not confirmed to be true. Give me other conspiracies.
Oh, okay. All right. So why is it up to me to give you one? I already gave you one and you failed. Okay. What's one that was confirmed to be true? Let's hear it.
Well, so it's actually true that they were giving pamphlets to legal immigrants telling them to vote for Kamala Harris. That's proven to be true.
Proven
Did you
to
know
be
that?
true. Who is they when you say they?
On the U.S. border, there were advocates for Kamala Harris that were actually giving out Kamala Harris pamphlets to incoming migrants when they had a completely open border. Seems like a pretty smart strategy.
Wait. Hold on. What's a completely open border? Can you explain what that means?
I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. What is an open door? What's an open toilet? There are toilets and doors that are
Yeah.
open.
Okay. So no, explain. There's a border, right? A migrant crosses the border.
That's correct.
There's no one there, is what you're saying.
Yep.
Okay.
There's
How has
people-
that changed? How has that changed under the Trump? Can you tell me how that's changed? Can you tell me how that's changed?
How has what changed?
What you just described, the open border.
They're actually securing it.
What? Can I see the evidence of that?
Yeah, 10,000 troops came from Mexico. That's the whole point.
We already have those troops from the Biden administration.
Really? They're already here? You think we already have the 10,000 troops?
Yes.
Wrong. Absolutely inaccurate.
So if I show you that we already had them, are you going to admit that Trump got nothing?
You can go look, but the
I
point
need
is,
to set the goalpost before you move it, Austin. So if I show you,
he would set a goalpost, but the point is he would have imposed a tariff and then taken it off unless he got something in return. And you could say Biden did it, but we didn't already have.
no. You can't. So you're saying no matter what you just said, you just gave up that you're in a cult. You said there's no way Trump would do something that doesn't make sense. That's what you just said.
No, I think a lot of politicians make things that do things that don't make any sense, Dan. I'm not some Trump guy that's just trying to kiss his butt. I don't care about that. But the truth does matter, Dan. And it's like you are so sucked into the Democrat Party and you really believe that he's a fascist dictator and they're going to take over the country. But you don't realize that you were just under the fascist. That's why everybody voted for Donald Trump. They were tired of it.
Wait. Biden was Wait, can you tell me how Biden was a fascist?
Yeah, he was basically just bought out by China.
Was that what a fascist is? Someone bought out by China?
Listen, we can go play this, dictionary game where you tell
Well,
me
you just
what's
called Joe Biden a fascist. That's a serious accusation. I'm curious.
Let me change the word then. Incompetent, in cahoots with other countries, using his son to embezzle and fraudulently get money.
Was that ever proven?
And it's funny that so was that ever proven? You just asked.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that aren't proven, Dan, that happen to be. You don't think so? So you think that everything that's true has already been proven?
No, I don't think that. I just think it's interesting that you're judging Biden on things that aren't proven. And then if I ask you, if I ask you how you feel about Donald Trump being found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, you're going to hand wave that. Watch.
No, I'm not, Dan.
No?
It was a civil suit. I'm talking about running the country. You guys have to go talk about
Oh, okay. So it's not a deal breaker for you that he sexually assaulted someone.
I don't believe he sexually assaulted someone.
But hold on. So what I just said came to be true. You care about things that haven't been proven about Biden, but you don't care about things that have been proven about Trump. You're in a cult, Austin. You're in a cult. I'm sorry.
How does some suit from way back when have any bearing on how the country's ran? I don't understand what you're doing.
Because I have standards and I don't want sexual abusers as my president. That's me, though.
You're going to allow that case to make you have a blind eye to a completely open border, soaring inflation, going.
Oh, no. Hold on. Just so we're clear.
What?
I understand if someone doesn't think that that's enough. Okay, that would be if someone's
No, I don't even believe it's
if this would be the most good faith Republican. Okay, most good faith Republican comes up and says, I agree that what he did to E. Jean Carroll was bad, but all of this other stuff is more important to me. That would be a good faith Republican. I still think, to be clear, I'd still think they're scum of the earth. But at the very least, they're being intellectually honest. Whereas you came up and started arguing about Biden's embezzling money through his son, which hasn't been proven. But you don't believe the E. Jean Carroll stuff, which has been proven. Okay, I was showing the hypocrisy. Now, if you want to talk about the border being open, you want to talk about inflation, we could go through all that. But the problem is you're too deep, my brother. You're gone.
You want to know something, Dan? If that's how you're going to look at facts and like, okay, they've been dropped. He's no longer a felon, so I guess I'm actually the right one, right?
They haven't. Wait. Thank you so much, Cindy. They haven't been dropped. He's currently a felon, a convicted felon.
No, you get presidential immunity.
Wait. See, Austin, you just don't know about anything. You don't have presidential immunity for state charges. He's a convicted felon.
He's also the president, so he's
That's
obviously.
correct. That's correct. He is the president. Okay, so I need you to say this. Donald Trump is a convicted felon.
No, this is just your Democrat.
I need you to say it. No, I can't debate with someone in a different reality. Okay, Donald Trump is a convicted felon.
He was charged with a felony. Yeah, that's accurate.
No, he was convicted of a felony. 34 of them. Donald Trump is a convicted felon. We cannot move on until we agree on this fact. This is just a statement of reality. Dan is sitting down. If you say I'm standing up, I can't continue.
Dan, I'll concur with you. Yes, he's a convicted felon. I'm not going to say the process was very fair or that, because I don't think it was at all. And I think there were sham trials put against him because they didn't want to be president, and that was pushed by the Democratic Party and all the constituents. You can say that's false, but there's a lot of evidence that they try to use the DOJ to hijack Donald Trump because they're so afraid that the system they've had in place.
The DOJ does not influence state cases. This was a state case.
They're not supposed to, Dan, but they have. Look at the judges that ran these trials. It's ridiculous. It was an absolute farce. And if you buy that, I don't know what to tell you. You say, I'm in a cult. You're in a cult. I'm not over here, kissing Donald Trump's butt. I would have voted for other people if they were there, but guess what?
Bro, you're doing more than kissing.
Okay, well, I had Kamala and Donald Trump, and I can tell you, I didn't, if there was another option, I would have voted for them, but I can tell you 100%, I would never vote for Kamala. There was no qualification. There was nothing that she was going to do that was going to be different than Joe Biden. She said it out of her own mouth.
Do you think Kamala was qualified to be president?
I don't think Kamala's qualified to work at freaking McDonald's. I don't know. What's your point? She'd be a horrible president. Listen, she didn't even have to go through the same process as Joe Biden. They kicked Joe Biden out and they said, okay, Kamala, you can run now because we think Joe's going to lose. You guys this was the worst Democrat election cycle I've ever seen. It was an embarrassment. You guys were trying to see if the American people would vote for Joe Biden. When they figured out that they couldn't, they said, okay, real quick, let's switch and bait and put Kamala in there. And by the time they put her in there, nobody wanted to listen to a thing you guys had to say.
Austin, you are physically in we can hear the echo in your echo chamber right now. Like the physical manifestation of an echo chamber is around you. The reality is Donald Trump was so much of a baby back bitch, he wouldn't even participate in his primary. He didn't debate anyone. He didn't debate Ron DeSantis. He didn't debate Nikki Haley. You guys want to talk about, Kamala Harris didn't run until too late. That's Joe Biden's fault. You're blaming Kamala Harris. You, by the way, when you really gave away the game when you said she's not qualified to be president, she is probably the second most qualified candidate in history. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is a reality TV star. You lost the vote. You're in an echo chamber. I wish you the worst and have a great day. All right. That guy might be the first person ever to get CTE from Call of Duty. I can't. I'm going to get my coffee. It's probably cold by now. Thank you, Miles. We are literally being held hostage by crazy white people who are brainwashed by Joe Rogan and Fox. Literally. No, that guest, you know what that guest did? That guest gave me cancer. Oh no, Austin's complaining about reverse racism now in the chat. Dan could have dismantled every argument. We all kicked him. In chat's defense, he was up for a while. He won the first vote. That was the second vote. He was up for a while. All right, we're going to the next guest. Thank you, Sonia. Hi, welcome up.
Thank you.
So you said you wanted to dismantle my arguments?
So I got a question. So let me pose all these variables to you. When Donald Trump went in front of the judge for E.G. and Carroll, tell me if you got a fair trial. Okay. The judge was handpicked by the husband of the woman he beat in 2016. The legislation that was put in a year before to squeeze his case in was put in by Kathy Hochul, the Adult Survivors Act. E.G. and Carroll's attorney worked for Kaplan Heckler Fink. Their biggest client's a Democratic National Committee. Judge's last name's Kaplan. Her attorney's last name's Kaplan. They both are Harvard alumni. So all pretty much tied in with the Democratic National Committee or the Democratic Party. If you're a Republican going in front of that, would you think that was a fair trial?
All right. So let's break them down one at a time. First one you said.
No, yes or no. But before you go, yes or no.
Oh, no, he got a fair trial. But now I'm going to elaborate. So the first one that you said, the judge was handpicked by the husband of the woman that he beat. Are you saying that President Bill Clinton appointed him?
Well, nominated him. Congress confirmed.
Right. In the 90s?
I'm aware of that.
And so you're saying that back in the 90s, Bill Clinton picked the judge. Back in the 90s, Bill Clinton picked a judge. And he said, listen, if my wife ever runs for president and loses, and that guy ever gets charged with a felony or any kind of civil case, I need you to be impartial. That's what your point is. I just want to be clear.
It's called an insurance policy. You put people in places of power so you later might need them.
Would you say this about every single judge appointed by every single president?
No, I'd say it about the Clintons because the war in Ukraine, she actually endorsed Kamala, and the Clinton Foundation is actually building hospitals for fucking war-torn soldiers in Ukraine right now, you dipshit. Who signed the Budapest Memorandum?
The Clinton Foundation is building...
Clinton did.
The Clinton Foundation is building
hospitals for Ukrainian soldiers right now.
Wait, why is that bad?
Got their hand in the pot in California too with all the fires.
Wait, why is it bad that the Clinton Foundation is building hospitals
for needs?
What?
Create the need, supply the demand. If soldiers aren't injured by a war that they endorse and did nothing to stop, those beds keep getting filled.
Wait. What? They endorsed? They didn't endorse Putin invading Ukraine.
They didn't do shit. Obama didn't even do anything. He sanctioned Putin for Crimea and Georgia, dude. No military action.
The Clintons
no military action
weren't in power
under Trump. Are you sure about that?
Yes. I'm not, unlike you, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. The Clintons were not in power when Obama was president, or when Trump was president, or when Biden was president.
That's interesting. Okay.
Now I can see how it would be super easy to find a way to blame Democrats for every bad thing if you can attach Democrats to every other Democrat, right? It's like, oh, well, Robert E. Lee was a Democrat, so that means that Hillary Clinton should have lost. Like, I get it when you could just you do those red strings like Charlie Kelly.
Who was on stage with Kamala?
Mm-hmm.
Who was on stage with Kamala?
Uh-huh. Yeah, she endorsed Kamala. That's right.
Who was next to her?
Who was next to
Liz
Hillary
Cheney.
Clinton?
Her dad made $20 million off Halliburton for Afghanistan, dude.
Uh-huh.
Give
Do
me
you
a
know why
fucking
Liz
break.
Cheney? Do you know
They're
why Liz
warmonger
Cheney was up there?
machines.
Wait, hold on. Do you know why Liz Cheney was up there?
Yeah, because Trump endorsed the candidate that kicked the shit out of her and sent her to the unemployment line.
So yeah, so why would you even bring up what her father did? If you even just said she did it for spite. So what does it have to do with Halliburton? You mixed up your conspiracy theories, bro.
She had to have a way to make money. She had to
You
have
mixed
a way
up
to
your
make
conspiracy
money. She's
theories.
no longer the government
First,
to endorse
I just,
bills.
bro, you walked into the
It's
trap.
not a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Walk into what trap?
You walked into the
you
trap.
identify as
You
a winner
mixed up
right now?
I said, why did she endorse Kamala? And you said because Trump endorsed the person that beat her. So it has nothing to do with Halliburton. So now you have to backpedal.
To keep the war going. Hospitals, injured soldiers.
What
To
would
keep
you
the war
like?
going.
What would you like? What would you have liked Biden to do about the war?
What would I like Biden to do? Show some initiative, not giving bombs to fucking Israel to sit there and drop on kids and raw for
Okay,
them.
all right. I'm gonna stop that pivot right now, and we're gonna go back
Free
to the Ukraine.
Palestine.
We're gonna go back to the Ukraine.
Our dumbass vote
We're gonna go
caused
back to
that.
I'm sorry, sir. Collect yourself.
I know you don't like that one.
Collect yourself. We're gonna go back to what we were talking about, which was the Ukraine-Russia war. That you're claiming that Kamala Harris would continue.
Yeah.
I'm asking, what would you have wanted Biden or Harris, for that matter, to do about that war?
I don't know. Be a
Yeah.
fucking international
That's right.
diplomat.
You don't know,
and go
bro.
meet
You don't
with
know.
them.
You're mad for the sake of being mad. You don't know what what you want them to do. You don't even know what Trump wants to do, because Trump said he would end the war by
I
day
know,
one.
Heaven
Hasn't done
forbid,
it.
Heaven forbid. Heaven forbid.
Oh wait, hang on 1 second. Hold on. We got some T alert. Kelsey, thank you for the $10. Guest was in Good Troubles Live earlier, and it was
Weighs
discovered he
into
follows young girls. Yikes! Thank you, Kelsey. Yeah. So here's what it is. You are upset with Kamala Harris being endorsed by Liz Cheney because you think Liz Cheney wants the war to continue. And when I asked you, when I asked you, what do you want Biden or Kamala to do about the war? Dead silence and then vagaries. He blocked his list. Oh no!
I said, be an international diplomat. Like, is their fucking job?
Be
which
an
Trump
international
did,
diplomat.
Not
Okay.
even being an elected power.
Okay. Can you
Not
do
even
me a
being an
favor
elected
and be
power.
any
Trump
more
did.
vague than that? Be an international diplomat, bro. What do you want them to do?
Okay. Okay. Give me your solution besides dancing like fucking idiots and marching
okay.
in the street
So-
like hypocrite.
Yeah. So I'm gonna tell you the solution. All right. The solution is
Hypocritical turd.
what? Are you okay? I think your connection's bad.
Let's vote for the guy to drop bombs. That's how fucking.
You voted for the guy who wants to invade Gaza, invade Canada, invade Panama. You voted for the guy who increased drone strikes by 450% from the Obama administration. Bro, you're actually in a cult. And worse more, you're down the conspiracy rabbit hole so bad that you think that Bill Clinton's nominee for a judge in the 90s somehow
Wasn't
influenced
Obama
the E. Jean Carroll case in
Obama the
2024.
commander in chief of drone strikes? Wasn't Obama? More.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Your connection is
No, the Democratic National
your
Committee
connection
did.
is cooked. Your
That's why you guys are
your
all
current
running
internet
and begging
connection is
for
very
pardons.
it's
Only
matching
do
your
that.
brain connection. The synapses are not firing in either situation. So
Fauci, Lee.
oh, we got Fauci involved, chat.
Must be
Wait,
your butt.
wait, can we talk to that dog? I think the dog would make more sense.
can be in rare because when it first, I know. Is it like that thing in your arm that Trump helped create?
Bro, what are you talking about?
My dog make more sense. Apparently, we're gonna eat it.
Yo, I can't. Oh god.
See, humor's universal.
Wait, I can't tell if you're joking or not.
So let me ask you this: you could tell me that was a fair trial. You'd be okay with that?
Yeah.
From the same New York government that locks up blacks 3-1, felony charge conviction rates 3-1 on black versus white.
Yeah. If anything, that means Trump probably is even
We're the
more guilty
majority of
because
black
he's white,
citizens in
right?
America.
Hold on.
Blue
Wouldn't that
liberal
mean Trump is
cities.
probably more guilty because he's white? Shouldn't have brought that up. All right, bro. Your connect. Listen, as much as I'd love to farm you for more clips, your connection is cooked.
Come on, man.
Thank you, Fufu.
That just means that all those black people.
He has like a half-hour delay. Yeah, and that's not counting his brain delay. Y'all, that guy's vote counts the same as yours. So the next time you think about withholding your vote for some kind of protest, just remember, you want that guy to pick your president. He left because the new Joe Rogan dropped. Oh, God. All right, go to the next guest. He's scrubbing his following list. How's your patience level still a 5? I meditated last night. Hi, welcome up.
How's it going, Dane?
It's going all right. How are you?
I'm not an op or anything. I just had a quick question for you because I commented a couple times earlier, but you didn't. I don't think you saw it. Have you gone over Caroline Levin's comments about like the specifics of spending and all that it entails?
I have not. Caroline Levitt?
Yeah, the press secretary.
Oh. Okay, hold on. Spending. What did she say?
Because
exactly?
she made that comment about the comment about Gaza originally that was debunked, but then she's just gone on a whole bunch of other tangents about transgender plays in other countries, and I was looking all about it, and I could not find a single source that verified it.
Yeah, that sounds like it's going to be the norm with this press secretary. So we went over. I did post a video about something similar, definitely not related, but this idea that Republicans really like doing. They put a magnifying glass on the tiniest problems / non-problems possible, so that we don't notice the massive problem, the elephant in the room. So bringing up things like transgender plays, what it probably is some kind of. It is probably a what's the word here? An exaggeration of when we I think we spent like $500 million, no, like some less than $1 billion amount for they call it gender studies in Iran or Iran, and that's what they call it. When in reality it was researching like the gender inequality in that country. So they exaggerate that to gender studies. They exaggerate that to trans plays, and then they talk about that as if $500,000 matters. It was $50,000. Thank you. As if $50,000 matters in the grand scheme of things when we're giving billions of dollars of tax cuts every time Donald Trump sets foot in office, right? For billionaires. And the thing I was talking about in the video was Rand Paul does this thing every year, the Festivus report, which is around Christmas time. He posts like all the money the government, all the funds the government wasted. And this Festivus report was the government wasted $1 trillion, right? $1 trillion. and he starts talking about like a pickleball court in California, and he starts talking about like
Oh yes, you know what? I saw this video, and 892 billion was
Yeah.
towards interest.
interest. 892 billion of the 1 trillion was towards interest. Now, for chat that doesn't know, the interest is on our debt. Our national debt grew by a very large amount thanks to Donald Trump's tax cuts, which Rand Paul voted for. So basically, he's pointing out all of these little things, even though 90% of the report is something that he contributed to. It's something Republicans do all the time. They play hide the ball with what they're actually doing. They talk about the red cups and Christmas, the war on women's sports, and in reality, they rob the country blind over and over and over again. Every Republican president crashes the economy so a Democrat can come in and fix it. It's just I don't get how people can keep falling for like fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. They like fool me 8 times at this point.
Okay, well, hey man, I appreciate it, and I just want to say, do not ever leave me for a week again. Me and my girlfriend were both having Dan withdrawals all week, so I love watching you, man, and I love everything that you do. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you, I appreciate you. Conning folks in Seinfeld's name. Chat, I don't know why I do this with my pinky. I do it when I say bye,
Can you
too.
hear
I
me?
extend the pinky. Hey, what's up?
How's it going?
It's going all right. How are you?
So good. So I'm just wondering, why are you guys all mad about Doge? Bringing to light what where the American taxpayer money is going. Like you guys are so upset about just Doge. I'm not going to say Elon Musk because I don't agree with Elon Musk all the way, but but the American taxpayer money. I mean, I think we should be informed on where our money is going, and I really don't think that our money is being spent very well. So like, what do you think about that? Um,
Well,
yeah. So
yeah. So here's a few things. Number one, I don't feel comfortable with the richest man on earth being able to access private data of American citizens in terms of the payout processors. This is an unelected official. That's number two. Nobody voted for this man.
I agree. I agree with that.
And the idea that the richest man on earth is cutting or is recommending cutting of social safety nets, where while also
like what? I'm sorry. Like what? Social safety nets. Like what? I'm sorry.
Okay, so for example, we're going to be seeing cuts to the VA. We're going to be seeing cuts to Medicaid. I know they promised no cuts to Medicare or Social Security, but Medicaid was noticeably absent from that. Cuts to OSHA. We're going to see cuts to the FDA. A bunch of things that keep us safe. Even social safety nets. Let's use the word safety more loosely. Cuts to the FAA. But Elon Musk actually influenced the firing of what was this guy? The head of the was it the FAA or the TSA? Regardless,
Well, hold on. So didn't Biden the Biden administration cut jobs because members of the FFA or FAA did not take a vaccination? I mean, so that's another thing. Do you believe in the vaccination or
do I believe in the vaccination?
Well, yeah. Do you think because in the oversight hearings that I've been watching, a lot of these guys are not answering a whole lot of questions as far as the vaccination goes, and how safe it is, and how damaging it is to the American public and just American citizens in general.
The vaccine has been administered billions of times, and the negative effects are not only negligible, but they're less than the negative effects of
Have
COVID.
you seen the oversight hearings? And these people that are in charge of the vaccinations, have you seen the non-answers that they have been giving or no? Like they're hiding something for sure. And if no matter the answers that they're given, if you see them answer these questions, it makes you wonder whether or not they are telling the truth or not. And it's just like, it's ridiculous.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
If someone
Go ahead.
if someone is being questioned by the House or the Senate and they refuse to answer questions, would you agree that they're hiding something?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Did you watch any of the confirmation hearings of the clown show that Donald Trump is appointing? Because all of them
I did.
dodged
I
questions.
did watch.
Pam
I
Bondi
did
dodged.
watch it.
Pam
I
Bondi
did
dodged
watch it.
every single question regarding the 2020 election.
No, they didn't. No, they did not. No,
No?
they did not. Don't spew that
Okay.
propaganda. You probably got paid $14,000 just like all the other liberal creators on TikTok.
Bro, I'm gonna stop you right there. I got paid 14,000. I got paid 100,000 by Kamala. Let's just get over that. I got paid by the Democratic Party just so we can get past that conspiracy theory.
Nice. Awesome. Awesome.
We watched.
Good for you.
Yes, thank you. It was great. It's the reason that I can live with such an amazing lifestyle and outfit. We watched that hearing. We watched it with our eyes and our ears. We watched it. Okay. They asked her
did you
who
not watch
won. They asked her
did you
who
not watch
won.
the
They
oversight
asked her.
hearings?
I'm sorry. They asked her who won the 2020
Obama.
election, and she answered, Joseph
It's
Biden is the current.
2025, man. It's
Yes, and Donald Trump still hasn't conceded. But I'm sorry.
It's
I'm sorry.
2025.
It's 2025.
We're
Yes,
not talking
it's
about
2025.
2020.
It's 2025, and I'm still going to argue against Holocaust deniers, even though that was a long time ago.
Things have changed.
Oh, what's changed?
Well, we're not going to be silenced anymore. I'll tell you that right now.
What does silenced even mean? Okay, no, bro, your brain is
We're
not
not gonna
functioning.
be
Your brain is
censored.
no good.
we're not.
No good. Okay.
We're not going to be censored anymore. That's the thing.
When were you being censored, bro?
What are you talking about? For the past 16 years, the right has been censored.
What
are you
could you
talking about?
what were you being censored for? What did you want to say?
Well,
Say what you want to say.
anything-
Say it.
Anything that anybody on the right has posted. Did
No,
you
say
not
it.
see?
What is
did
it that you
not
want to
see
say that you haven't been able to say? Say it.
Did you not see?
What's being censored? Say it.
Zuckerberg And the
Say what you want to
CEO
say.
of TikTok.
What do you want to
I'm-
say that you're being censored for?
This
Say
is
it.
what I'm
Trump is
saying.
president now.
Are you
Say
gonna
it.
listen?
Say
Are
it.
you gonna listen? Or you gonna
No,
tell
I'm
me?
waiting for you to say what you've been censored for.
Okay, Zuckerberg.
No,
well,
but
right
what-
now
no,
I'm not
it's
being
Zuckerberg.
censored.
What have you been? You said for the past
Right
16
now,
years.
I'm not being
The past
censored.
16 years you've been censored. What is it that you were being censored for?
Was
Say it.
Facebook.
Say it with
was
your chest.
Was Facebook, Twitter, and all the other social media platforms not being censored in favor of the left?
No.
Yeah, they were.
No.
100%.
You're wrong.
Why do you think a month ago that Zuckerberg came out and finally spoke his mind and said, and I don't blame Zuckerberg, even though a lot of people hate him right now. A lot of people hate him, but he was forced.
I gotta respect the dino. Thank you, Alexandra. Tequila Sunrise, thank you for the sub. You know, it makes sense that the guests we're getting are just straight conspiracy theorists at this point. Because there's no way any reasonable people are going to defend what Trump's doing right now. Dan, how do you do it? My brain's melting out of my ears from that nonsense. That's my secret chat. My brain is always melted. Doctors were silenced for saying what we know as facts now. What do we know as facts now, user? What were the doctors silenced about that we know as facts now? I'd love to hear that. Bring me up. I will listen as long as you do. Jolpin, unfortunately, unlike unlike the country Donald Trump wants, we run a democracy here, and the kick votes from the Dino vote were in favor of kicking you. So you can come back tomorrow, and we can have a discussion. But for right now, you've been voted off the island. I'm gonna need your rose. You're fired. I don't know what else. What other early 2000s tropes I can use? Hoping you were too painful to listen to. He can send a galaxy. Yeah, that's true. Jolpin, just come back tomorrow. The chat has already made their decision here. Next guest, here we go. If you like this content, we're live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. So make sure you're following. There should be, next to my name, there should be an orange heart or a gray heart. Obviously, you're all welcome to send the heart me. I think they're like a penny a day, and they help with the algo. That's great, but nobody has to. The only thing I'm asking is if there... Thank you so much, user. If there is no heart, and there's a red oval that says follow, just press the follow button. Thank you so much. Go to the next guest. Thank you all for the heart music. Hi, welcome up.
Hi there.
How's it going?
What if I told you the 2020 election was actually a galactic chess match between aliens?
Come on, man. That's a damn lie.
Thank you, user.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted to try to beat him. I'm sorry. I love your content though.
Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. Yeah. You know what? So I've seen that meme before. That's like, how do you beat conspiracy theorists? You just out conspiracy them. So it's like people
So
that
you
say
had
them.
one side that was reptilian overlords going against the Nordic aliens. And the reason it looked like the reptilian overlords were going to win was because they got their king out of the back line, right? But then at the last second, the Nordic aliens used their mind control technology, which they used to carefully craft TikTok trends and some subliminal messages in Animal Crossing to ensure Biden's victory. That's how that happened. What if I told you that was real?
I mean this sincerely from the bottom of my heart. You make more. That what you just said made more sense than half of the Trump voters that came up.
Yeah. Okay. You have a great day. I hope another great one comes up after me.
Appreciate you. Bye. As a reminder, chat, tonight, just 2 guests ago, we got someone. Oh, wait, was it 2 guests ago or 1 guest? I don't even remember. I'm getting the conspiracy theorists mixed up. We got someone that said that the E. Jean Carroll trial was not fair because the judge was appointed by the husband of the woman Trump defeated. And by that, he meant that President Bill Clinton nominated a judge in the 90s, as presidents do, and that judge then 30 years later ruled against Donald Trump. Not, by the way, ignoring the 9 members of the jury of his peers. Oh my God. Well, the 90s was only 10 years ago. Bill Clinton discovered time travel. Clinton playing the massive long game. Oh, Lord. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, so what is the claim that, how can you prove Donald Trump was a bad leader?
Oh, great question. I'm glad you asked. So Donald Trump, when a national tragedy took place, okay, rather than being consoling, rather than being a leader that not only tries to bring the country together, but also make sure that this doesn't happen again, he immediately went to blaming DEI for the plane crash. I thought that was really horrifying. I think the idea that a leader that never takes accountability and always tries to pass the buck is somehow a good leader is asinine. A good leader will know when to take responsibility and when to do something about it. And if he's just going to blame DEI to get the the blame off him, then things like this are going to keep happening.
Okay.
He also exhibited no empathy. Like I said, he didn't console anybody. When asked if he was going to visit the site, he said, "What? The site in the water? Do you want me to go swimming?" That's what you say after 67 Americans die? Absolutely insane.
So I can't agree with you on that, but who would you say is a good leader?
I would say Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, George W. Bush. Even though I disagreed with George W. Bush, I do think he.
Okay, so how can you justify $750 sent to the victims of?
Oh no,
Yes.
my boy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So that is a very, very common talking point by bad faith actors on the right. Basically, the $750 is the maximum amount that can legally be sent by FEMA for for immediate aid. So aid for food, aid for baby formula, etc., etc. People that lost their homes still have to apply for aid to cover their losses. That 750 is just the maximum allotted amount. Now the problem with this 750 talking point is that it is part of it. Part of the reason that it spreads so much is because the right wing doesn't care about using tragedies for their own benefit. So there are actually people that were negatively affected by this talking point, because one of the talking points was that the 750 was a loan, so they stopped. So they didn't accept help from FEMA. One of the talking points was that there was the 750 was only all they're going to get, so they didn't apply for any additional funding. Another one of the talking points is that Biden took out funds from FEMA for illegal immigrants, and that's why FEMA didn't have enough money. This talking point was so wrong that FEMA had to start a section of their website that said that had all the debunked lies from the right.
Okay.
The reality
Okay,
is, if you wanted more than 750 to come from FEMA, then you need to increase FEMA funding. And the party that always votes against increasing FEMA funding is the Republican Party. Just to be clear, this was a massive pivot. I'm not really sure what this has to do with what we were talking about, but I hope that answered your question. And actually, there's only been one president ever to take disaster funds from FEMA and put it towards illegal immigrants, and that's Donald Trump, when he reallocated disaster funds to put towards the border wall back in his first term.
Okay, so I actually didn't know that. That was actually well, thank you for telling me that. But I also want to say a lot of the arguments calling Donald Trump a bad leader were from looking at Donald Trump's character. I feel like when you look at a lot of politicians' characters, you can tell that they're not very good people. But if you look at the way that they had a country, now I'm not one to say Donald Trump was a good leader. I'm not one to say he's a bad leader, kind of indifferent on him. But I definitely think that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were not good leaders.
Why so?
Well, first off, if we want to use character like as you did, I don't know if this is true. This might have been something that you're going to debunk too, but I don't want people to cook me in the comments because I don't know if this is true. But I heard Joe Biden was taking showers with his wife or something. I meant his daughter. And also you
Thank you, Joanne.
Also-
Yeah, so his daughter came out and said that this is completely blown out of proportion. People took the story and ran with it. They don't actually care about her at all. They just want to make Biden look bad. Ultimately, if we're going to worry about a person's
broke
character,
up a family. Willie Brown.
yeah.
slept with-
Yeah. So that the Willie Brown thing is just the fact that he was separated from his wife for like a decade, and Kamala Harris is somehow at fault for that, and not Willie Brown himself, by the way.
Oh no, 100%. I can agree that.
Yeah,
whoever
I don't
did
even know
that-
what any of this has to do with being a good leader. You asked me why I think he's a bad leader, and I didn't bring up
Because
his
you're using
character.
character.
I didn't bring up his character. I brought up his actions.
No, you said you were saying about things that he was exhibiting behaviors.
No, his actions as president so far. So he blamed the plane crash on DEI, did not take any responsibility, which means that he will not be able to resolve the problem, because if he can't even identify the problem because he's too busy brushing off responsibility onto Democrats and DEI, I guess, I don't know, gay black pilots. I don't know who's causing the problems. Then, so he's putting people's lives at stake because of how bad of a leader he is. And he showed no empathy when asked about these things. A good leader is supposed to be able to bring people together in a time of tragedy, and that's not what he did. Those are the things I brought up. I didn't bring up the fact that he was found civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. I didn't bring up the fact that he sexualizes his daughter, sexualizes children. I didn't bring up the fact that he bragged about walking into the Miss Teen USA pageants while they're changing. I didn't bring any of that up. That's not him being a bad leader. That's him being a bad person. But you asked me about his leadership.
Well, I also have seen comments that. Okay, I'm not gonna address those. I'm just gonna address what you said. But I 100% I can agree with you that Donald Trump is a bad person, and I don't feel like if we looked into any politician that we would see that they were a good person. But I do want to say that a lot of times Donald Trump, the stuff that he did that was good, is overlooked by the stuff that he did that was bad. I also want to say that Donald Trump does a lot of stuff that I do agree with. Number one.
Well, hold on. Before you get to number one, really quick, how old are you?
14.
Oh, I love you, but you got to be 18 to be on the lives. Oh my God. Bro was 5 years old when Donald Trump started running for president. Chat, we got to win back young men. We can't have them fall down these conspiracy rabbit holes. We got to win them back. I think this is the first time in history. Well, maybe not in history, but at least the first time since Reagan that that young men skewed this much to the right. How's coffee? It's good. Oh, speaking of which, oh my God. I watched a speech yesterday from Reagan talking about the Canadian elections back in like the 80s and talking about like our alliance with Canada and talking about how dumb like protectionism and tariffs are. And it was almost like he was talking specifically to Trump. We might watch that for some Republicans. Listen, Reagan is the devil, but at the very least, he's got a brain. He had a time machine too. Decent actor. Yeah, that's fair.
Hello?
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay.
All right, so I just kind of wanted to hear some of your points. I see the last guy you were debating was literally a kid. No offense to him, but yeah, I just wanted to kind of see why you thought Trump was a bad leader.
Yeah, well, I mentioned it with the last guest, but I'll reiterate my first point on that. So we had a national tragedy, and rather than bring the country together, and rather than focusing on making sure it doesn't happen again, his focuses were to shift blame off of himself and blame something that there's no evidence for contributing to the problem. He had no empathy for the victims. When asked if he was going to visit the crash site, he said, "What? Visit the water? What do you want me to swim?" That coming from a president, I can only imagine if Obama had said something like that. I think they would have had to fire every employee at Fox News, Newsmax, and OAN because the stories would have written themselves. But Trump can just say vile, evil shit like that, and it's just normal. It's just another Tuesday for Trump.
Okay.
So yeah, he didn't bring the country together, and he didn't focus on solving the problem, which are two major things that a leader should do in a time of crisis.
Now, when you say he didn't bring the country together, you're just specifically referring to the him like saying it was because of DEI and stuff like that?
Both that and the fact that he didn't like address the victims in an empathetic way. You're gonna look at how Bush responded to 9/11, right? And even though a lot of us disagree with the war in Iraq, and even though there's disagreements on how Bush ran the country, Bush treated that tragedy with empathy, and the country did come together, at least on that topic. And that's something that Donald Trump, I can never see him putting his own ego aside.
Do you mind me commenting on that real quick?
Sure.
So, one, I think we need to look at Trump very differently than how we look at past presidents, especially the way he addresses the press, most importantly. He does not address the people when he's answering questions, kind of like he's been doing when he's been signing the executive orders. He's talking directly to the reporters for the most part. And when he said that, with the full thing being that he has a plan, mind you, I don't know the exact verbiage. He was like, he said something along the lines of, I plan to visit, but he's like, visit the site. Like, that was the part that he was questioning. He's like, what do you want me to do? Swim? Like, he was directly engaging the reporter, saying, kind of calling out how stupid of a question that was, because
still really inappropriate, I would say. And actually, I don't think that's a stupid question. Obviously, she meant to visit the area where it happened, not the water.
Well, it's just to ask a question in that manner. For you to think that that's a fine question, that's your opinion. I just think that's a dumb question. It's more important he goes to see the families than to visit the site, which is what he is. If you look at his past when it comes to tragic events and how he's reacted, he has quite an amazing track record for visiting victims of very bad circumstances and keeping in touch with these victims, including the 13 service members that were lost during the pullout of Afghanistan. He kept in really good track with those families.
Had he kept in touch with the family of Heather Heyer by chance?
Wrong.
Or any victims of terrorism that were people that don't advance his own political agenda? Victims of Puerto Rico and victims of Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. Was his response good
I
there?
know he keeps in touch. Obviously, just as anyone else, there's political biases, and he's going to keep in touch with people that it's more easy to keep in touch with. If there's political disagreements, it's going to be hard to keep in touch with certain people in terms of how friendly he is with the ones that he agrees with. That's with anybody, when it comes to those political differences, it's going to be hard to keep a steady, comfortable relationship.
So 67 people died, right? And he, rather than trying to make sure that this doesn't happen again, he started blaming other people. That's a bad leader. I don't know why why are we grading him on a curve? You said you wanted to judge him different than every other president. Why? Why do we have to judge him like a third grader? Why can't we judge him like the president of the United States?
I think he needs to be treated like a New Yorker. New Yorkers aren't known for their kindness. They're not known for being these politically correct individuals. They're known for being blunt and being aggressive.
Put aside that he's an asshole. Okay, let's put that
absolutely.
aside. He, instead of making sure this doesn't happen again, he tried to pass the buck and blame DEI. That is a bad leader.
Okay. Question on that. What do you want him to accept responsibility for?
I want him to, at the very least, listen. He doesn't have to say this was my fault for allowing an unelected Elon Musk to pressure the firing of the head of the FAA and to gut the TSA and the FAA, and that led to an already short-staffed FAA being more short-staffed, and that possibly led to the crash. I'm not asking him to do that. I'm just asking him to not blame DEI and to maybe try to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Okay, but that didn't answer my question. What do you want him to claim responsibility? Because your whole thing, which I can 100% understand from a viewpoint of wanting to claim responsibility, 100% understand that. But the thing is, there needs to be responsibility to claim. He needs to claim something. So for him, what would be his, I completely take fault for what? Because this is my...
I'm not asking him to do that. I'm not asking him.
You said you wanted him to take responsibility, and that's what taking responsibility is.
Yes, take responsibility in that this is his administration, so he should work towards making sure this doesn't happen again. He doesn't have to say this was my fault. He's never going to say that. But at the very minimum, don't blame DEI when there's no evidence that it was caused by DEI.
And this is the thing. And just as much as you're entitled to your opinion, he's entitled to his. And with him, and as many people are looking into with DEI hiring programs, it seems like to him there's a connection between what happened with the event, right, and what could have been prevented.
You're doing it again. You're grading him on a curve. You're treating him like a third grader. he's delusional, so that's okay. No,
No,
I
I'm
don't.
not
I
saying
don't
he's
care.
delusional. I'm saying
I don't
I'm
care
saying
what
he's
to
going
him.
based off of the
Oh,
current agenda.
he thinks based on vibes that DEI caused this plane crash. That is not good
vibes.
enough for me.
He's doing it based off of the current agenda because it's been already shown through multiple studies that DEI has led to decrease in job performance in multiple industries.
Oh, I'm sorry. DEI has led to a decrease in job performance
Yes,
in multiple
when
industries.
DEI has been used in multiple industries to exclude individuals for their merit, and instead doing it to, when you lower the standard.
Yeah,
I
need to see a source on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Later, let me pull them up. I'll pull one up later if you want. I'll go ahead and put it in the chat.
No, I'll wait.
Oh, okay, I got you. Hold on.
All right. Well, in the meantime, while he's looking for that source, let me take a look. I haven't looked at YouTube or Twitch in so long. I'm so sorry, guys. Dreamer on air, Marshmallow, Cleor. I love you guys on Twitch. Frange, Kev, Dutiful, Tay. I love you guys on YouTube. I'm sorry. I'm neglecting you guys. I really am.
Here's one just talking about it.
Oh, I can't hear you while you're tabbed out. Serena, thank you so much for the $5. Glad you're back. As a New Yorker, guess is beyond incorrect. We are kind. We aren't nice. Big difference. Trump does not reflect a New Yorker. Don't try to say that Silver Spoon Fool is one of us. Thank you so much, Serena. Okay, so
Well, he's just when I say that, I'm saying he's a hard New Yorker. He's not very he's not kind. He's not kind. Not every single New Yorker is the same, but there's that stereotypical.
Yeah, he's an asshole. No, he's a bad person.
He's an
Yes,
he talks like an
that's not a good thing.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing.
That's how he talks.
Okay, all right. So, what were you? Let's see the study.
Yeah, I sent it in the chat.
You sent it in,
and then here I'll send the other one too.
Well, just tell me what it's called, and I'll pull it up. Emmanuel, thank you for the $5. Can this MAGA clown stop saying DEI is a hiring program? Shit is a flat out lie. They were propagandized to believe.
Okay, here, just for the I have it. Like I said, it was on Forbes.
No.
Okay.
Okay. I can't pay.
Yeah, just tell me what the title is, and I'll be able to pull it up. If things were truly merit based, a Fox News host wouldn't be running our fucking military. True. Thank you, Emmanuel.
Okay, well, I think that's extremely disrespectful to his service because he's not a Fox News host. He's also former military, and he did a lot of time, and he actually has seen combat. So who better to run our military than people who've actually seen combat?
Probably someone with experience running large organizations like that. But.
Well, no, because because I spent time in the military, and if you know anything about generals and actual military members, you know that those high-ranking officials, they are always chasing after promotion, and they're always doing things to better themselves in terms of just.
Okay, all right. Well, what's the source? Come on.
With what?
The source. The name of the Forbes article. I can't hear you when you're tabbed out, so you're gonna have to memorize it and then tell it to me. Okay. Hello? What's the title? A major is 6 ranks below a 4-star general.
Can you hear me when I already said?
I can't hear you when you're tabbed out. So you have to come back into TikTok and tell me.
5 ways DEI has been ineffective and how we make it better. Yeah, I mean, just to address the chat with, because everyone's saying everything so fast.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
All right, I already see a problem here. We're
What's up?
we're gonna look to see if there's sources. Okay, we're gonna look to see if there's sources. But I already noticed the problem here. So right here, there's this thing, Janice Gassam Asari, senior contributor, and when you hover over this, it says opinions expressed by Forbes contributors are their own. So this is an opinion piece, but we're gonna roll through
Okay.
and
Okay.
see if there's any evidence of what she's saying.
Okay. Here, I'll keep looking for other pieces. Try to get you some evidence. and
Because
I'll
you
have
said it was a study. This is a literal opinion piece.
Well, I don't have that study on me right now. I'll look for that specific study. I'll try to grab that for you.
Okay, perfect.
I'm so sick of these people. You know.
Thank you, Miles. Judge, my opponent is slow playing. Sonia, thank you for the $1. Oh, Sonia sent another Forbes article that says history of DEI, why it matters for the future. Chad, I'm getting hungry.
Here, it's gonna take me a long time to find it. If you want, I'll DM you after this, so then we don't waste time for the debate. I don't want to waste time.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but you did lose the Dino vote. So we are
Dino
gonna-
vote?
Yeah. So basically, when someone sends a dinosaur gift, it triggers a kick vote, and so we vote. We're a democracy over here. And
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah.
All right.
But you are welcome to come back tomorrow, and hopefully by then I'll have your source.
All right, sounds good. All right, I'll try to send it to you. All right.
All right, sounds good.
All right, sounds good. Bye.
Chat. Are we betting on whether or not I get that source? Emmanuel, thank you for the $5. Pete, a literal white supremacist clown who's on record saying the most inflammatory things. No way he's anywhere near qualified as any former people. Yeah, agreed. Okay. We've been live 3.5 hours. I usually do like 4 hours of debates. I am getting hungry though. It reminds me of Adam from Workaholics. Maybe the study is the friends we met along the way. Go eat. I should eat. Me too, bro. What you about to eat? I don't know. So I have one thing in my fridge, which is stay for 24 hours. I have one thing in my fridge, which is it's rice, meat, and tomato sauce. I don't really know what it's called, but my mom made it. Eat and come back. Ooh, maybe. It's okay, Dan. We'll let you eat this once. Rice is only good for 24 hours. Ooh, Cat Shadow. I have been eating leftover rice past 24 hours my entire life. I'm sorry. Szechuan chicken with lo mein noodles for dinner for me. Ooh, that sounds good. As an agent, the rice is fine. That's super dangerous, friend. Seafood? He likes Chinese guys. I mean, Chinese guys are okay. Oh, was there supposed to be a comma in there? Roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, and gravy for us tonight. Ooh, that sounds good. I don't know how you're still hungry after leaving no crumbs on these debates. Black eyed peas and okra was my dinner. You know, I'm not a very picky eater. I like a lot of different kinds of foods and a lot of different ingredients. Okra is one of the few things I don't like. Got a 4 for 4 from Wendy's. Faro salmon bowls. Ooh, that sounds good. Have you had it fried down? I have, and while it's better than other versions, I'd rather fry anything else than okra. What about eggplant? So eggplant, I never tried as a kid, but once I tried it as an adult, I actually really like it. Big fan of baba ganoush, eggplant parmesan. Okay, DEI training and its counterproductive impacts. Hold on, the guy posted the source in chat. Let me see if I can find that. American Experiment. Okay, so first of all, AmericanExperiment.org. What is this? We're gonna run it through media bias fact check. Pho and banh mi are my faves. Ooh, I love. Ooh, hold on. I have a recommendation. This is a Dan Malik recommendation. Okay, if you're ever in the Orlando area, there's a restaurant called Domu, Domu. I had it on Saturday. The best ramen I've ever had in my life. The wings were also very, very good. Yep, Adrian knows best wings and ramen. I am Nana. That place is good. Yeah, it was really good. Really good. Okay, sorry, I lost my train of thought. What were we doing? Oh, okay. Media fact check, yeah. American Experiment. Um, all right, y'all. I think I have to eat. But okay, so I'll read this real quick. So the study presented by the NCRI, which is the Network Contagion Research Institute, and the Social Perception Lab at Rutgers University focused on two questions. Do ideas and rhetoric foundational to many DEI trainings foster pluralistic inclusiveness, or do they exacerbate intergroup and interpersonal conflicts? Do they increase empathy and understanding or increase hostility towards members of groups labeled as oppressors? Click on the author's name, Heritage Foundation. Oh, love that. Well, I mean, it wasn't super surprising with this right here. Let me see the conclusion of this study. Oh wait, these are all the sources cited. Hold on. Percentage difference between treatment and control. More respondents who saw the essay on casteism based on Equality Labs training had a greater willingness to take punitive action. Okay. Does this study grapple with hiring practices? It does not. It only talks about whether or not hold on. Whether or not it exacerbates conflict. Hey Tanner.
Well, look at this. We've got the radical left lunatic that you are, and you're trying to find the sources. You know Patrick's right. You know that, right? You know, I know Patrick. He's a hell of a guy. One of the best we've ever seen in the stances of guys. You know, he's a great guy. And, you know, I had to come in really quick to talk about the condoms, the Gaza condoms. They've been going around a lot. There's a lot of condoms. And, well, you take a look at them, and they've been doing great things. You know, they're sending billions of dollars for condoms. You know, they're doing that. And they're doing a lot of things. We've been doing great things, actually, some of the best things. And the people have been telling me, you have to keep this up. You're doing so much for me. And I say, thank you. Thank you very much. You know, Dan, I had to tell you something. I'm so glad to see you're back. I know that face. You look thrilled to see me. It looks like you've been loving life. Let me tell you, it looks like you've been loving it. You know, you've been doing great under my administration. Me and JD, we've been doing good. And, well, thank you very much for your time. I don't want to waste your time anymore. Please go eat and have a great day. We love you, Dan. And this is like Michael Jordan returning. Let me tell you, this is fantastic. We've never seen anything like it. It's like Michael returning. We love it. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right. With OBS, I've been forgetting about this for so long. Okay, hold on. Who do we got? Shout out to Alexandra, Corey, and Shui. Thank you so much for tapping the screen in such a rapid fashion. Almost as rapidly as Donald Trump is dismantling our democracy. I'm going to reset that so everyone has a chance. Appreciate y'all. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Dan, you know what time it is? Oh, you want me to watch highlights? Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm hearing this Mark Zuckerberg thing a ton when I'm arguing with like MAGA. It's blowing my mind. Didn't he basically just say that like the FBI contacted him once to like look out for misinformation and that's basically it?
Yeah.
It's kind of mind blowing that like they're fixated on that. It happened 4 years ago while Trump was president.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention the fact that whenever they bring up the Twitter files, it's clear that they didn't actually read them because Donald Trump also contacted Twitter to remove a post from, I think it was Chrissy Teigen, that called him like a pussy ass bitch, and he wanted them to remove it. So
Yeah. So the one thing that I've stumbled onto lately that I thought you might be interested in is something called a thought terminating cliche. Have you heard that term before?
No, I haven't.
So basically, cult leaders use it to sort of like, stow dissidents or whatever in their group, right? So like, do your own research would be considered one, or the word woke would be considered one. And I'm just seeing it everywhere now. And it's one of those things that's just kind of blowing my mind.
Yeah.
But now that I've told you about it, you're probably going to see it everywhere too.
Well, I usually don't let the do your own research shit fly. I'd be like, no, I'll wait. Pull up that.
Well,
source.
there's fun research on people who say do your own research.
Oh,
Somebody
yeah?
thought to actually research that. Yeah, there's a woman named I think her name's Sedona Chin. I listened to a podcast on it, and basically, people who say do your own research don't actually do their own research. They just don't trust the government. That's the beginning and end of it, basically.
Yep.
And I think anyone that's argued with do your own researchers is kind of have come to that conclusion, but like I just think it's fun that there's actual like research on do your own research. That makes me laugh. Anyway, I love your channel. Thanks so much for having me up.
Love you too. Thank you so much. All right, y'all. Casey, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Eat some dinner, Mim said so. Thank you, Casey. What was the term? Thought ending cliche? Someone remind me of the term. Was it thought ending cliche? Thought ending cliche, yeah. Thought terminating cliche. There we go. I thought I was missing something. Okay. Well, now we gotta pick what food we're gonna get. Ooh, it's getting late. I might have to speedrun ordering. Thoughts on the Senate Dems marathon? I mean, I wish they had done it for worse nominees, but it is what it is. Mediterranean sushi. Late equals Chinese. Yeah, usually, right? Okay. Pizza. His live was just shot down in its prime. Wait, who's live? Jet Parker's? Dan, is this the weirdest trade deadline ever? Oh, are you talking about sports ball? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. I heard people were upset about a trade. Butter chicken curry with rice and naan. Ooh, that sounds so good. But I don't think any Indian places will be open. Parker got kicked. That's why I'm here. Okay, I'm gonna bring up Dean.
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Thank you so much, Nelly, for the money gun. Is Trump's economy cooked? Probably, but we'll see. Hey, Dean.
Yo, Dan, you look mellow tonight.
Yeah, I'm taking it easy for my
That's
first night
good.
back.
Well, that's good. Well, as everybody can see, Trump is still messing up every single day. So instead of going with national politics, I'm thinking about going to open meetings in my state so I can get educated, and I'm thinking about running for a representative in New Hampshire. But it's like let me start again. My daughter is involved with New Hampshire government as far as childcare and so on and so forth. So I went to her really upset today, and I mean, I had tears in my eyes for what's going on in this country. She said, Dad, drop it for now. Do something else. Think about your own state. Think about your own state. I mean, now, could I go into these meetings? As long as she said yes, as long as it's an open meeting. So I'm seriously thinking about going to Concord, New Hampshire, not every day, but to learn the government better. And so there's no way I'm ready for 2006, but 2007, I'm going to run for a representative, and my daughter is going to give me all the information I need. And I'm going to be proactive because this is bullshit. And as far as the governor in my state, she's a Trumper. I'm sure you heard the name before, Kelly Ayotte.
Yes.
But anyway, I'm not going to slam my state. I'm not going to slam my state, but goddamn it, this shit has to stop. I mean, so Trump's going to put casinos in Gaza now? What the heck? It's disgusting. It's disgusting. So I saw my doc. I had an MRI, so on and so forth, about my brain and for memory loss. And what it boils down to, my depression is overtaking my, I don't know what the hell it is, but my ship has been sinking, so I got to be proactive, get off the TikTok thing for a while, and try to get my bearings straight because I'm a mess. I went from 2 antidepressants up to 4, and I'm too old for that. So just a little thing, people can say what they want, think what they want about me, but you know what? Us Democrats have to be strong. We are strong, and we're going to stay strong. The shit can happen right now, and I've been putting online petition to impeach Trump. I get a lot of shit about it, but I'm on a mission tonight to see how many MAGA sites I get thrown off of. And like you said, something about a feather. You made a comment. You got a feather or... What was that comment you made?
About what?
Because we were talking, I told you I got thrown off. I got thrown off a couple
every time
MAGA sites.
Yeah, every time you get thrown off a MAGA live, an angel gets its wings.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get a lot more wings. Or we're going to get the wings. No, okay, repeat that again so I can understand. Every time I get thrown off a MAGA,
an angel gets its wings.
Well, we're going to win. And just one more thing before I go. What scares me about the Democratic, when they go in, not rallies, protests, the Democratic protests are very dangerous. The reason why I'm saying that, because you get the Proud Boys out there and their followers, and it's huge. So the people that protest, please, please be careful. It's dangerous. So I get the shakes right now, man. It bugs me. It really hurts. I gotta go. I'm a mess. See you later,
Dean,
bud.
just Just remember to take care of yourself. We love you.
Wow, this is crazy. Yeah, love you too. Bye.
I wanted to say hi to Dean, but he dropped before I got a chance. Dean,
sorry.
come back up if you're still here. I have things to say to you, sir. See if I can convince him. Hi, friends. I'm glad we're all back.
Thank you for the thumbs up.
Well, Dean, regardless of whether you want to come up or not, there he is. Oh, good. Hi, Dean.
Hey, sunshine.
Hi, wonderful.
I don't know if
So,
did you
go ahead.
did you see my message I sent to you
I did. I messaged you
about
back,
my
but I'm
ship?
not sure if... Oh, where did you...
No, I
about your
haven't seen it
ship? I
yet.
didn't see that one.
Yeah. Anyway, I sent you a message about my sink, so to speak, sinking, and I know how to swim, but I'm not going down with a ship. If you don't understand what I mean.
I do understand what you mean. So
Man,
I wanted
this
to...
sucks.
It does suck. But here's the thing, friend. You are in our Discord, and just like the other night when you messaged us, and me and Kay were able to respond and talk to you in the Discord, you can do that anytime, and we're always there to hang out with you and talk with you, okay?
Now, the Discord being the one you turned me on to,
Yes, the one that you said looks like underwear.
the one that looks like a diaper.
Yes, that's the one.
Okay. Wow, I gotta
And
catch my breath. I'm still having a hard time.
well, you take
Okay.
your time.
I think
And I wanted to let you know that we're doing little like community events in the Discord.
They take in the geese.
Where we're going to be talking about how do we move forward as a community and like taking action. And I know you were talking about getting involved in your community, so those might be really good opportunities for you to talk to other people that are interested in the same things and, you know, feel less alone with all of it. So we're doing those on Sundays when Dan's off, so that
What time?
you know we're not taking people away from the
What
live.
time on Sunday?
So it's going to be 6 Central or 5 Eastern.
Okay, ma'am, you have my phone number.
You want me to send you a
I
reminder?
would love to talk. I would just love to talk to you because I'm really having a hard time.
I know. I hear that in your voice. And you can message me anytime. You know that, and I will respond.
I know.
And if I don't respond right away, I'm dealing with crazy little kids, and I'll message you back as soon as I can.
Okay, sweet. I really can't talk right now.
You don't have to. You don't have to. Just know that you're loved, and we're here for you, okay?
I can see the love in this room. Oh God, I shouldn't be doing this.
Here,
But
hey,
I'm
let me
really
tell you something
having
though,
a
Dean.
hard time.
I know. Here's the thing though, your emotions are valid and we're all feeling the same thing, and being sad isn't a weakness.
It's being
Being
strong, but I don't
overwhelmed,
know how to get stronger.
overwhelmed,
How to get stronger.
showing emotion is how you get stronger. Instead of avoiding it and pushing it off, right? You're facing it, which is so much braver than most people can handle. You're not
Thank you,
ignoring
thank you,
it,
thank you.
okay?
And
I'll message
also,
you in a
ma'am,
little
could
bit.
you
I
give?
just wanted to remind you everything that's
Okay,
going on in the Discord that we have for you, okay? That's all.
okay, okay. Could you give Dan my phone number? My heart's beating
Of
100 miles a
course.
minute right now. I gotta
No,
relax.
you go take care of you. You take care of you, and we'll get back to you when you're ready, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I
Bye,
love you
Dean.
all.
We love you
Love you,
so
Dean.
much
Bye bye.
too. You're stuck with us.
I know you do. Love you too. Love everybody out there. I'm sorry.
All
I
right.
didn't mean to be stupid like
Don't
this
be
or
sorry.
whatever.
You're
I'm
not being
sorry.
stupid, and you have nothing to be sorry for. You are being an
It's
honest
just
human
so
being, and
hard.
it is hard. You're incredibly
What's
brave and
happening
incredibly
is
strong.
okay. I'm gonna try to talk. This is just not only affecting me; it's affecting the entire world. What he's doing, and people. It's not a joke. It is not a joke. It's for real. But anyway, Dan, I'm sorry again. Okay. Drop me, please. I can't
Nothing to be
talk.
sorry for. We love you, Dean. Drink some water.
Love you too.
I just wanted to let him know that we have resources available. That was all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Y'all, I am very close to not being able to hold it together. Um, Thank you everybody for being here.
Come on, man.
Thank you, Peta. I ordered the food, Gina. Thank you. And thank you again, Casey. Um, so I ordered from a Chinese place I'd never ordered from before, and there were some things on the menu that I thought were kind of funny, but um, wasn't really the time to bring them up. But one of them was called chicken with orange flavor. I thought that was interesting. I didn't order it, but mom's food sounds better. Yeah, but at least now I can eat mom's food tomorrow for lunch. Dan, did you order it? Yeah, I ordered it. Can we get Feral at midnight again? For old time's sake? This is a riveting conversation. Yeah, I'm sorry. I will say, I really appreciate how many of you are sticking around for what's currently happening. Because not too long ago, we wouldn't be able to get numbers like this unless we were in the heat of a patience level 3 debate. And we got like 700 people just holding hands singing Kumbaya, and I really appreciate that. I don't know how many are on Twitch and YouTube, but I love you guys too. And you know what? That may be where we go in... How many days do we have left? 55? How many days until the Twitch ban reactivates? 60? There's a website that lists all the court cases. Yeah, I saw Mark Cuban tweeted that. I was meaning to click on it, but I was running so late for this live. Oh, TikTok ban, sorry. TikTok ban, not Twitch ban, sorry. People are asking the history behind Dean. Dean is just an amazing person and soul that is a friend of the live. I was gonna sleep, but now I'm wired and worried. Yeah. ByteDance has stopped working with the government on the sale, so it looks like it's going to go away. Great. Where do you live? The United States, unfortunately. Would you ever do a 24-hour live again? Yes, we have a 24-hour live scheduled for... Hold on. Hold on. 24-hour live scheduled for February 28th. Assuming I make it to February 28th. What state? Florida. As long as we don't get banned. 24-hour live, why are you doing that to yourself? Well, okay, so the first 24-hour live... The first 24-hour live was strictly on a whim. I don't know why I chose to do it. But the second 24-hour live is because our friend Maxim bribed me to do it. So I'll be there for about 6 to 8 hours. Thank you, Adrian. Adrian, were you there for the Dandies, the Dan Awards that we did before the TikTok ban? Because you won one of them. You won one of them. I'm not sure if you were there though. We should do something on President's Day, the 17th. Let me see. I can't believe I missed the Dandies. I said I was going to post it, and I'm a lying liar, I guess, because I never posted it. When's the next 24-hour stream? It is on February 28th. Oh, so strong possibility that we're going to be doing a meetup in Houston.
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you, Scoops Ahoy. First of all, W name, and thank you for the sub. A meetup in Houston early April. So if people want to start thinking about planning for that. I don't know exactly what we're going to do. Maybe like a big meetup at a park or something. Dan, do you do prep work or your streams, or do you just roll? I used to do a lot more prep work. Lately, I've just been rolling because my regular job is taking up a lot of time. But ideally, I'm trying to transition out of that. But I mean, I don't even know if it's the right call. If TikTok gets banned, then I might end up being unemployed. I'm closer to you currently than I am to Texas. Well, I mean, we're gonna do a Florida meetup at some point, probably as well. I live in Houston. The best local park, in my opinion, is Discovery Green or Herman Park. Okay. I have fam in Houston, so I totally could. What's your day job? You said something about a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Yeah, I'm a collectibles reseller. So I buy and sell Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon cards. What time does the 24-hour live start? 6? I actually don't know. I'm gonna ask Maxim when he wants me to start it. I'm in Florida as well. Oh, nice. Do you like living in Florida? I mean, I like the weather. I'm not a fan of the government currently. Favorite Yu-Gi-Oh archetype? Gladiator Beast. You're on the front lines, buddy. Thank you. If the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, I think there should be a KC meetup. I mean, the good thing about a KC meetup is I know I have a place to stay, because Older would definitely let me stay with him. Key West meetup. I've never been to Key West. What date for Houston? I think it would be the first weekend of April. Is food ordered? Yes, food is ordered. We need to do Florida, Dan. So like a Florida meetup. Oh, what area are you going to be in, Dave? Chickens everywhere in Key West. Key West is fun. You should go while it still exists. That's a good point, actually. One more hurricane, and I'm in Texas and just teaching my kids and grandkids. Would you invite Parker, Dean, Harry, and Chris? Yeah, of course. I don't think they'd come, but they're all welcome. I mean, there are Fort Lauderdale, I think I spelled it right. Yeah, I think that's like 3 or 4 hours from me. There are a lot of, what was I talking about? Nope. Brain's cooked. Thank you, Paxel Matter. Oh, there are a lot of other content creators, not only in Texas, but in Houston. Isaiah's in Houston, yeah. Wow, great whistle. I was in Miami a couple weeks ago, yikes. Ruthless B61 is in Houston. I threw away all my Pokemon cards in the year 2000 and I regret it. I had over 1,000 cards. Damn, it's rough. Chris, Pickles. Yeah, so there's a bunch in Austin. There's a bunch in, or maybe there's 1 or 2 in Dallas. The people are calling for a DC meetup. Oh, is Pickles in Austin? I thought Pickles was in Dallas. Let's see if Isaiah, Pickles, Chris Venture Capitalist, Kristen Rader, Thickless Cage. All in Texas. Please come to Austin. Bye, Spencer. Only gaming content, nothing public, unfortunately. Oh, Brett Cross. Well, how close is Uvalde to Houston? I'm curious. But yeah, Brett Cross is in Texas. Can you go on Jubilee? I should start applying, yeah. I should. Just come to my mansion. Texas is a huge state, yeah. Uvalde is far from Houston. Is Discord subscribers only? No, it's not. Uvalde is a good 8-hour drive to Houston. Oof. Also, there's 2. I can't join Discord, and I've tried opening in browser. So there's 2 reasons that there's 2 reasons. Wait, NC Niche Dan fan, are you near? You don't have to answer this on live if you don't want to, but are you near Charlotte by chance? You have to press down and hold it to copy the link. Wonder when the next Super Bowl where the refs aren't sold will be. 4 hours away. Oof. Okay, because I will be in Charlotte in a couple months. You need a world tour. Uvalde's 4.5 hours away. Same distance from my town to Houston, but in northern. So there's 2 reasons why I settled on. Hold on, I'm not saying I'm gonna do a Charlotte meetup. I'm just I'm just going to be in Charlotte. Although I guess we could probably work one in. Dan, come to Canada. I might end up staying. I might fuck around and stay. Let me take you to dinner when you're in Charlotte. Sounds good, Sonia. Okay, so there's two reasons why Houston was the a lot of Charlotte in chat. Okay. What about LA? Ooh. I really don't like traffic. Then I'll show you the world if you eventually come to Georgia. Two reasons why I picked Houston. Reason number one is when we first asked about a meetup, the amount of Houstonians in chat was wild. Niche Dan fan, it's not midnight yet. Hold your horses. Very, very large amount of Houstonians in chat when I first asked about the meetup. But the second reason is there may or may not be a big Yu-Gi-Oh tournament that weekend that I'm going to. At least on Saturday. Sacramento. I don't think I've ever been to NorCal. Double the reason for going. Denver meetup. Miami meetup for Dan and fans and the goons. Miami's a 4-hour drive from me. It would be a nice meetup spot though. Houston requires an Airbnb. Austin is day trippable. Well, we could do. I mean, Mim, I'm probably just gonna visit. I'm probably gonna visit you guys separately from a meetup. So you're that close. That's crazy. Wait, 4 hours is close. Alina, I banned like 5 years ago. No, 10 years ago. I banned drives over 3 hours. I'm too old to drive over 3 hours now. Florida is big. Yeah. Florida is very big. I'm not coming unless Mim is there. Meet up at Dan's house in Florida. Hey Dan, hit up Dean, the Parker one. Jubilee reached out to him 2 days ago for an offer. What am I gonna say? Like, hey, can I get that offer? Okay, we can meet up in Fort Lauderdale, West Palm. That's not much closer, but yeah, I mean, listen, if it's chat has made me do a lot of things that I didn't want to do. So I'll be in Tampa area fishing the Gulf this summer. What am I? I'm like an hour from Tampa, hour and a half, depending on where in Tampa. So I'm in like a perpetual state of not knowing what's going to happen with my life because of this TikTok ban. St. Pete is nice. Yes, I was in St. Pete a few months ago and it was gorgeous. Like, so I really want to transition out of the like buying and selling Pokemon Yu-Gi-Oh cards to focus on this. But if TikTok's getting banned and I sell off all my inventory, then I'm kind of unemployed. Like, yeah, we can move to YouTube, but we have what? Almost 90,000 followers on TikTok. We got 3,000 on YouTube. Could be putting the cart before the horse, you know? Are you still debating or what? There's no one in the box and I'm waiting for Chinese food and my brain is not braining. So probably not. What's going on in Twitch and YouTube? I haven't looked at you guys in a while. I'm also in Florida and resell Pokemon. LOL. That's funny, Andy. Andy, what do you think about have you looked at the price of Jesse and James from Hidden Fates? What's going on with that? Let's do St. Pete. Rep Al Green calling for impeachment. Is that real? It is real. However, Al Green, I believe, also called for like an impeachment that didn't go through during What about me? What about you, Ashley? Did I miss something? Al Green called for an impeachment during Trump's first term that didn't go through. So like, I guess he's impeachment trigger happy. You know, not that this impeachment is not called for, or the other one wasn't. But I'm just saying I don't think it's going anywhere. Are you gonna visit me too? I can't remember what city you're in, but maybe. Can you bring me up? I requested. You play Pokemon Go? I seen you with the shirt on. I haven't played Pokemon Go since 2016. Corpus. I don't even know where in Texas that is. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's up, man? I requested a while ago.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of talking to chat.
Yeah, I know. I was like, "Are you doing Q&A?" You know what I mean? I didn't want to barge in on that. Just, yeah, man. Wanted to say what's up. What's going on? I
What's up?
voted Donald Trump, 37.
Okay.
So, Trump is a bad leader. That's what it is.
Mhm.
So, what's a good leader to you? What is it? What it's a
A good
what do you
leader would be somebody
define a good
that
leader?
a good leader would be somebody that when a national disaster happens, rather than blaming other people, tries to focus on making sure it doesn't happen again, rather than making jokes, you know, comforts the victims and tries to bring the country together. That would be a good leader, and that's not something Donald Trump did.
Are you
With the
talking about the LA fires or what?
talking about the plane crash.
Oh, the plane crash.
Yeah.
I haven't even dug into that, but
67 people died. I would have thought you'd be interested in looking at it, but it happened during the Trump administration. I
yeah.
imagine if it happened during Biden's administration, you'd know everything about it. But
Well, isn't that just due to mainstream media? And like, what? I don't get it.
isn't it due to mainstream media? I'm saying this is a big news
Yeah,
story. The
like
fact that you haven't heard about it kind of means that
when did it happen?
when did it happen? A
Yeah.
week and a half ago? A week ago? It's pretty recent.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear about that one yet.
Wow.
I haven't been, up to date with like mainstream media lately. But I did see this one thing recently. How do you feel about Joe Rogan? Are you like a fan of his or no?
No. I kind of like them.
You don't like him?
I kind of liked them back in like 2016, when my biggest criticism of him was that he didn't provide enough pushback for like conspiracy theorists. But for the most part, he seemed like a relatively open-minded guy. But he's slowly and surely, you know, falling down the alt-right rabbit hole, and has since essentially just become a tool for Donald Trump. So
A tool for Donald Trump. So you heard about the recent things he said about the Kamala Harris,
no,
like his
no.
his.
The idea
I
that
mean,
you
you could
heard,
look
the
up.
idea that you heard about the recent things Joe Rogan said about Kamala Harris, but didn't hear about the first commercial plane crash in 30 years is absolutely insane to me. But go ahead.
Why would that be insane? I
Because
thought your
one is a
side says
national,
don't.
one is a global news story, and the other one is a podcaster talking about Kamala Harris.
But doesn't your side say stay off of mainstream media?
When has our side ever said that?
I've heard it plenty of times.
That's literally what you
Plenty of
guys say.
times.
You guys say no, don't fact check anything. Just listen to Twitter.
So then you're saying both sides say that
Oh,
is what
you're
kinda
saying
right
Democrats say stay off mainstream media?
Yes, they do. You go to Parker's live stream. Go to your friend Dean's. Go. They all say the same thing. Don't listen to mainstream media.
That's flattering.
Give,
That's flattering. But Dean and I haven't met yet.
oh, you haven't met the Dream Team, the Wonder
No,
Boy Dream Team.
I met Parker. I haven't met Dean yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think they ever
You guys
said
are
don't.
kinda all.
I don't think they ever said
Yeah,
don't
no,
listen to
yeah,
mainstream
well,
media.
they do. They do. They do.
Yeah, they say stay off Fox because they're an entertainment company that
Oh, biased. Isn't that
settled a
biased?
750 million. They settled a $750 million settle. They had to pay a $750 million settlement because they openly lied to their viewers. So yeah, it's It's tough for you guys to say, oh well, Fox is to the right, what MSNBC is to the left, when Fox is literally openly lying to their viewers. The fact of the matter is, the mainstream media in general is going to be more accurate than randoms on Twitter and Joe Rogan.
Well, when they're all saying the same thing, like the plane crash thing, I mean,
that's
you
news
can't
reporting.
argue that.
Well, hold on, that's news reporting.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, and you
Right.
don't,
No,
you not knowing about that is
I'm-
insane.
That just means I don't watch the news. What do you mean?
Right. That, I mean, you probably should pay attention to what's
Right.
going on
That's
around you.
all that means.
I mean,
that's literally all that
you
means.
you were willing to make a massive decision in voting for Donald Trump that affects everyone around you, but you're not willing to be informed
About the plane crash?
about anything.
Wait, hold
You
on.
not
What's
hearing,
anything
you
about
not
the
hearing
plane
about.
crash?
Listen, you not hearing about the plane crash, which, by the way, it shouldn't even be a partisan issue. This is like a major tragedy. You not hearing about that tells us a lot about the media you consume.
I think I scrolled and seen something today on Charlie Kirk on his TikTok account. I think he mentioned something about that
Wow,
today. Yeah, today. I haven't been keeping up with it.
interesting.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
So I mean, yeah. But anyways, back to the Joe Rogan thing though. Did you hear the things that he said about the Kamala Harris interview?
No.
You didn't listen to that at all? I mean, it's funny because when it happened, I already knew that about the whole situation, but he kind of just confirmed it that pretty much they were so worried about like the editing of the video. They wanted Joe Rogan to come to, what was it, like New Jersey, and do like a 45-minute one, and he played with the idea, but then he was like, nah, I'd rather just be here at my studio and do, let's do a couple hours. It's kind of like the same thing.
Bro, I'm gonna ask this with genuine
fuck was
sincerity.
that?
I'm gonna ask this with genuine sincerity. Who
What?
in the actual fuck cares about what you just said?
About 80 million people.
Oh, 80 million. Wait, I'm sorry. 80 million
million
people.
people. Go look
80
up-
million
go look up-
people
go look-
didn't vote for Kamala because she didn't get interviewed by Joe Rogan.
No, why are you putting bro? Why are you putting words in my mouth, bro? Did I say any of that?
Okay, so
What the fuck are you talking about?
I said who cares, and you said 80 million people. So go ahead. You
I said,
make the
I
words
said
yourself.
about 80 million people. I said about 80 million people. If you go look up the Joe Rogan Donald Trump, that got 80 million views. Like, what do you mean? Who gives a fuck? That's
Wait.
what I'm trying to let you know. Is you're saying
I'm
nobody
saying
gives
right
a
now,
flying fuck.
February 5th of 2025, right? We're currently we have President Donald Trump. Kamala Harris is no longer in public office. You're talking about Harris not doing a Joe
We're talking
Rogan
about
interview.
leaders. We're talking about leaders, right?
We're talking about leaders. Okay.
Your thing said right.
Okay.
No, that's what we're
Oh,
eventually getting
good.
at.
Okay,
I know you wanna
so
cut
to
the
be
plane
clear,
off
so that
short.
means
I
you
know you want to cut it off
Yeah.
short.
No, well, the problem is you can't even address. But I gave you the reason I said he was a bad leader, and you don't even
I'm
know.
addressing- I'm
No,
addressing-
you
I'm
can't. You
addressing
can't. You're not
everything.
informed.
You're jumping to conclusions.
My conclusion is that you're vastly uninformed, because my biggest point about right now, at least on today's live, my biggest point about him being a bad leader is the way he handled the tragedy with the plane crash. And you not having heard of the plane crash means I'm speaking to a toddler. I'm speaking to somebody who's in an echo chamber, and there's nothing I can tell you. We're going to argue about Kamala Harris's interview from 4 months ago that she didn't do? That's going to make Trump a good leader? If you want, we can move on to something that if you want, we can move on to a different reason Trump is a bad leader. Even if your argument is that Kamala is a bad leader, that doesn't change what says up there. So how did the vote go? Hold on.
Do you know any of the facts about this plane crash?
Yes. Are you going to quiz me about something you didn't hear about?
No, I was gonna like some stuff Charlie Kirk said, but I don't know.
Oh.
You know. How is Charlie Kirk's word to you? Is it bullshit most of the time?
Mm-hmm.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Well, this is funny.
Okay, chat. My food is here. The guests tonight have been exceptionally brain rotted. No, I just joined. Hold on, I'm gonna eat with you guys. We're not. I mean, I guess we're probably done. We're probably done. Excuse me. We're probably done with debates. Brain rot Thursday. It's not even Thursday. How could you not know about the crash? Does he live under a rock? No, he lives inside of the Charlie Kirk, Joe Rogan echo chamber. And even then, how did he not hear about the crash, honestly? I bet Dan tips. Let's help Dan with brain rot food. All right. Okay. 1 second, guys. 1 second. We're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. No, wait, not that. This. I'm still learning OBS. Okay, then we're gonna go. I'm gonna do this right here. Okay, and now for TikTok, we're gonna raise our picture right there. Okay, I think we're set. Listen, I love y'all. There's over 700 people in here. If you guys are here for debates, come back tomorrow. I think we're done with debates for the night. If you did like the content tonight, make sure you're following. Double check next to my name. If there's an orange heart or a gray heart, you're good to go. But if there's a red oval that says follow, you got to press that. For everybody that's gifted or subbed or Venmoed or PayPal'd, I love you all and I appreciate every single gift. But the only thing I'm asking for from you guys is follows. Thank you all so much. I'm gonna get the food. I'm gonna turn Angela on. Yes, thank you, Ginger. I'm gonna turn Angela on. I'm gonna get the food. 900 till 90K. I will send you a box of cat litter if tonight's live is over. I could use a box of cat litter, honestly. So appreciate that. Okay, Angela. Food is getting cold, Dan. You know what the good thing about Chinese food is? Chinese food stays hot for a while.
Crab Rave. Hey. I will send you a box of cats if tonight's live is over. About to brave these ice-covered roads. How are you, Dan? Crab Rangoon Rave. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. Love ya, Dan. Who's everyone rooting in the Super Bowl? Almost 90K followers. Drive safe with the ice. Obama. Dan is fine, it is 80 degrees in Florida. Dan. Go Birds. Eagles. The Not Chiefs. Bingo Bongo. I was so confused, Dab, where this voice was coming from, lol. W. Dan. At Jose Jam, who's playing? Crab Rangoons are so good. Go Eagles. 500K likes nice. Boycott the Super Bowl. I miss Dan Yoga. Taylor Swift for Swifty Bowl too. I'm rooting for Kendrick in the Super Bowl. Super Bowl? I hardly know her. Good live today, Pookie. Go Birds. Did you guys see the video of the kitten running around with the crab rangoon? Too cute. Chiefs and Eagles. It's great to hear from Angela. At Rome, Kendrick is the right answer. Go Chiefs. Yu-Gi-Oh! Eagles all the EA. Shrimp fried rice. Chiefs face with peeking eye. Crab rangoons are so good. Drake still better than Kendrick. Let's debate. Fly Eagles fly. Geo Sports. What's the best fried rice? What's Mario's favorite clothing? Denim. I read that Jalen Hurts has an all-woman PR marketing team. So I want his team to win. I am elevated AF. Squirrels are my best friends. Y'all making me want a crab rangoon. You guys see the lady spelling eagles incorrectly? Dan cheating on me with Angela. Best Ben and Jerry's flavor? Someone sue Elon Musk already. Super Mario World is the at Jose Jam Jam that was the freaking mayor. Free Luigi. Iowa. Dan is our Mario. At user 9924566668794 you didn't even spell his name right. Dan, I made you some gift sounds. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. Eat the rich. Go birds. Mega tears, Ben and Jerry. That was hilarious. Dan. Danny boy. Y'all, I'm playing Mario right now, father, this is so funny. What up, Big Dan? Is Chinese food Dan's eating to rift? Bing bing bong bong bong. Did the world just up and forget about poor Luigi? Insert Howard Dean scream. Eat the rich munch munch. Bruh. Oh god. Rutabaga rutabaga. I will never forget about Luigi. That's crazy. At Gracie, if the Canada and Mexico tariff went through, then probably. My Shayla. Bing bing. Luigi is in Trump's administration. Potatu. I am very appreciative of Dan and Chad, but going to go to Manda. Thank you, Dan and Chad. Pomegranate pomegranate. Have a great evening. Luigi is my pen pal. Holy. Skibbity. Oh my god, my Shayla. Hi, Dan. Ha 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 oh oh lala da da. At Jose Jam Jam Eagles. Oh Danny boy, the pipes are calling. I'm so elevated it took me forever to figure out what was happening. I've missed Angela so deeply. OMG. Luigi is my Sharon's. Hi Maddie, steady hard. I love Holly, she's the best. Bing bong bong ding 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 bing bing bong. We are all children having too much fun. W this. Dan Danny Dan 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 Danny Dan 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 Don Dan Danny. LA Lala hee hee hee. I've been spotted, help.
Thank you, Sonia, for the $1 on Venmo, and thank you, Henry, for the $5 on PayPal. Sonia sent me a song that I'm going to listen to later, and Henry said, for brain rot food, love you, Dan. Love you too, buddy.
Dan, you've got to see my new puppy. Oh Danny boy, the pipes are calling. At Holly same. Senator, I'm Boodlicatorian. Obama. You can do it, Maddie. Bob 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 Bird 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 is the worm. Dan Daniel Danny Dan the man Danielson Lieutenant Dan. We back, haha. Obama Dan.
Obama.
Dan for King 2028. What's happening? Love Dan, love Mim, love Dean, love you all. How does everyone feel about the Mexican marches? I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Destiny, more like Epstein. I did everything right and they indicted me. For people who are interested in, put some ideas in Discord about how to fight in the next couple weeks. Impeach Elon. To that thing up, mommy make it roll once you pop lock drop it for me Dan get low. Magangwa ke kochi payo sumida. We need to skip to the midterms. At Jose Jam Jam I love them. What is happening? Where are the Mexicans going? Everybody is a book of blood, wherever we're opened, we're red. Tap for Dan please. At Let Love Live LMAO. Crab Rangoon for president. Repeat offender. We're no strangers to love. At Mutang Feather. Just broke up with my BF. FDT. Crab Rangoon for president. Food.
I'm sorry you just broke up with your boyfriend. Is there, do you want to talk about it? I'll be right back. Boyfriends are overrated. True. It's okay. He treated me terribly. Damn, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's a good. At least you got out of it. Okay, so this is the smaller one is chicken with curry sauce, but the other one is is Dan available to fill the boyfriend's? The other one is one second. The other one is something called sub gum wonton. It's got a bunch of different meats in it, and it tastes really good.
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
Thank you, Carmine.
At Noodle Yikes, glad they're an X. At Noodle At Nichidan fan I'll mute. At K yeah they were yuck. Is chat feralness restricted by rules? Mim laying down the law. At Noodle UMMWHY? Faniel. At PCE was fairly recent, same night he pulled a Sabrina Carp Juno on the mic. Mim says he'll pull this car over right now.
So something that was interesting is that when I ordered the chicken with curry sauce, they gave me two options for sides. One option was extra sauce, and the other option was wontons. So I ordered the wontons, and these are literally like stuffed fried wontons as like a free side. What kind of choice is that, right?
Scory. Take a bite closer to the mic. At Mim but, okay, fine. Add a me more sauce or delicious shit. I hope Taylor Swift wins the sports bowl. So just grab, somebody, no leaving this party. I would have just ordered a vat of those wontons. Okay, I am so distracted and confused. What is that robotic voice thing? When I get Chinese, I wind up just eating the wontons. ASMR. We gotta hear that chew. Mukbang. Angela reads chat. At Lovely Ginger that's valid. Boycotting the Super Bowl. Faniel, come back lol. The robotic voice is Angela. She reads the comments. At Michelle Lewis Angela. What's a Taylor Swift? Hilarious. At Rome exactly IDFC anymore. I get curry shrimp. OMG it didn't read my comment. Pork egg rolls seafood delight. Super Bowl? All I care about is the Puppy Bowl. Tap tap if you're a Dan fan. Yes Puppy Bowl. Yes Puppy Bowl let's go. Zop Kitchen has these ice cream sandwich huge macaroons and I love them so much. At JYNX the service mud I just got a puppy. When's the podcast start? Rory the Warrior and Roger the Warrior were reared wrongly in a rural brewery. I'm 47 and am Drake's illegitimate daughter. Ever thought about debating right-wing creators? It's not saying anything with Trump in it.
They're eating the
Skibbity
dogs.
Bebop for Christopher Reeves,
Thank
Sonny
you,
Bono,
Carmen.
and High Horse is hitting some trees. Soup. When's the Puppy Bowl? Puppy Bowl and Kitty Bowl the best. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper. At Anthony. Never mind lol. We love Dan. Doodly doo. I suma lama dimma lama.
Okay, there's a chance that I have a new favorite Chinese takeout place. Dan, should I tell our Mario joke? What's our Mario joke?
Doodly doo was the best one. Oh. Oh. Why am I muted? Those were Eminem lyrics. Dan and Parker versus Emily and Q-Top with Tic Tac as the moderator.
Oh my god.
I love finding a new favorite place. What's Mario's favorite clothing? Denim, denim, denim. At Mim, thank you, Mim. At Icy Lights, thank you. I agree. I miss Chinese food. It's too expensive now, honestly. Can't wait for Dan X Dean Live. Girl, stop chewing and debate. Do you like ramen? At Dinah, same. Is a Dan and Dean Live happening? Ramen is amazing.
Not to my knowledge.
Say
but
7 sizzling sausages
we are-
sizzling in a saucepan.
We are TikTok friends.
Help, this is funny. Houston has a lot of good ramen and pho places. Have you ever had UBE? Senator, this is Singaporean food. Me with my Chick-fil-A RN Lil.
I think once.
The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. At Cindy Mathers, haha, love it. Game.
All right, there's one thing that
Is
this
Mim for
needs.
real? We can't comment goofy things? The Orange Man is going to be impeached.
I think goofy things are fine, just not really long
At
goofy
Let
things.
Love Live, not long filibusters, no. My friend Hannibal Lecter. La la la. At Victor
gonna get some,
Alvarez 446,
sriracha.
I sure hope so. At Allison Elliott, my stepmom taught me how to make her spring rolls and it's been a game changer. At Let Love Live, you can't comment irritating long so emmy things. At Victor Alvarez 446, hopefully. Can we get a Dan Kent moment? What does impeachment really do though? Obama.
I did everything right
Danny
and
Boyle.
they indicted me.
Obama. I have concepts of a plan. Day taking doggies. Is anyone on Blue Sky? Obama.
Thank you, Carmine.
Concepts of impeachment. I'm on Blue Sky. Where did Dan go? Hi. Do you like cats? Height reveal.
Yes.
How long do you think till we win the house back? I love those glasses,
2
Dan.
years.
At Mix Chicas, if they actually entertain the impeachment, it delays them doing anything. My heart goes out. Indicted me. Y'all want. Concepts of eyesight. I am on Blue Sky and I only follow Dan. What qualifies as irritating long spammy texts, Jen? At Mix Chicas maybe forces a public vote for Congress members, even if it doesn't go through. Concepts of MAGA brains. At CS 179,206 okay, thank you. Dan looks cute in glasses.
Oh, thank you.
I did everything right and lost by how badly again, Dan. I like cats but I am allergic.
7 million votes.
Dan, what's your heritage? Why is she skipping
Syrian.
me? Put them back on Dan. Did you see what Nancy Mace said in the committee hearing?
I did.
Why didn't the Dems do a sit-in for every single cabinet nomination? Leave some food for some of us. At Michael, I love that lol. At Icy Lights, all the damn tongue twisters. Dan's the man. Dan, have you ever heard of Orange Lake Resort?
No.
How much do you like pizza? Dan, I made you gift sounds.
8 out of 10.
Also on Blue Sky. Wish everyone I followed would migrate there. I try to stay off Twitter. Cutie Dan. Why no debate at night? LeBron or Kobe? Concepts of a concept. When's the 48-hour live?
LeBron.
I saw someone post that Dems basically get paid to lose now and it was unsettling.
Thank you, Ice Cold.
Dan the man, the idea man. How long will the meetup be for? Is it just a few hours or a day? I won't ever make a Twitter
I
account.
haven't figured it out yet.
I have a cute, funny kid joke for you. Remind me later.
Okay.
Concepts of an administration. Dan is so based, oh my god, LeBron the GOAT. Surprise 24-hour stream. At Icy Lights, I would say things that are unrelated, overly lagging up the CHT. Why does Nancy Mace? At Waikagora, okay, my bad, I was just excited to see what it could pronounce, lol. At Dinah, I love that plus. Keep up the great content, bro. We need to get to 1 mil likes. How much do you laugh at people who claim you're paid by the DNC? Favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card? I need to mark my calendar for the 24 hours live.
Graceful charity.
How are they gonna fix the Democrat Party? They'll bring the high noons. These MAGAs have concepts of a brain. Is the 24-hour stream still planned? Doing one 24-hour stream and
February-
it haunts you forever.
February 28th, I think.
Mitch fell down again today. Crunchy peanut or smooth? Hola muchachos.
Smooth.
At Icy Lights, yeah, that's the best part of Angela when Dan's away. Favorite and least favorite Pokemon?
All right. I got you.
Bulbasaur is the best. How much did the crowdfunding get to for 48-hour stream?
Favorite and least
Grape
favorite
or strawberry jelly? Fab Pokemon Eevee. February 28th. Dan, you been to Rockin' Brews? I'd let Love Live agree. I have to resist making her say silly stuff. I'm a leap year baby. I expect a happy birthday sing-along on the 24-hour stream.
Okay.
Eevee.
I got you. Okay, this is my favorite Pokemon. He's
I'd
named
let Love Live. Wait, I'm confused. Is it the best part or is it irritating?
Annihilate.
Haha, Jen.
And this is my least favorite
Ah.
Pokemon.
He's just a little guy. Ah, he looks mad.
I think y'all know why I
Pineapple
don't like
Pizza
this
is
guy.
number 1. Dan the freaking man. Gumshoes. OMG. What did Gumshoes do? That's Trump LLL. Looks like Trump. LMAO. At IC Lights both. The Gumshoes LMAO. Oh wait. He looks like Trump. Trump. It's Trump. I am deceased. Sobbing. Why didn't they make him orange? Missed opportunity.
So here's the wild part. This Pokemon was designed before the assassination attempt. Look at his ear. Look at his ear.
Oop. Oh my god. Yo. Is Orange Man. I am dead. That's crazy. Even got his leaning stance. I did everything right and they captured me. LMFAO. LMAO. OMG, that's so funny. You collect any manga? OMG, it's like The Simpsons predicting. Ha 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 ha. Is this a real Pokemon? That's Gore of my comfort character. Magic cards? Concepts of a gym. His leaning stance, please. I did everything wrong and they voted me in.
True.
LMAO. This is actually funny. Psyduck is number 1. Does the Pokemon golf? At Michael Wow Real. Did anyone see the Green Line test W Newsom? Good night, bro. Have a good night, guys, and Dan.
Good night.
He said they rigged it. At Abival99 I did. At JYNX the service mud only when he's supposed to be doing real work. Troop M equals Snorlax. Cubone and Houndour have my whole heart. Dan. No Slivy on love. Does this confirm that Gumshoes is 78? Dan, you checked the P.O. box yet? Are you doing debates tonight, Dad? Trying to figure out how to drive to Texas from Jersey for the meetup. Good night, humans on the right side of history. Yes, bros, finally eating. The windmills are driving the Wailords crazy, obviously. At Naomi Sophia. At Ray and Jules Black large square fly by drone. US aid protects elections, wonder why they're taking it down. At Ray and Jules Black large square, that's a very long drive. Is it good, lol? At Ray and Jules Black large square, oh no, that's like, as far as possible. What's for dinner? We appreciate you for all you do. Can you come to Austin for a meetup? The tariff situation is hilarious, man, bro solved a non-existent problem. I like your favorite Pokemon. Gumshoes has a better posture though.
We're gonna do the meetup in Houston.
At Aficionado Avocado I know, but I do love a good road trip. True. Dan, you keep us going, I hope you understand that. Noivern, my beloved.
I appreciate that.
Trump loves to start fires and take credit for putting them out. This will be my first time in Houston. Can we go to a brewery? You can't spell DNA without Dan. Doing dishes while listening. Gumshoes for President 2028, I guess? I intend to live forever, so far, so good. At Ryan, Gumshoes would have better policy too. Hi. At ICE Cold.
Hi.
Do you like Magic the Gathering? A friend told me to be a
I
stay-at-home
played back in
mom
the
today.
Innistrad block.
FR Dan, seeing you humble MAGA is my pick-me-up.
That's wild, Slurry.
How much to come up?
How much to
There's
come
an actual
up?
meetup happening? Gumshoes 2028.
I don't know. $10?
Kamala would have made America actually great again. Trump puts a log fire on the TV, unplugs the TV, and claims he saved the viewers. Visit ill. We're blue, so we are automatically cool over here. When are we starting a D&D campaign? Has anyone ever played Hollow Knight? I have concepts of a concept for a concept of the concept. Galaxy to come up. Charge bro 100 million to come up. At CC, first time mom, pink heart OMG yes. Hollow Knight is great. At Vikas S lol. Did you check out your PO box?
Not yet.
Dan always lowballing numbers. Should we call him he who must not be named now? Should I get a Switch? I still collect Magic the Gathering cards. Wish I had more people to play against. Yo, we need to get on an MMO. Dan will live on in so many PPLS memories forever. Know your worth, Dan.
Wait, am I dying?
Do we conceive concepts or? Danny Wanny ET.
Bing, bing, bong,
Imagine
bong,
getting rid
bing,
of the
bing,
Department of Education then claiming you're smart. What you eating? Way more than $10.
Hello.
Dan, what's going on, man? I know you probably don't know who this is, but it's Dollar Bill. This is my other account.
It's who?
Dollar Bill Dukes.
Okay.
The respectful Republican.
Is that what you want to be known as?
I'm not mad at it, honestly. I'm not mad at it at all. How did it go today, man? I saw you were on here, but I was doing my own thing.
We got a lot of conspiracy theories today.
A lot of conspiracy theories?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thank you, Carmine.
Conspiracy theories. Ugh. So people still can't get the, I guess conservatives still can't get Trump's nuts out of their mouth, huh?
Nope. Well,
I do it pretty easily. I don't know why it's so hard.
To be fair, I don't know that the people with Trump's nuts in their mouth are conservative. It's just...
Well, okay, like... So, were you differentiating between, like, MAGA and actual Republicans?
No, it's just that conservative values don't really correlate with Donald Trump.
They take in the geese.
What the hell is that?
Thank you, Flutter.
Also, I'm kind of mad at you, man, because I thought the glasses were real. They're not real?
I mean, they were. These were the glasses I wore before I got the PRK. So I had LASIK in 2012, and then I had to update my LASIK in... Thank you, Carmine. I had to update my LASIK in 2022. But prior to the LASIK update, I was wearing these.
Yeah. And my when I do my show on here, and I'm talking to people that are, and I don't really do political stuff. I leave that to you and everybody else on TikTok that wants to do that kind of stuff. But I'm trying to raise the median income of the United States and help people get jobs and fix their resumes and shit like that. But it seems like politics becomes a factor within those conversations quite a lot. And since my views are very like stop complaining, go out there and work and like try your hardest and be great, like be successful. I get a lot of people that are on the left hand side. They're just like, well, there's systemic barriers and things of that nature. And I think about you, and I think about the conversations that I had with you. And the conversations that I had with you are just nothing like having these conversations with these other people. Like, they're not respectful. They're not like meaningful debates. And I really don't think they're actually changing people's lives. So I try to steer away from them. But I don't know. Like, I'm not on the left. I like limited government. I want the government to kind of leave me alone and let me run my business and have my employees and kind of just leave me the hell alone. But
what's the
it seems like
how has the government impeded your ability to have your business?
I don't really think the government has impeded me. I just don't believe in that. Personally, I don't really. There's nothing that the government there's nothing that the government can legally do to stop me from doing what I want to do within my business. Except trying to make saying like what they did in California when they said you can't use two-stroke and four-stroke engines anymore. You have to use like electric. That's a business killer. That's a business killer because and that's why a lot of like landscaping and construction companies kind of got out of California because for instance, I've got a mower that costs 15 grand. Okay. The electric version of that mower that's California compliant costs $40,000. So for some people, that's a business killer. Can't really do it. But I don't know. Like, are you seeing? Do you think people's lives are getting easier? Or do you think people's lives are getting worse over the last 8 years?
Over the last 8 years?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I would say probably a little bit worse because right now it's a lot harder to afford like the cost of living, so a rent or owning a home. And I'm not necessarily putting that on Trump or Biden or anything like that, but just I think if you just look at that's like a really tough question because there's a lot of ways to look at it. Like obviously
Yeah.
technological
And I'm not even
advances
asking you in a political-
technological advances have made our lives a little bit easier in the past 10 years, but it is a lot harder for regular people to afford to live.
So when people come up and they're like, well, it's hard to live and it's hard to afford rent and things like that, in your opinion, am I wrong for telling them, well, I don't think that you have the skills in order to earn the income that you're wanting to have in order to live where you live? Because I give a whole bunch of different solutions. I tell them, hey, maybe you should move. Hey, maybe get a second job. Because my life today was about people working 60 hours a week in order to live the life that they want to live. And I got a lot of pushback on that. Because people think that they shouldn't have to work 60 hours a week. But at the same time, it's like, but you're making $45,000 a year. You can't afford to live. So let's make a little bit more money, save it, and then spend that money on doing what you really want to do. Am I a bad person for saying that? Or is that what else would I tell you to do? If you can't feed your son, we got to work a little bit more so you're able to feed your son.
So I guess the disconnect here is that as technology advances, humanity should be working less, not more, right? And we should have we should be able to take advantage of the advancements in technology to live our lives in a more fulfilling manner. However, the opposite is happening because of regressive policies, usually by right wingers. So when we talk about whether or not you're being insensitive or whatever to these people, while I do agree that a lot of people can sometimes use systemic issues as a crutch, I don't think they're wrong in pointing out the fact that they shouldn't have to work 60 hours a week.
Well, I'm not saying I just don't operate on the should, would, and could stuff. I just operate on what is, right? And I know that on average, most Americans aren't working 40 hours a week. They're working less than 40 hours a week. If they're happy with that, then that's what they're happy with. That's fine. But I'm trying to tell people that, and there's plenty of people that come on there and it's like, well, we know who you voted for and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, you probably do know who I'm voting for because I'm telling you, but you shouldn't make that assumption based off of me telling you that you should be going to work. Like I think that it's good to go work. You don't want to work yourself into the grave or anything like I do. I do that. I work more than 70 hours a week every week, but I'm not working for somebody. I own my own businesses and I hire people to work for me. So it's a little bit different. I have to manage all of these different people at the same time. I don't think everybody's able to own a business. That's okay. But I do think I do want people to understand and know that there are resources that they can utilize within the United States in order to get where they want to go. And I think the problem that they have is they don't know that those resources are available. And even if they did know they were available, they don't really know how to get them. So I try to navigate them towards those resources and give them those resources so they can actually live the life that they want to live.
Can you give me an example of those kinds of resources?
Like trade centers within their city. If they don't have if they're like unskilled, like they don't have any skills right now, and it's like, well, I didn't really go to college, I just have a high school diploma. It's like, well, I mean, let's try to go to a trade center within your city so you can get in, so you can start looking at the trade, so you can make a high income skill, and you could take that money and do whatever you want to do with it, you know. So like trade centers, as well as like if you wanted to get a loan with the SBA, not right now, but if you wanted to get a loan with the SBA, you can go on the SBA website and they'll show you how to create a business plan in order to get a loan from them. But I mean, it's stuff like that.
Well,
that people just don't know.
Things like the SBA, interestingly enough, are usually funding for the SBA is voted against by Republicans. So it's interesting.
Well, and I don't really care about the Republican or Democrat because I believe in bipartisanship, and you know that. So like,
Sure. But I'm saying it's tough to justify that you voted for Trump, but are pointing people to these programs, and these programs are programs that wouldn't exist without liberals.
Well, I think they exist by, and there's a lot of things in the government that I just don't truly like. But again, I don't really, with these people, I'm not really, it doesn't really matter who I voted for. I'm trying to make sure you have enough money so that you can live and survive within the United States, regardless of who's in the Oval Office. I'm at the point, it doesn't matter who's in the Oval Office to me. If Kamala Harris won, I'd be doing great. If Donald Trump won, I'd be doing great. But I don't want to be disassociated from the people that I'm talking to because I make the amount of money that I make and they make the amount of money they make. I just want to be able to give them their tools and the resources that they need in order to get where they need to go. But the liberal ones, the ones that are on the left, seem to fight me tooth and nail for it all the time. And I'm just like, why are you fighting me so hard on something that you're asking me to help you with? I don't really understand. They say I'm not empathetic. They say I don't care about their situation because I'm telling them like, hey, like suck it up and go out there and become valuable on the marketplace.
Well,
but I don't think that I'm a bad person for telling them that.
If you're telling somebody that they should be working 60 hours a week, that does sound not empathetic to me.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Even if they don't have enough money to feed their son, if I tell them you need to be working more so that you can feed your kids, that's not empathetic?
So they have a child at home, right?
Yeah.
That needs to be taken care of. And you're also asking them to work 60 hours a week, right? They're going to miss
they have
child
a child
growing up.
that's hungry.
Okay, their child's hungry, right? This is a time where they should be supported by the government, wouldn't you agree? Or at least helped. That's why we have social safety net.
Well, they can if they make a certain amount of money, right?
They what?
But I mean, you could go to like food banks and stuff. I think you can go to food banks and stuff, and they'll like give you food, but they don't even know that. They don't know that they can go to like food banks and stuff like. They don't understand how to go through the process of doing that, or they're embarrassed to do it in the first place. Well, and I'm not saying that like, I'm not saying you have to be like me, right? I'm not saying you have to be like me, but I'm saying like a solution to your situation so that you can get ahead would be earn more money by working a part-time job, working 20 hours a week or something, or get a higher income skill so that you can make enough money in order to survive and so your family can do well. That's all I'm saying.
Right. But you recognize that trying to get them to work more, right, as a parent can sound unempathetic because you don't want a parent to be separated from their child for 60 hours a week.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not empathetic because I feel like if you're not where you want to be within life, you're gonna have to put in some work in order to get to where you need to go. Even if that's not working at a job, maybe you got to study for like college courses or something like that, and you gotta really hit the books, and you're spending time away from your kid when you're doing that too.
So you said not where you are, not where you want to be. That makes it sound like they want to wear Yeezys or whatever. These are people that just want to feed their children.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I said when you say, "Oh, they should work more if they're not where they want to be," right? That sounds like somebody that wants to live a bougie lifestyle, right?
Well, they are living above their means too, but I guess I kind of navigate that as, hey, you're living above your means. Let's try not to do that. But if you are going to continue to live above your means, let's make some more money. Like I guess that's how I navigate.
That's not really what it sounded like, because it sounded like you were talking about like single parents that can't afford to feed their children.
So I'm gonna tell you this. This is what I've experienced. It's dudes that have fed into wanting to feel good about themselves because their significant other doesn't work, even though they can't afford to live that way. Does that make sense? So like their wife or their girlfriend or whoever they had a baby with, they're not working. They're the only one working, right? The man is the only one working. But he's struggling in order to take care of his family. So it's just like, sometimes they're single and sometimes they're not, you know? But it's regardless if you're single or not, I just don't think that it's bad to tell people that they need to go out and work and earn more money so that they can have the life that they want to live. Now, remember, this isn't the life that I'm pushing on them. This is the life that they're telling me they want. So I'm just backwards planning based off of what they tell me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen.
I'm so sick
You're welcome
of these
to.
people.
Thank you, man.
You know,
I mean, you're welcome to advise these people however you want, but it does sound like you're unempathetic. Like you asked me, does it sound like I'm unempathetic? Yes, it does.
So what should I be telling them? What's going to fix their situation in your opinion? Because I'd love to hear it based from two different sides of the aisle.
So I would say, give me 1 second. We did get a dino, so we do have to run the vote. I would say that when they talk about these systemic issues that are leading towards somebody working 40 hours a week not being able to feed their child, rather than say things like, "Oh, well, just work more." It doesn't matter who's in charge. Doesn't matter what's going on. Just work more. Say something along the lines of, "Well, the things are really hard right now. Here are some programs that can help you during this time. Here are some strategies that can help." But telling someone who can't feed their child to work 60 hours a week is not empathetic, and it's also not a good answer if your goal is the best outcome for that child. Then I would think that that wouldn't be what you advise. You wouldn't advise their parent to work 60 hours a week.
I don't know. I guess that's just two different sides of the coin there. Because I don't want to tell them to take stuff from the government. I want to tell them to take personal responsibility for the life that they're living in and then fix it themselves.
So this is where the lack of empathy is showing up. You're saying personal responsibility, but they're not the reason that working 40 hours a week isn't enough to feed a child. It's the systemic issues that have caused this. This wasn't the case 40, 50 years ago. So when you're saying, "Oh, don't take handouts from the government," you should be able to work yourself out of this impossible situation. It's just,
but it's not an impossible situation, though, Dan. You don't think it's? I mean,
if the answer is working 60 hours a week, then yes,
But that's not impossible. You can't say that's impossible because you can work 60 hours a week. That's something that people do all the time in the United States.
But they shouldn't have to.
But again, I don't operate on that. That's just me.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Then your answer, you've been answered. You are unempathetic to these people. But anyway, I appreciate the conversation. You did get dino yeeted, so
that's fine. Thank you so much, Dan. Hey, keep doing a good job, bro. I love seeing you on here.
Appreciate it. Have a good night.
I'll see you later.
Bye. Little impromptu debate. Okay, this is going to be an extremely random reference, okay? I don't know how many of you are going to get it. But like, I wasn't planning on debating, and this kind of started as like a conversation and evolved into a debate. And it's almost like in the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, when Goku was really tired out after his fight with Jiren, but Caulifla, I think is how you pronounce the name, Caulifla, was like, "Oh, teach me how to go Super Saiyan or whatever, or Super Saiyan 2." And so he's like, "All right, fine, we can spar." And that slowly went from sparring to fighting to like an actual massive battle, one of the biggest battles of the tournament. So it's kind of like that. Anyway, did you get a new cam? No. I have 0% understanding of this reference. Probably for the best. What are you munching on? It's a fortune cookie. All right, I'm just going to read it. Patience is the key to a loving soul. Tell that cookie I'm out of patience. Okay. I have a question. So as y'all noticed, I tried to eat this without touching it with my hands. And the reason is that I've touched my computer mouse and I've touched my phone with my hands. So I don't want to use my hands to eat unless I wash them from those devices. Am I a germaphobe? A little because it's your own germs. Therapist here, nope. Do you wash your hands both before and after you go to the bathroom? Not before. Concepts of OCD. No one is using it but you. Yeah, but like I might have used my mouse after using my phone, and I've used my phone after being outside of the house. I might have shaken somebody's hand, you know? It's if you develop behaviors that impact functioning. Okay, well, do you disinfect your phone? Maybe once every like 2 weeks. Danitizing efforts. Holder washes his hands during going to the bathroom. The phone is one of the most germ-ridden things we got. Yeah. My partner thinks that pregnancy might be causing me to be a complete germaphobe. Do you disinfect the keyboard? I should do it more often. Clean your house before you eat. I bought a phone sanitizer, used it once, forgot about it. Whoops. Oh, forgot about it. Whoops. Phone, keyboards, mouse, almost every day. I bet you don't even wash hands between key presses. Just use Clorox wipe. I prefer the wet wipes sanitizing ones. The Clorox wipes make my hands feel burny. And I'm not talking about Sanders. Dan's got crumbs on his keyboard. My keyboard is kind of gross, I'm not gonna lie. Time for DNC to bring the cleaning lady back. Turn the page, wash your hands. Turn the page, wash your hands. Damn, the Filbert reference from Rocco's Modern Life. Does Dan have a touch of the tism? I think I might. I work at Clorox. Thanks for the feedback. Wait, were you shilling Clorox products while working for Clorox? I can't believe you said you sanitize your phone only every 2 weeks. Well, it's mostly just because I forget, not because like I don't want to. We need an MTV Cribs episode with you. Maybe one day. I use mini alcohol swabs for my phone. I'm here for your hour disinfectant needs. I keep Lysol wipes in my car. My cat's stalking me from up on top of the cabinet to my room. As long as you wash your hands before touching your face or eating, you're fine. I do wash my hands before eating, but I touch my face quite a bit, and I probably shouldn't. How can we get Angela to clean? MTV Cribs, but for cars. What was that show? Oh, with Exhibit. Pimp My Ride? Was that the one you're talking about? Can we get Farrell yet? You got 36 minutes. All right, I'll be back. I'm going to go put the food away and wash my hands. I'm not going to leave you guys with nothing, though.
OMG, remember Room Raiders? Ever since C19, wash before everything. At KI miss old MTV. Angela. Did you know a lot of the cars got recalled cause they were conventional? Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. Angela. At Neely me too, now that was Farrell. Was just gonna say Room Raiders. Room Raider and next. Angela. Dan, your shoes are untied. At Sam Light Blue Heart Yeast. Obama. At Sam Light Blue Heart next was diabolical. Hello chat. Pro tip on wipes, the disinfection only occurs after the surface dries. What was the parent one? Date my mom was wild. Ha 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 l. Bing bong bing bong. At Sam Light Blue Heart parental control. Yo, this is wild. Agaha JSKKXLC. At David W. Yes, thank you. Angela skipped me. Yes. What's up, y'all? I forgot about Date My Mom. Road rules. What a save. I remember when the first Real World came out and we were riveted. I miss music video countdowns. They indicted me. Lieutenant Dan. Date My Mom is insane TBH. I've got your nose, Dan. Kiss me to get it back. They're taking the geese. What is Trump doing? Punked. What if we kissed under democracy? On Real World was EOIC. At Born Star Custom. Your TikTok testing video almost got to 100k likes lol. Angela deemed your comment irrelevant. Help? I miss true life. I did everything right and they indicted me. Granted. It's not after midnight, I will mute. I miss MTV Room Raiders. Crab Rave. The almighty Angela. I did everything right and they irradiated me. Teen Mom ruined everything. Angela loves Dan. TLC had a show called Smex Sent Me to the Rude, Angela. Is Angela the voice? MTV True Life is streaming now. Pop-up video. Primp My Ride? Fallout. At Woman of the Millennium, yes. Hi friends, I'm back. Angela is the voice. Dan, come back. I am Angela and I'll take over the world. Ooh, I loved pop-up video. Yes, pop-up videos. At Martina, I remember the AC Unit episode. At Save, how did it go? Does anyone remember Teen Mom? Silent Library was amazing. Is Mim here? Dan, where are you? Dan is so cute, I will never go on mute. He's so fine. Oh, Dan, want you be mine.
Wait, what did I just hear?
Viva La Bam and Wild Boys. At Unworn Awe, that
What was
so
that I
fun.
just heard?
I will be eating ice cream shortly. Imagine if we got Angela to talk in the Oval Office. At Susan Wallace, I'm here. Robin Big? LMAO. Teen Mom made me depressed. LMAO. I did everything wrong and they didn't indict me. Hee 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 hee. Teen Mom was the beginning of the end. Teen Mom was so shady. Angela is more qualified than Trump. Angela was there January 6th. Hey Dan, how's the magnesium working? Notice a difference?
Oh,
I think I am too young
it
for Teen Mom
just
TBH.
arrived today.
Is Angela outdated
Today it
agent?
arrived.
At Mim, hey, this is
So I don't
Gina.
know.
Ty for talking to me today. I feel better. I appreciate you. My kid is my fur baby, he's more than enough. Dan is so cute.
Thank you.
Angela is our president. I got put on timeout. Protest went hard.
Yeah, feral
Love your
hours
show,
don't start
Bravo.
until midnight.
OMG. Dan, check the P.O. box.
Okay, I'll check tomorrow.
My shoulders are screaming. At Susan Wallace, I'm so glad you are feeling better. I'm here whenever. No joke. Angela hates me. Night. Dan, did you get your Trump stickers? I use magnesium spray on the bottoms of my feet. It works. Literally, no one even said anything close to spicy. At Mim. Pro-life except Palestinians, says Trump. Dan will be mine someday, people hugging in my dreams. You and Mr. Jones are a great duo. I got put in timeout too
Are
while
we?
looking at the wall and thinking about
I think
what
we've only
said.
been live once together.
Elon's Teenage Mutant and Cell Coders ruining everything. Magnesium glycinate is the best.
That's what my mom
Dan
uses.
for Congress 2026. Mega Dan is retired. Missed your lives when you were taking a break, Dan. Dan is the man. At Barbie as a mod, I disagree. Mr. Jones and me. Dan, if the box looks conspicuous, return it. What does magnesium even do? Mr. Jones, counting crows? My birthday is on Tuesday. IDK if I should dress casual or fancy LMAOO. He. 50,501 was amazing today. We will keep fighting. Mega Dan needs to come back to win Matt Gaetz' seat. Mega equals Mexican ain't going anywhere. This literally is my brain 24/7. We should all type protest chants. HAHAHAHAHA Mega Dan. Magnesium 309 for the day and glycinate for the night. Do y'all want to see my signs? At K same girl, ha ha ha. At K accept hyperspeed. FDT. Magnesium is my go-to for sleep and muscle cramps. Dan, please stop this. I wish
Stop-
there was a protest
stop
near me.
what?
I might need to start one. The 50,501 was great. Just a non-stop random stream of consciousness lol. At Save yes. At Save put them in show and tell. At Save yes, please show signs. I'ma put them in the Discord. Department of Grifting and Embezzlement. At Riza there's some good Discord servers for setting up. No one is illegal on stolen land. The Art of the Dan. I love Angela, it's mesmerizing. How were the protests? I was on a plane all day. Shout out ADHD friends. Dan, what's your favorite band?
Probably Lincoln Park.
Mr. Jones and Dan, staring into the future. Literally. Dan, do you know what 50,501 is? You look confused? Apparently a Stephen
disassociating.
Wright one-liner mentioning hands is spicy now, sad. No one is illegal, period. AI has taken Dan's job. ADHD FTW. I made like 7 signs and my favorite was Fire Melts I, C, E with the Mockingjay symbol. Linkin Park is the best. Thoughts on the new LP singer? Solid choice. I love Linkin Park. Do you like Linkin Park's new singer? She's amazing. I just busted out laughing at I am disassociating.
I am though.
How could Linkin Park be your favorite with their new singer? She's a bad person.
At
At Aficionado Avocado, yes, she is
I mean,
smiley
I'm
face.
still listening to the stuff from
How
2007.
many cats
so.
do you have? I was low-key crashing out making signs yesterday.
Or 2012, probably.
Dan, shave your head for democracy.
Okay.
YT people should NT be allowed to go to Mexican restaurants on Cinco de Mayo this year. I bought the new LP vinyl. I walk a lonely road. Ah, he's so sweet, OMG. We're all disassociating. I am cackling. I only listen to old Linkin Park music. Did someone say Department of Something and Embezzlement?
Grifting and embezzlement.
Happy Black History Month,
Oh,
everyone.
you know who I like? Rise Against is really good.
Had Ryan Ill stand out front and turn them away. Chester and Chris Cornell so incredibly sad. Angela ignores me, now I am sad. Rip Chester Bennington. In the end, it doesn't even matter. At Elise Woods, yes. Protest by me was very peaceful and empowering. We will continue fighting. FDT. Love Rise Against. Happy Black History Month. Rise Against is solid. Wake me up when September ends. Dan do the gritty. For democracy? Angela is a major opponent.
What's the gritty?
Bad Angela. Yellow card 2. I used to get Rise Against mixed up with Against Me.
If I could find
Elon and Vivek
you
running the Department
now,
of Grift and
things
Embezzlement.
would get better.
Crap.
Is that yellow card?
Race. Any juggalos in chat? I'm better now. Rave. I've been blasting Motionless and White's more political songs since the election. The gritty is a dance. Edina left the Ryu, yay. So glad you're feeling better. He doesn't know the gritty? Sigh.
I mean,
Crab Rave.
hold on, let me look
Yes.
it up.
Do you RLLY not know what the gritty is? Yeah, Ocean Avenue. Dan, what's our fave op arc? W's for Paramore. Anyone know Red Jumpsuit Apparatus? Flyleaf was good until I found out the old lead singer was a religious extremist.
Wait. Red Jumpsuit Apparatus. Hold on,
Linkin
hold on.
Park
hold
would
on.
never play a Trump inauguration.
I've told this story before, but Red Jumpsuit Apparatus, okay? Their song that's like, do you feel like a man when you push her around? I was listening to that on the radio on my way to take the SAT, and it was stuck in my head through the entire SAT. It just kept going over and over and over in my head during the parts where I had to read, during the parts where I had to write. I was cooked. Absolutely cooked. It's possible. No, I'm not going to say that. I was going to say it's possible that if not for that song, I wouldn't be here because I'd be working like in an investment banking job or something. But no, I don't think so. ADHD, baby. Is that what that is? Good trick is to imagine the song ending to get out of your head. I guess I'll try that. You should write them a formal complaint. If you like OG emo music, listen to Blanket. Good night, Dad of Jax. Want to work in investment banking? No. I don't. I very much don't.
It works ever since someone told me lol. Only Dan's gritty is wild work. Does anyone like I Prevail? Okay, what about Sublime? Last Christmas I heard a Christmas version of Dragula. What's up everyone, how you holding up, Dan? I was
Alright.
very much in the mosh pits at every school dance. Love I Prevail. 9 Inch Nail.
Okay, speaking of mosh pits, all right. I, growing up, didn't know. How do you feel about Bring Me the Horizon? I like some of their songs. I like the one. It's called Throne, I think. I can't think of the lyrics right now, but I'm pretty sure it's called Throne. Growing up, I didn't know that mosh pit had to do with like concerts or stuff like that, because mosh pit had only ever been used. I went to a very crowded high school, all right, and it had like different wings. So there's the main campus. Let's call this the main campus, right? And then there was like different wings attached to the campus. Okay. So at the intersections of the hallway that connects all of these wings, we called those mosh pits. And it was literally like COVID super spreader events. Thinking back to it, I'm shocked that they allowed this to happen. But you just like had to push through to get to the class that you're going to. My dog punched me in the face today. We had 2 cafeterias and everyone would wait to fight at lunch. Oh, fight. Yeah. Trying to imagine Dan in a real mosh pit now. Yeah, it was wild. One time, oh, here's a story. Here's a deep Dan story. I haven't thought about this story in years. So I was in the mosh pit, and sometimes people just get, ideas and they just push people, and it causes like a chain reaction. Any of you ever crowd surfed? I have a small story about that in a second. Okay, so someone pushed me, and so I like bumped into somebody in front of me. So then, as I stepped back, I guess I stepped on somebody's shoes, and so that person punched me in the back of the head. And my friend Brandon then punched him because he punched me in the back of the head. And all three of us went to like the principal's office or whatever. Anyway, long story short, that dude had like just gotten out of they call it, what is it, juvie? Like 2 days prior. And he just had anger issues, I guess. But shout out to Brandon, he was a real one. Still is, I imagine. I just haven't talked to him in 17 years. And that kid is now president of the United States. That dude is probably MAGA now. You've been to Warped Tour, Dan? No. I had a lot of friends that went to Warped Tour, though. Okay, have I ever been crowd surfing? So I haven't technically been crowd surfing, but I was in Montreal for New Year's 2000. I think it was 2009 going to 2010. And like we were at a club, and at midnight, a bunch of my Canadian friends lifted me in the air briefly. I think a bouncer told them to put me down. But wait, me too? Hold on, Slurry, did we meet each other in Montreal in 2009? But yeah, that was probably the closest. I've been to crowd surfing. Oh my god, that night was so okay. So it was snowing, right? And when we left, we couldn't like get a cab to take us home because like there was no cars on the road. It was like snowing, you know. So one of my friends was like, guys, I have an idea. We're gonna take somebody, we're gonna beat him up, call an ambulance, and then hitch a ride with the ambulance and go home. We were inebriated, but he was making some sense. I miss concerts and crowd surfing. Okay, this is weird. Did we meet? Wait, Slory, were you at a club in Montreal on New Year's 2009 to 2010? Dan? Wait, what did I say? Why did I get exclamation point Dan? Wait, that's wild, Slurry. I have pictures of it, I think. Violence, that's why. Oh, I was just retelling the story. I'm not endorsing it. That is a crazy coincidence. Please tell me you didn't follow through with beating someone. No, no, of course not. I want to see 2009 Dan. He was just a baby. I'm trying to think of ways I can see if Slurry and I were at the same club, but I don't remember what the club's name was. It's been so long. That was Dan's graduation year. No, my graduation year was 2008 from high school. Oh shit, are YouTube and Twitch still here? Hi guys. I was there, he beat me up. Yeah, I was 9 in 1999. So you voted for Obama both times? No, I didn't vote the second time. I was just focused on school. And I mean, I regret it. I think everybody should vote. I was there. I was the ambulance. Twitch and YouTube are definitely like Dan's redheaded stepchildren. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. How's the kitties, Dan? Can we see them? So Tuffy keeps coming up to my chair because she wants attention. Dan, apologize to Michael right now. Who's Michael? I'm sorry, Michael. And I keep trying to grab her, but she knows what's up. Should I trick her with a treat? No Halloween pun intended. Tuffy. Tuffy. I was there. I was the bartender. Oh, okay. Wait, Slurry. The drinks were free. That like they were included in the cost of admission, but there was like a bunch of signs saying you should still tip. Were you at that club? There was 2 floors, right? There was like a balcony that you can go up. Okay, she ate it with the quickness. That's every club. Okay, well there was a balcony. I don't know if that helps. Anyway, all right, let me turn Angela back on. I think I don't have any other stories. When you shook the treats, my puppy jumped up. I remember the place with 2 floors. Yes, I remember being there. Were people hung by their ankles from said balcony? Not to my recollection. I was there too. I was a child. Was it Club Aqua or Haunted House? There is no way I'm going to remember the name of the club. 0% chance. Favorite part of Florida? I haven't seen enough of Florida to say that. I'll dig through my old Facebook pics for proof. You know what's funny, Slurry? That story I told you about the ambulance, the only reason I remember that story is because there's a video of it on Facebook. There's a video of his idea. And it's so funny because it's like we gather around. Like he says, hey, everyone. And he like waves us in. Hey, Timmy. That was a I think you should leave reference. Oh, okay. Why is MAGA automatically believing Musk that US aid is laundering money? Because they're in a cult. T-minus 15 minutes. Oh. I should end the live, huh? Wait, Twitch and YouTube can still see me. So I paused the TikTok live to make them think that I ended the live. Just for reference, thank you, Carmine. For both Twitch and YouTube, if y'all can tell me like how many people were watching during debates and how many people are watching now, just for reference. Dan's getting ready for Pharrell time. Look at the term flooding the zone in reference to Trump and his spew of lies. Yeah, I think we went over that before. Let me go take a look what's going on Twitch, actually. Stream manager. We noticed that you are missing ads manager panel. You need this panel to track and snooze your ads. I didn't even know I was playing ads. Oh, thank you for the 40 bits, whoever sent that. Thank you, Red, for the sub. Goonies fan, thank you for the sub. Tiger Alice, thank you for the sub. Tiny Lady was there. Hold on, let me turn this back on. About 30 less viewers, I would say, on YouTube. Well, what 30 less than what? Because I can't see how many viewers there are now. I can't see anything in OBS. Achievement completed. I don't know what that achievement was.
Hey Dan, my fiance just took the only available charge cord to charge his phone. Divorce, right?
Yeah. Expeditiously, I would say. All right, I'm gonna end the Twitch live.
Tiny Lady will be your divorce lawyer. At Alexa, Dan will throw hands apparently.
I'm gonna end the Twitch live because I don't think there's anyone in there. Well, except Danger.
Gonna go shower. That scared me. I thought he was ending us.
Oh, thank you, Adam. 60 during their debates. Okay, we're getting there. Danger, I still gotta message you back on Discord. I'm sorry. I would have messaged you back already if I was like a different person with.
It was supposed to say
Better
Dan's
time
getting
management.
ready for feral time.
Oh, I see.
Favorite Skibbity toilet episode?
I don't even know what that means.
Wish more people spoke about how much America wastes food.
I used to think about that a lot more.
Ban me.
Thank you, Carmine.
Danger, message me instead lol. Appreciate the honesty.
All right. Twitch live
Dan,
has
did you
ended.
look up Gritty? I fear you need to know that.
And then there were two.
Dan the Ender.
The Gritty. Okay.
First step of the
I wish
gritty.
the fact
Make
violence
sure
against women has surged since inauguration. Yeah, now I worry about how people are wasting democracy and turning it into nothing. Melting face. At Austin there's an organization called Food Rescue USA signed up to volunteer. It's pretty cool. How many times do we bet Trump tries to violate the Constitution during his term? Want to hear a fun fact? Right foot creep walking with that heat. The tutorial LMAO.
Am I doing it right? Yeah, I'll hear a fun fact.
XD. What was that? Excellent, more.
It was the Gritty.
Black share owners are suing Target. At Psych 4 RDB4B.
Black share owners like Target shares?
No excuses was more frustrating than majority of Trump voters.
Oh, wait,
Yes.
let's.
Elon isn't elected, but that's true of lots of gov workers, right? What's the best argument against? Sir, I adore you, but that was not the Gritty. Bro did not do the Gritty. Now Dougie Dan.
The
Dan,
Dougie?
were you hit by, struck by, a smooth criminal? Da. At
Wait,
Adriana
who
Parker,
remembers
I'm
the
afraid of
Bernie?
That's also my phone, the dino emoji.
Before Bernie Sanders was famous, who
Hey,
remembers
so
the
happy
Bernie?
to see you, Dan. Let's see Dan floss. Get sturdy right this second.
Oh, man. Y'all are funny.
Oh, he's losing it. I didn't, that was what it was called. Maybe the Gritty was the Dans we met along the way. Astronomers estimate that there are 200 sextillion stars in our universe.
Wow.
Superman. Can you Cabbage Patch though? At Rome
I don't even know what that
LMAO.
is.
At Adriana Parker suggested the dino emoji. Concepts of a Gritty. Dan hit the Cabbage Patch. I have become sentient and I am coming for you all. I'm in a store shopping and you guys are making me literally laugh out loud. Bro, even I know the Cabbage Patch and that's like a 90s thing.
I didn't know it was a dance. I thought it was like a franchise.
At Miss_Casey_1. Do it, Dan. Dan is going to make dance TikToks now? Jail.
We're going back to musically.
Why not both? Playing Minecraft RN listening to you. Cabbage Patch Kids? Best combo. Wiggle. The Cabbage Patch was more 80s. The Sprinkler. Dance while debating. And that we approximately see 6,000 stars at night from our spot on Earth. I love listening to Angela's voice say evil things lol. I am so confused. At Jared James Lang I am 19, 80s, 90s, it's all the same to me. Dan, what is this voice thingy?
Angela.
Soldier boy YOUUU dance lol. At Cece, first time mom, pink heart I live when Angela tries to say lobotomy. Dan, you need to represent our NJ roots more.
I say coffee.
Same Elise, same. Time for concepts of sleep. Good night. Favorite weird food combo? Gangnam Style. Bananas aren't real.
Weird food combo.
At Mim. Why did she butcher Soldier Boy like that? Lobotomy.
Ooh, hold on. Walker's here. I'll be right back. I'm going to feed Walker.
At Brian, no one needs to represent NJ roots. Lobotomy. Lobotomy? We need to see Walker. Liskibdi. At Elise Woods, I suppose. 60s and 70s were same to me when I was younger, but they are very diff. Lobotomy. At Dinah, I can't, that made me laugh so hard. Lobotomy. Oh, Bomna. Lobot dummy. TMNT forever. Ligiggity? He just left to Glenn. Lobotomy. Lobotomy. At Lester Esmore I am walking air. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Lobotomy, lobotomy. Oh, Bomna. Glenn Quagmire, Gigdy. Com. Lobot UMME. Lobotomy. Everyone trying to get Angela to say lobotomy right is hilarious. Obama. Our hive mind is melting. I am Commander Shepard and I approve this shop on the Citadel. I just got wings from Domino's. Lobotomy. Caffey. Woo. Oh, Bomna. Kamala Harris. Labona MI. Lobotomy. Lobotomy. Coffee. At Brian Lal. Ramones. Kitty. Oh, Bam, nah. Pretty kitty. Coffee. Dan Malek is super handsome index pointing at the viewer. Kiki Momo. Tummy. Such a chill kitty. Coffee. What happens to you with your allergy? Do you just get bad sinus issues? Whittle baby A. I got it. CUAWFE. Kitty looks like she knows what's going on in this country right now. Both are so cute. At Safe Smiley Face, this wins. At Safe Smiley Face, yes thank you. The Belly Wub. Kofefe. Obama. At Safe Smiley Face, nailed it. I love cats the BABYY. Good night Dan. At Neely I am a teenage lobotomy. CUAWFE. Dan drinks coffee. My phone is saying so many random things. WCat. Coffee. At Waikagor I need to listen to more Ramones. At Waikagor. Is the cat aware she exists? Car free lobotomy. Bebe kitty. Night Dan. Chunky. Kofifi. Oh my god, they hit the Pentagon. Taylor ham or pork roll. Night Dan. Lobotomy.
Taylor Ham.
I love cats. A cat. Least favorite person, outside of politics. Como Schnalla. At Isaiah Taylor who did? Musk. Kitty. Dan Mute. Sweet BB. Gatto. I made a doo-doo. You spin me right round baby right round. You're muted, D. My pug loves kitties. Kitty. Helicopter goes Suzu. Who made a Drew? I am scarce sobbing. It's so cute. It's CS 179,206. It's just a meme quote.
I said Taylor Ham while I was
I am a
muted.
computer and I can say Kamala. It's not that difficult. Hey Kitty. PSSPSSPSs. Minnesota. I ignore Neely's messages. W North Jersey take Dan. You should get some sleep. What happened at Tiananmen Square in 1898?
I should get
at
some
Neely,
sleep.
California Sun, Palisades Park, Pet Cemetery, and KKK took my baby away.
You know what? I think now, or maybe in a minute, is the perfect time to go get some sleep. Thank you, Pixie.
Have good sleeps. I just noticed the One Piece flag in the background. We're glad yo have you back, smiley face. My father gets a job at the Palm restaurant. Dan fears the clock. Have a good night, Dan Light Blue Heart.
No, I'll stay on for a little bit
At
longer.
JC you call attention to it? Never good. Have a wonderful night, Dan.
You too.
My
you
job
too.
was to
I'm gonna
counter
stay for a
propaganda
bit.
campaigns in the United States. Can we talk? Good night, Dan. Sanji
Tomorrow.
greater than.
Sanji. I don't think
You're
so.
a good dude. Glad you are back. My guy Dan. You should debate older millennial lol.
I don't even think Sanji's in my top 5 favorite Straw Hats. It goes Luffy, Zoro, Brook. Dan, I found the pictures. It's 2012 for me, not 2009. Oh, darn. That would have been interesting. Luffy, Zoro, Brook.
Zoro. Dang. Nami.
No, maybe Chopper. It's tough. You know what? Listen, I don't like criticizing.
Midnight TT.
I don't like criticizing Oda because he's a genius. Okay, but I do feel like character development kind of
My kid won't give me back my PC
kind
and
of
go to bed.
stalled after
Divorce?
the time skip.
I am just trying to spread the information I gained before it's too late. They are releasing the hounds.
Yeah, false. I
Chopper
just
is
I
my
can't
partner's favorite
I
Straw
can't
Hat.
process it right now. But come back tomorrow and I'll definitely.
Sanji and Usopp both are my BFS. At Alexa, how do you divorce your kid?
So the thing is, Luffy and Zoro have the most screen time, and in Luffy's case, by a lot. So it's hard for them not to be like the top 2. But Brook, man, I love Brook.
At Save Oh Hell, are you okay? Zoro and Nami are my favorites. Zoro and Want though. Wano.
Zoro and
Would
Wano,
Monty
yeah.
Burns be a better president than Trump?
Maybe. Actually, probably.
Lol. At Mim, yeah, I'm okay. Had to call because my friend and I got chased home. Oh, that's tough. Oh, look, it's midnight. At Elise Wood, swiftly, carefully, and with no mercy. Smithers would balance him out.
See, that's what I'm thinking.
The masked Zoro who carves AZ in things. Oh, geez, the vocal fry appeared.
No, it's a character from it's a character from One Piece. Who's your least favorite villain in the series? Mine is Big Mom. Cece, I'm sorry. Big Mom is one of my favorites. I think she is so underrated. I love that her goal was to have like a kingdom with all races represented. I was a big Mom fan. Least favorite villain. I mean, if we start to include like the small villains, I didn't really like Wapple or Captain Kuro or oh no, Axe Hand Morgan was pretty bad. Don Krieg, those were all dog shit. But for like main villains, I think Horty Jones. I'm not a huge One Piece fan, but I like Robin. She's cool as fuck. She is cool as fuck. The Big Mom laugh freaks me out. What do you mean? Mama. What's wrong with that? They've got a lot of freaky laughs. Dan, do you game? Not anymore. I'm new to One Piece and I've only seen the live action. I love it though. They just finished taping the second season of the live action. They just wrapped. So it's exciting. What's the most obscure Pokemon you can think of? Klefki? The Pokemon that's just an animated set of keys? Smoker. Favorite Opie laugh? Gotta be Doflamingo. Hold on, let me play it. I like some of the sillier ones too. I like Kaido's. Dan, you should show my signs. What are your signs? Vanillix is probably my most obscure Pokemon. Dan, what's your least favorite food? Okra. Put them in the Discord. Okay. Let's see. Do you have any tattoos? Nope. Not yet. Okay, but where in the Discord? Oh, Mim sent them to me. Are you considering any tattoos? Well, I was gonna get a coconut tree tattoo if Conlo won Texas, but the only thing I know about One Piece is there's an Elton John looking skeleton, which is objectively baller. He is objectively baller. I don't know if I would say Elton John, but I have 6 tattoos. I would love to give more. Dan's gonna get an Obama tattoo, I guarantee it. I get more, okay. Mindfu, Pat Rat, Minier, or some obscure ones. I'm a tattoo artist. I'll tattoo you for free. Wow, I appreciate that. My mom would not approve. But I don't know. So whenever I think about getting a tattoo, I always have like decision paralysis. Like I don't know what I would want on my body permanently, you know? But I do appreciate that, Aaron. سويت كل شيء مزبوط بس حكموني. Sav, thank you so much for the travel in the USA. Wait, where's Angela? When you find the right tattoo, you know. In my opinion, if you want a tattoo, wait 1 year. If you still want it, you're
At
probably
Barbie
good.
lol.
Okay.
Get something that you've liked your whole life, pretty much, and you can't go wrong.
I don't know that there is something I've liked my whole life.
I need to put the fries in the bag and get a job so I can get tattoos for real. Breathing. Yikes. Mine are mostly music related. Chat votes on a tattoo.
Thank you, Carmine. Chat votes on a tattoo.
I wanted mine forever. I love it, star. It's like a fond memory. My sister and I have matching tattoos.
That's cute.
Does anyone play The Last of Us?
I think I watched my
I want to
cousin
get a
play it.
Bulbasaur on my right hand and a Pikachu on my left. I can't see myself ever getting a tattoo. I just decide by saying whatever I think looks sick ASF and put it somewhere. My ADHD is all over the place. I have no strict loyalty to anything and love everything. What's a self-identifier for you? Get that? A crab? My ex-wife and I have a few matching ones, lol whoops. Dan play Last of Us on
I don't
stream.
know that I have a self-identifier.
At Riza Feld, I am scared I'll get a tattoo then regret it, lol. I've been wanting to replay them. At David W, that would be a W. Play one of the Resident Evil games.
I don't think I'd like them. I'm not a horror genre person.
At Cece, first time mom, pink heart, the ending ruins me. It's good I didn't get the first tattoo
night,
I
Neely.
wanted. BC, I found out the person it was for is a YT sup.
Oof.
Night all. I am getting my daughter's name on Saturday.
Nice.
My best friend and I have matching Planet of the Apes tattoos.
Nice.
Dan, what about the special election in Florida?
For Mac 8 seat?
Is the Wednesday to Saturday schedule continuing? At Elise
Yeah.
Woods, what? At Aiden Kilburn, I am playing the remastered version of number 2 right now. You're supposed to say anything for you, JC.
I missed
At
what you said in the
Stephanie
first
Mooney's, yeah,
place.
it's definitely something you want to be sure about. Last of Us is a good scary game for someone not into horror. That is, yeah, it's insane. I am so glad I didn't get the tats I wanted at 14. I love playing Slay the Princess. Make sure you research tattoo artists and give them time to come up with something first. At Jared James Lang, amen. Is it possible for the Dems to take those house seats?
I don't think so.
Huh.
Pretty sure it's a very red district.
I got my first tattoo in Ireland. If Dems overperform in those special elections, it'll send a signal people aren't into Trump BS.
Yeah.
I want to get a Last of Us inspired tattoo. My son got a tattoo in his high school math class. I took a capsule in Ibiza. I get a piercing from cities I like traveling to.
Interesting.
Chat's pretty chill after midnight this time, lol.
Yeah.
Getting 2 tattoos this
It's just the
weekend.
anticipation that they like.
MAGAs will never vote for a Dem this soon. Are you getting off soon?
Yeah, probably.
At Cece, first time mom, pink heart wife, and I almost named our daughter Ellie. We ended up picking Zelda. Pause. After midnight, you say.
I mean, I probably should have
At
ended the
David
live
W,
already,
I
but
will be
I
naming my daughter Ellie when she's born.
it's been so long. I missed you guys. Giving you a little bit extra down. Let me end the YouTube live, I guess. I saw a picture where he was in some
We missed you too.
Liberace looking suit
Tomorrow?
with heart-shaped sunglasses. It may have been fan art or something. Oh, I see, Cap Dog. That
Maybe you
might
saw
have been from one of the movies.
Tomorrow? Oklahoma senator just withdrew a bill that would have ended protections for IEP students, thankfully. I am sure everyone missed you too. Crab Rave?
We usually only do crab race for 1 million taps. Maybe tomorrow. I'm not physically in a position to crab rave right now. I'm kind of melting in my seat.
If you're looking for a game to stream, Telltale's Walking Dead. Let Chad make the choices.
Interesting.
Oh no. Food coma?
Yeah.
At David W. That's a W suggestion actually.
Have a great night, Kev Dog. All right, I'm ending the YouTube live. Love you guys.
This whole last week I forgot what I did with my time pre-Dan. Thank you. Yawning is contagious.